Good morning. The Beltway looks good. The inner loop and the outer loop, both no issues. 95 northbound, just past exit 74. A disabled vehicle has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon in St. Louis, the Birds miss out on another series sweep.
Tap towards first, in the hole, gloved by Burleson, finds O'Brien to finish the ball game.
The final call from Ben Wagner on Masson. Leota Taveras grounds out to end it, sealing a 7-5 Cardinals win as the O's fall to 4-8 in games in which they could clinch a sweep. Baltimore did climb out of a 6-1 hole to make this one interesting late, but they were unable to overcome a shaky outing by Trevor Rogers, low-lighted by a 3-run homer off the bat of Blaze Jordan, and a 2-run shot from former Oriole Ramon Arias. Kobe Mayo did go yard in the losing effort, and Gunnar Henderson slapped an RBI double to left in the 8th. Unfortunately, the loss drops the Birds a half game further out of the AL's final wildcard spot. They currently trail the Cleveland Guardians by 3 games. Tonight, the O's are in Sacramento, opening up a 3-game series with the A's, and the Fan will get you prepped for Game 1 of 3 with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Watershed at Cross Street Market from 6 to 7 p.m. First pitch from the West Coast, scheduled for 9:40 Eastern. And tonight at the Bank, the Ravens finish off their preseason schedule with a matchup against the Washington Commanders, kickoff slated for 6 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, hot and humid with a chance for evening storms, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and your home for the most Ravens coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome in. Ben Hall here, Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Sitting in for Rob Long and Jeremy Kahn. Got Ed Norris with me. Ed, how you doing this morning?
Good. I'm sitting in for Ed Norris.
Just in for Ed Norris today, yes. We do have you in. It's very good to have you in. How's it been being back in Baltimore the past few days?
Oh, it's great. I mean, it's funny. After all that went down me like 25 years ago, whatever, people are like, why do you stay? Like, because I get treated like a king. It's like, I've been getting treated so well. I love it here. I mean, I really do. It's other life things that get in the way, like, marriage and decisions like that where you want to live. But I do get treated really well here. So I've had a great time. So I'm here and I'm going to be here for a while, a couple more weeks. So yeah, I've been looking forward to it. It's been great. Seen a lot of friends other than, needing a new tire. Thank you, Ravens parking lot. And thank you to Jones Junction, Eddie Zimmerman. Those guys take such good care of me. They got my car. I need to, that's you get those tires you can't repair. So this was beyond repair. So I got to order one and get one. So anyway, other than that, it's been great.
Yeah, it's good. It's good you're up here. The rocks on the road are always tough. My tires are not good. I got them changed out. I'm more of a point A to point B guy with the car. I don't care much. There's a couple dents in it. Just whatever. If it gets me, like some people need it fixed right away or they need this beautiful car. And if it gets me to point A to point B.
No, I'm kind of like, I'm proud of me. I like taking care of my car. But this, I need to get to point A to point B, and I can't with no tires.
That's the thing. Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's a little different.
The tires on it is tough.
Basically, you're parking on a construction site there. What the hell was up there? Because apparently Cordell had the same issue, I think you said, or something.
Yeah, well, I think a while back. But I was a little surprised there were fans there. Going there, I didn't know there was going to be fans. And the Washington media, they were packed. So I guess they had to filter a lot of media parking.
Yeah.
They weren't there. And I got there. I knew I was going to be on the rocks. I tried to get there early when I can, but with it at 10:30, I had to get there right around when it started. Yeah. And I pull in and see a bus, and I'm like, oh, no, there's going to be fans here.
Yeah.
Because
I forgot
to get in without
I
fans.
forgot, too, because when I pull to the gate, I forget, like, it's because she's like, you Ravens media or command? I go, Ravens. I'm like, oh, right. They're coming, too.
Right.
So I forgot, and they had a big media corps here.
Yeah, they did. And it was, and we were both there. It was fun. I was a little, the reason I was surprised about the fans, I thought they would try to keep it away. I don't think they want anybody getting any videos of anything if something broke out. But the one thing I feel like we haven't talked about, 2 joint practices for the Ravens, and there was no massive fights. A guy throws a punch, a guy stands on top of you. You're grown men. It is what it is. But we hadn't seen anything big time. And in Minnesota, we weren't there, but nothing. And then, there was one little skirmish.
One little dust up.
Yeah, and which is normal in football contact sport. I was actually really impressed. I think Jesse Minter in year 1, maybe guys try to get over on him. Maybe guys, it just kind of shows respect. Like Jesse Minter spoke in front of the podium multiple times saying, I don't want these guys fighting. I understand the competitiveness. And again, they were super competitive, but they also didn't fight, which is shocking in today's NFL.
Yeah. I was impressed with the hands-on. I would still go back to Ledford. I love that. I love seeing coaches correct players, and do it passionately. His voice was quite raised, and he was correcting them because make a decision. And he's right. Don't hesitate. Make a decision. And he was good. I was really impressed with the whole thing. So I'm pretty optimistic about this season. Heard somebody on the overnight yesterday saying, I think the Ravens are overblown. Yeah, I don't think so.
Anytime you have Lamar Jackson healthy at quarterback, I think you're in a good spot. And then you have a defense. And to be honest with you, I was talking with Cordell about it last night. This defense is what's going to be their leader, which is kind of rare. I know that 2023, they had the Triple Crown. It was awesome. But you still had the offense that was able to put up 50-plus points in an NFL game like it was college in a few weeks. I think it's going to be a learning test for Declan Doyle, and that's not a knock. It's his first time calling plays. You start with the Colts, whose defense is fine. I think it's really going to be a learning test. And Lamar's still going to have his weeks early on. There's going to be weeks where Lamar goes out there and just thrashes whatever in front of him, regardless of who's calling plays, and the offense gets clicking. But I think it's a lot more of a learning experience for them compared to Jesse Minter, who had a lot less talent with the Chargers. If you look at the Chargers draft picks, they go heavy offense early, especially in the years that Jesse Minter was there, even guys being developed into Jesse Minter's system once he got there. It was a lot more offensive players early and day 3, late day 2, day 3 type of defensive players that he turned into something. And now he goes to a Ravens defense, and they're a little older. I don't know that there's as bright of a future for some. And they still have some young guys in the secondary, but you bring in a Calais Campbell. This is more of a win-now team. And no other first-year head coach, maybe you could argue Joe Brady, but Joe Brady, they don't have what the Ravens have, I think, talent-wise in Buffalo. This is a very, very good look for a first-year head coach.
I think so too. And you mentioned what he did with the defense, which is what makes me even more optimistic, is because I just watched what he did with Oweh. A guy who could not seem to fulfill the promise when he got here. He goes out there and he becomes a legit NFL pass rusher. And now you've got legit NFL pass rushers. You pick up Hendrickson, who is a pure pass rusher. If he wants to get in, he's getting in the backfield. He's getting in. You got him, and then Zion Young has been showing out. Mike Green looks like he's really stepped up now, and I think it's going to help having Hendrickson here. And then you get somebody like Ethan Burke, who I believe is going to make the roster because he's looked good. He looked good in the joint practice. He looked good in the preseason game. And he plays teams, so I think that's going to be what gets him onto the roster. But I'm really optimistic. And that secondary was stifling because it wasn't just the pass rush. The Commanders couldn't really complete a pass. They couldn't.
No, you're right. The one that they completed at the end, which I still think was a sack. Kyle Hamilton's in the backfield. Jaden Daniels chucks it up, and they get beat over top. But it is exciting just to see it was pressure without blitzing. They didn't have to spam the blitz like we've seen with Wink. And I think Mike McDonald had that success where he would bring different guys but still come with 4. And that's something that this fan base has been asking for a while. And some guys can just scheme it up and figure out the way to do things. And they don't need to scheme it up as much when you bring in a guy like Trey Hendrickson. They didn't pay Trey Hendrickson that money. He's not going to be the run stopper that Max Crosby was. He's not going to defend the run that way. They don't need that, though. They have other guys, and I think Zion Young might be on rundowns. You have him out there. Trey Hendrickson's not going to be on the field every single play. The Ravens in general, before Jesse Minter even got here, it's been more of a filtered defensive lineman on, filter them off. And Jesse Minter is going to keep that intact. But no, the pass rush, it's just such a breath of fresh air. And I hope that it continues. Because week 1 in the preseason, you're like, Keon Martin gets a sack from the secondary, but you didn't see the edge rushers get off the way you'd like. And then all of a sudden, game 2, you see it. And we saw it at practice against the Commanders. I don't think they're going to have much issues with pass ruch the way they had last year.
I don't either. And it makes me happy because we've all been clamoring for it for years and wondering why we're not drafting edge rushers and things like that. And if Matabike comes back, and it looks like he will, maybe not week 1, but it looks like he's back, he collapses the pocket. So that makes a tremendous difference because nowhere for the quarterback to step into. He provides pressure up the middle. You have these proven edge rushers now. And it's been the formula because that's how these Super Bowls have been won recently. If you look, keep in mind, in most recent, the Eagles did it. That's how they won.
Blueprint.
The Buccaneers thrashed the Chiefs 31-9, and that was not Brady. That was the defense. Mahomes could not breathe. Couldn't breathe. And I think that's the key to this now because if you put tremendous pressure on the quarterback, I don't care who it is, it really doesn't matter. Can't do anything.
Right.
So, excuse me.
And that, bringing Nnamdi, and you talked about Odafe Owe. Odafe Owe had 10-plus sacks in a season. It was, that was Nnamdi's breakout, one of Nnamdi's big years. You got to double team a guy on the interior. Things change. And Nnamdi is such a game wrecker. He's so good against the run. He's so good against the pass. But I do think, and I said it the other day on Ben there, I'm pretty confident that he's going to miss. He's not going to be back week one. I just don't see it realistic. And I know hearing Vinny talk about it, he thinks he could, and Vinny knows a lot more about this than I do. But I just can't see a guy who's not touching things, who's not having any contact. All of a sudden, you're 2 weeks out. And I think it's going to be a slow ramp up. I think they want him to be comfortable. But I don't know that they necessarily want him out there for week one. I think they're fine slowing it down. They have pieces on that defensive line that they didn't have before. Last year, when Nnamdi was out, you felt it right away. And even when Nnamdi was in there, I don't think they were very good in the trenches. But when Nnamdi went out, you felt it right away. And now that he's going to slow ramp in, you have guys like Travis Jones fully healthy, and some of these other guys, I think they're going to be just comfortable.
Travis Jones looked good too. He really did. And I was hanging out with Femi watching the defense because I left the offense side to go watch the defense, if you remember. And we were talking exactly about this. And he said he believes this is a top 5, maybe top 3 defense. He said if Matabike's in, this is a top 3 defense. He said, and if he's not, it's still maybe a top 3 defense. That's how he felt. And he's got NFL eyes, so he's seeing what we're seeing, and I trust his judgment. So
a big time breath of fresh air again from what they were just at last year, where it was tough, but. We'll see. They've
been living on reputation. The problem, because the national broadcasters, every game I'd watch these national broadcasters talk about, that rock rib Ravens defense. Like, not lately.
They'd be talking about Roquan Smith, and it would be because we would have guests on, and other guests would be like, yeah, Roquan Smith. And I'm like, Roquan's not what Roquan was. And again, I think he might get more comfortable with the scheme or whatever. But we'll see. The Orioles starters may be hitting a wall. That's something we've talked about on this show. We're going to shift to them. We'll get to that at 6:30. But on the other side, O's take 2 of 3 from St. Louis. Taking the first 2, you win a series, you're happy. Taking the first 2, you should hope for that third one. They weren't able to get it done. They did fight back. How do we feel about that? And how do we feel about the upcoming weekend? That's coming up next on the Big Bad Morning Show.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm, thehollomanfirm.com.
Brought to you by H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Woohoo! Go payment free this summer. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley. That's right. No payments for 90 days on the Hondas you want, like Ridgelines, Prologue EVs, and Honda Civics. That's acres of brand new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP, including hybrids like Accords and even CRVs. Now that's smiles for miles. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley, 10139 York Road, or check out andersonhonda.net. No payments for 90 days must finance with approved credit through AHFC.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Labor Day sale and get 35% off paints and stains August 28th through September 9th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Support, assist, care. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Enroll now for fall classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu. lincolntech.edu.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select one game from 32 team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered sponsor this sweepstakes in any way.
Baltimore area Chick-fil-A restaurants are proud to partner with the Maryland State Fair to support food pantries in Greater Baltimore. Bring 5 non-perishable food items today, August 28th, for free admission. 1 entry per 5 food items. Rides are individually priced.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The Beltway looks good. The inner loop and the outer loop, both no issues. 95 northbound, just past exit 74. A disabled vehicle has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Tap towards first, in the hole, gloved by Burleson, finds O'Brien to finish the ball game. Orioles made a comeback effort, but the rally stopped after a couple of early blasts got the Cardinals out in front, and they ride it to a 7-5 win.
That call courtesy of Ben Wagner on Masson, and disappointing loss yesterday. And usually you're fine, and we've said it all year, just win series. And if this team was able to stack them regularly, I wouldn't be that worried about it. You have your number 2 guy go out and get hit pretty hard. And seeing the replay, Ramon Urias with one of the best games of his career, of course, comes against the Orioles. But no, when you have Trevor Rogers go out, get hit hard, things don't go well exactly, you're going to be fine. And the fact that they fought back, they put up 5 runs, like, it's hard to complain about it. The issue is when you're in this scenario that they are, in this situation, they need to win games that they're not supposed to. They need to fight back and find ways to win games like this, and they weren't able to, but they still do take the series following St. Louis and how that went. How do you feel about the O's right now?
I feel great, actually. You were here. I said I think they're going to have a great road trip because they're playing teams that they should beat, number one. I mean, the Cardinals are basically on par with the Orioles. I think the Orioles have more talent. And I'm glad. I mean, it's funny that now we're at the point, which is a good sign, we're disappointed they didn't sweep them. They took a series and we're like, because now it's disappointing. But I think, if a sweep would have been fantastic, but I'm happy with taking the series. I said this before the series started. I said, Alonso's going to, I think we're going to kill it as a team. I think Alonso in particular, because you're going to play in 2 ballparks now where the ball flies out easily. And I think it sets up, you got 2 bad teams. I think one's 28 games under 500, the other's 30 under 500. So their season's done. You're playing in hitter-friendly parks with an Orioles team that lives with the long ball right now. So I think this sets up for a sweep this weekend, and then we head to Colorado after that.
And next, I know we're going to get to at 6:30. We're going to get to the O's starter shedding a wall, and I think there's going to be a lot of overreaction from the fan base about the starting pitching over the next 6 days. Now, this series, it was ugly, but I mean, no matter who you throw out there in Colorado and Sacktown, they're gonna get hit hard. Like the ball flies there differently from anywhere else. There's a reason that no starters want to sign with the A's. Luis Severino openly put it on camera last year in audio and kind of upset some fans where he talked about, I don't want to pitch here. I don't like it. Asked for a trade in front of the media, which is just kind of rare in the MLB. But pitchers don't like going there. It is an opportunity for this offense to build off of what looked really, really good in St. Louis. The ball was flying there. And St. Louis isn't the most amazing hitter's ballpark. Now you're going to a place where the ball carries. We know this team chases home runs. We talk about it time and time again. This is the place to do it, though. This is where you can get that redeemed. And we know Alonso's going to mash the baseball. Alonso's just in a different world. We'll get to that in a second. Like, he is smashing things. But can the Colton Cowles of the world catch a little bit of fire here? We already got Kobe Mayo doing what he's doing. Leody Taveras started to turn it on a little bit in this series. Can some of the lesser bats towards the bottom of the order? I mean, Blaze Alexander is going to be coming back probably this weekend. You hope to find out about today. I know he had a really, really good day at AAA just yesterday. So I'm hoping that some of the guys towards the bottom of the lineup can really build some confidence on this road trip.
I think they will. Honestly, I think they're going to build confidence. I think they are confident right now. And the good news is everybody's contributing now. Other than Gunnar still scuffling a lot. But I mean, Holiday's hitting now. I mean, CES is mashing. Alonso's doing what Alonso does. He's the hottest hitter in baseball right now. So I'm really looking forward to this. And we'll discuss this with the pitching staff, in a couple of minutes. But they've been good all year.
Yeah, they have.
They really have. I think I think they surprised a lot of people. They've been really good. And I don't know what's going to happen if Felix comes back, but I'm pretty excited about the prospect of it.
Yeah, and yesterday, 3 Deep had Buck Showalter on, and you can hear the interview on YouTube or watch it. It's posted on YouTube. It was really interesting to hear him talking about Pete Alonso. When Pete Alonso first signed here, Buck is a great talker, but he was just talking about how Pete's going to get this city, the city's going to get Pete, and that's really where it is. And early on, he was scuffling. It wasn't looking good, and there's time where you have to get comfortable. Baseball is such a rhythm sport. You got to figure it out, and early on, even when Pete was upset, I mean, I still remember being there for when he waited. He was clearly working underneath in the cages, and it waited a long time to talk to the media. And there was only 4 of us that stuck around, but he answered every question. You could see the emotion in him. But even back then, I remember he gave a quote. I think it was Andy Koska of the Banner, and he said, at the end of the year, Pete's numbers are going to be Pete's numbers, regardless of what's going on right now. He's like, I'm slumping, I'm not hitting well, but at some point I'll figure it out. And I think he's been even better than Pete's numbers. This is one of the best years of his career.
It is.
And it's just such a funny look. But Buck was saying Buck was not at all surprised. You could hear it in his voice. Buck's like, yeah, that's what I expected. I figured this would be what Pete is. And it's more than just what he's given them at the plate. Pete's been awesome. As a hitter, he's been incredible. But you see him working with Gunnar Henderson, who's really scuffling and has been all year. You see him working with some of these guys. You see him looking like the jolly kid in the dugout when somebody else hits a home run. He's having so much fun, and that's what's a joy to watch in a year that has not been what most of us fans want.
And he's been exceptionally good in the field, which I think people were not expecting. He's been really good at first base, which is not what people are like, oh, first base is easy. Is it really? It's
no, it's not easy.
It's not at all. Yeah, you touch the ball pretty much all game. But he's been great. And you're right. I remember Buck's quote about, he's going to get Baltimore. Baltimore's going to get him, and they have. And people have really embraced him. You see more Alonso jerseys now pretty much than anything. So I'm really happy to see that. And, of course, I followed his career because, I grew up a New York Mets fan, and I loved him when he was with the Mets. And I couldn't believe – I was so excited when he came here because I know people wanted Schwarber. Right. I was like, no, I want Alonso because I know what he's like. And I know what he's like in the clubhouse because I heard it's, from people in New York. And he's turned out to be that guy here. He was an immediate leader. And he's, like you say, he's instructing the younger players. He's been in postseason games. He's been in high leverage situations as a player. So that does matter, when you got a really young team. So he's got all that, and he's a good guy. He's not a prima donna. He's not a me guy. And one thing that I always admire, and anybody should be fans in this town, is somebody comes to work every day. It's the way. So is Pete. Plays 162 games a year, pretty much. 160 on an off year.
And yeah, no opting out with him. It is very it's very satisfying to watch and a really good contract for Mike Elias in the front office. But 410-583-1057. Did want to go out to the phone lines now. Antonio in Rosedale wants to talk goes. What's going on, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. Well, how are you doing, babe?
Good, babe. TGIF and PYT.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Good series for the Orioles. Do you think they can make the playoffs with the losing record? Have a wonderful weekend, guys.
You have a wonderful weekend as well.
I think you may see a division winner with a losing record.
I was there for a while, but I think Cleveland's turned it on to a point where they're going, and they got Jose Ramirez healthy. They win 8 of 10, start turning it on. We were talking about it on this station regularly. There was going to be one team that might turn it on, and I feel like that team is Cleveland. And the way they're playing right now, Cleveland has that kind of grit to them. Last year, we saw them struggle, and that's why a lot of people loved the Alvarez hire, because he was in Cleveland. This was a team that didn't have much payroll, not much high expectations, and Steven Vogt just gets it done, wins manager of the year 2 times, and has that team playing better baseball than many people thought. Like a few big-name prospects, but nothing that they really invested in. I mean, Jose Ramirez was a agent mistake, I would say, because the agent didn't get him as much money as he probably could have, but Jose Ramirez also likes playing in Cleveland. That's the team that scares me in terms of the 500 thing. The O's are 4 under right now. They're going to have to really turn it on. But right now, no, I think that the final wildcard team is going to be above 500 now.
Yeah, I do too. Because people were talking about, possibly, like out west, you may have the division winner under 500, which is still a possibility.
It is.
Because none of them are very good.
Right.
The Astros are at 500 and they're at the top of the division. So and nobody there has a positive run differential, by the way. They're minus 44 and they lead the division, which is crazy. But it's a down American League. But I don't want to see the Orioles, even if I don't want to see them in the playoffs with a losing record. That's just, I'm happy. I'd be happy if they're in, but not that way.
Without a doubt. 7 o'clock, we're going to get to Lamar Jackson. 6:45, we'll talk about it. 7 o'clock, we're going to take your calls. A lot of talk right now, and it feels like this all the time. And we experienced this in the contract negotiations. This year, could this be his last year here? There is no contract. We thought that they might get one done in the offseason. They haven't. Are you concerned? We'll talk about that a little bit later. But coming up next, we just previewed it. The Orioles starters. They've held this team up somewhat for all year long. Are they going to be able to continue to do it, or are they starting to hit a wall? Because we're seeing some of the top guys start to struggle. That's coming up next on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911, because I'm the attorney who actually gives a shit.
Here's Rob Long here with Justin, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. Justin, why did you enter the program?
Yeah, I went to college. Working behind a desk just wasn't for me. So I ended up reaching out to the JATC and never looked back.
What was your major in college?
I ended up going towards biology and chemistry, but I couldn't see myself standing behind beakers all day just mixing chemicals.
Wow. So how are you doing now?
I'm doing great. It's just opened up a lot of doors for me.
Will you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend this to anybody.
To learn more, go to JATC24.org.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any 2-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. In a clinical study, Eliquis apixaban reduces stroke risk and has less major bleeding than warfarin.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Ask your doctor about the #1 cardiologist prescribed blood thinner, Eliquis.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Summer is here, and so are the savings at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, formerly Plaza Ford. Shop our summer sell-a-thon for big savings, more inventory, and top dollar for your trade. The deals are hot. The savings are even hotter. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
Baltimore, keep your charm behind the wheel. Fall traffic can be challenging, so plan ahead, leave extra time, don't tailgate, and never drive distracted. The road requires your full attention. Learn more at ndta.maryland.gov.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. Big problems 95 southbound just before exit 53. A vehicle fire has all lanes blocked except for the left lane. That's 95 southbound just before exit 53. That's 395. The Beltway looks good. The inner loop and the outer loop, no problems. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The O's fell short of a sweep yesterday in St. Louis, losing to the Cardinals 7-5, and the blame for this one has to fall on starter Trevor Rogers. The O's ace surrendered 6 earned runs over 5 innings of work, with Blaze Jordan and Ramon Arias doing the bulk of the damage with 3-run and 2-run homers respectively. The long ball has been a real issue for Rogers this season as he set a new career high yesterday with 16 homers surrendered this season. After the game, he spoke on his outing, and it seemed he was searching for answers after another frustrating defeat.
Honestly, it's kind of hard to say. I thought I pitched really well. I was attacking the zone the way I wanted to. I think just lately the homers have been killing me. I'm going to give up base hits. That's baseball, but the damage lately has just been the homers. So try to figure out how to get the ball on the ground more consistently, and I wouldn't really change a whole lot other than that.
Despite taking 2 of 3 in St. Louis, the Birds find themselves further out of the final AL wildcard spot than where they started. Baltimore trails Cleveland by 3 games as their road trip rolls on to Sacramento. The Fan will get you prepped for tonight's Game 1 of 3 against the Athletics with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Watershed at Cross Street Market from 6 to 7 p.m. First pitch from the West Coast, scheduled for 9:40 Eastern. And tonight in Baltimore, the Ravens finish up their preseason slate with a matchup against the Commanders. Kickoff from the bank, slated for 6 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with a chance for evening storms, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and your home for the most Ravens coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Right side of the diamond playing in a little bit. That one's drilled off the bat of Blaze Jordan. Headed towards the berm and long gone. Kaiser's best effort, but he can't climb the wall and get onto the grass. It's a 3-run home run by Blaze Jordan.
Hit some good pitches, and I'm not going to go about changing the way I pitch just because I had a bad outing today. I'm going to keep doing what I do and command the strike zone and really doing quality pitches each inning.
That call courtesy of Mass and Ben Wagner on the call, and then Trevor Rogers there talking about the outing that wasn't great, still felt that he made some quality pitches, and that's been pretty consistent outside of the, I think it was a 4 or 5 start stretch where he struggled big time May, right around there, and then comes back from injury, but he has figured it out. And yesterday, he got to his, in the MLB career high inning mark. He's now thrown 137 and 2/3 innings, which again is the most. And that's a guy that we're talking about, Kyle Bradish, Brandon Young. A lot of these guys are nearing their innings mark, and they're going to clear it. Kyle Bradish being one. Brandon Young, we know he dealt with Tommy John in the minors. The big question right now, as good as this rotation's been, and we've talked about it time and time again, this team has been really, really poor in some areas. Nobody expected the rotation to be the one thing that's held them up, but that's been exactly what has. Are you concerned that some of these starters are starting to hit the wall?
Yes, I am, and I'll tell you why. It's exactly what you just said. Is the problem? The problem I see, the potential problem, is exactly what you said. Is they're approaching their innings mark, and I just want people to get an idea of how close they are to their innings mark. I mean, Brandon Young pitched 57 innings last year. You got Boz is, he pitched 166, he's at 151. Bradish is at 143, pitched 168 3 years ago. Right. So he hasn't since then. Rogers at 137, he pitched 133 and 124, his 2 career highs. They're pretty far in the rear view too. So these guys have not pitched this many innings ever in their career. So it's not surprising they may be hitting a wall, which is, it's a little disturbing because there's still a lot of baseball he played, and hopefully more after the season ends. So if they're already approaching, and they're all going to exceed their marks, all of them, and it's a concern because you're starting to see what may be tired arm, fatigue, whatever you want to call it. So I just don't know what to expect. I don't know what they're going to do, but yeah, it's a real thing. Just when I prepping for the segment, I had looked at all their stats. I'm like, wow, they're all going to exceed their career highs.
Well, my biggest scare is this team needed. Coming into the year, I think this team needed the ability to be able to shut a Kyle Bradish down the stretch to get him ready for the playoffs or to shut somebody down. And a lot of these guys, even Shane Baz, who I just skip over, last year what Shane Baz did with Tampa was shocking because this was a dude whose injuries had plagued him forever. This was one of the top pitching prospects. Mm-hmm. He was a special talent, a part of a really big trade, the Chris Archer move. And all of a sudden last year, he finally did something that not many expected. He did hit a big innings mark. And you were wondering if it would bother him, and he's looked fine. I don't think that he's been an issue, but at the same time, he has had Tommy John. So is Kyle Bradish. So is Brandon Young. A lot of these guys. Ed, if you were pitching in the MLB, I'm sure they'd have you have Tommy John your first year. Yeah. Maybe me as well. That's the thing. Everybody has Tommy John, and every arm reacts differently. Some guys need it again. You have to start pulling bones, ligaments out of the legs to fix it at that point. But like Tommy John is a very serious thing. Some people handle it. Some teams at least handle it a little bit more differently. I've been so shocked to hear Craig Alvarez and the way he talks about it, just because I thought that it was going to be a much more careful approach, and it hasn't. When Craig Alvarez talks about it, looks like he was straight up asked, "Are you going to start considering a Kyle Bradish limit or whatever?" He's like, he acted like shocked that question was asked. And there was a similar question about Brandon Young. Hey, this is a guy who had Tommy John in the minors. He's working high, and Craig Alvarez is like, yeah, all of our guys are good. And I hear that right now. But September, down the stretch, they need these starters to be at their best. The issue here is they don't, and we're going to talk about it a little bit later. If an outfielder goes down, I'm comfortable bringing up Heston Kjerstad because I know there's something in the tank there. Mm-hmm. Cade Povich is so hit or miss. They don't have that starter where I'm like, if you give Kyle Bradish 15 days off or whatever, you're fine. They just don't have that starter in the minors. And you're taking Luis De Leon, one of their top prospects down there, moving him to a reliever role because you need a lefty reliever, lefty specialist. I'm just concerned for the fact that this position they're in has made it so they need a quality start from all these guys in every start down the stretch, unless this offense can get going as it has in the short term. But just if you're going to make a playoff push, it's before the playoffs. They need these guys to be every 5 days. I don't know if they're going to be able to.
Yeah, that's the problem because you always talk about, because the postseason you can play with the pitching staff. You can play all kinds of games with it. But until then, you need these guys, as you said, to have quality starts every outing. I don't know if they can do that because they are, they said they've come back from injuries, and then you've got just the innings. The innings limits are getting very high. So I don't know what's going to happen. But I do. And I try to keep in mind, though, that Boz has looked incredible, except there's no run support. He's not a 14-loss pitcher. It's ridiculous. It's just not.
No, it's infuriating for me because, again, Rich Dubroff talked about it yesterday on here. It's like there are things where people are like, well, that's not a true stat. And it's Boz straight up does that. At some point, it starts getting in heads of guys. And Boz, I give him all the credit in the world. The way he handles these press conferences after these starts, like at some point, you're like, all right, when is he going to lose his mind? And not only is it the run support, but dudes behind him botching balls. And that's been a thing with the fan base where it's like, well, when Boz starts to struggle, his mind goes into a different spot, and he always gives up those next 2 to 3 runs. And we've seen it. Toronto, that was a really crucial series at that point in the year. Gunnar, the guy goes out of the baseline, which is clear. They don't call it. Gunner's not able to turn the double play. And after that, Toronto goes on this big run. It was a 5-1 game at the time. They storm back into it. And that's happened a lot for him where he's rolling. Things look really good. The fastball's up to 98. Like he's popping the mitt. And all of a sudden, one thing goes wrong. And this offense, the way that it was put together, the amount of money that was spent on a guy like Pete Alonso's not my complaints at all. But the money that was spent there, you bring in Taylor Ward and Grayson Rodriguez trade. I know Taylor Ward's gone now. Before that portion that he was here, he played a role in it too, where these dudes just refused to hit when Shane Baz was on the mound. Meanwhile, yesterday, Shane Baz is probably looking at Trevor Rogers like, dude, I would have killed for that type of
Of course. He would have, because he only gives up 2-1, Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. And then you got to look, his stuff is incredible, though. It's not, people can say what they want, and I don't know what they're thinking, but you watch the actual pitches he has in his arsenal. He has a 12-6 curveball. That thing falls off a table. And then he's got a sinker that actually, sometimes he starts out of the strike zone and just sinks in. It's like he's got filthy stuff, but he got no run support. You can't, if you don't give up any runs, you can't lose the game. And this is like what's happening to him.
Yeah, and then at some point, those guys are about to. But yeah, the stuff, it is funny though, if you compare him, what he has stuff-wise next to Chris Bassett's hilarious because they both got a really nasty curveball. The issue is Chris Bassett's is about 68 miles per hour.
Right.
And he's this looper, and Boz has a little bit of heat to it.
Yeah.
But we'll continue to get to Orioles at 7:15. Talk about Heston Kjerstad. That's a name that fans are starting to bring up regularly. Rosters expand in September. Is that going to be the guy? We'll talk about that then. But coming up next, we'll get back to the Ravens here. A lot of talk about Lamar Jackson. And is it just this season that his future in Baltimore hinges on? We'll talk about that next on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The college football season starts this weekend with week 0. You get UNC and TCU taking place in Dublin. I don't think the game is must win for UNC, but this season, they better have better results. Last year felt like a PR stunt more than any real opportunity to win. Maybe they like that there, but my guess is those with the big dollars are going to want to see some wins. The pressure's on Bill. I'm Denton Day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Low 70s this morning. Today, partly cloudy, high of 84. This weekend, mid-80s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
You know, chicken and a waffle, making that a sandwich, you can't go wrong.
Hey, I am Jamia in America, and a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Chicken and Waffles breakfast sandwich is
the maple flavor in every bite, the maple sweetness of the waffle. And y'all know the Chick-fil-A chicken is on point, right? And that bacon.
I think it speaks to whether you are team sweet or team savory.
Order the Chick-fil-A Chicken and Waffles breakfast sandwich with a caramel cream cold brew on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deals so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills and prepare for a rewarding career. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. Big problems 95 southbound just before exit 53. That's Cal Ripken Way. A vehicle fire has all lanes except for the left lane blocked. Has you backed up all the way to Moravia Road. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Ben Hall here with Ed Norris. It's the Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. A common conversation here in Baltimore this year, back before Lamar got the last extension done, has been, what is Ate's future with this team? Is he going to stay around? And we know how the last contract negotiations went. I don't think it's going to get that ugly again, but with no deal done, there is some concern in this town and out of it. Former Terp Dominique Foxworth on his show had talked about maybe this could be a situation where Lamar Jackson's future in Baltimore is up in the air.
Lamar has a no trade and a no franchise tag clause and a plus $80 million cap hit. That means
extend or
that means normally you don't get to this point. Of course, most of the time, great quarterbacks don't become free agents. But normally they get to the end of their contract and the team has some leverage in a franchise tag or some way to be able to start negotiations, or like Mahomes and Allen, they just renegotiate way ahead of time. The idea that Lamar had all that leverage, like I don't think it's coincidence that Lamar had all that leverage or has all that leverage headed into this season, and then a lot of changes were made. So like that's the thing that I have my eye on, that Lamar is doing a very NBA. It feels like he's put himself in a very NBA style situation where it's like, I can do what I want at the end of the season. So let's get it right. So that to me is huge. So like at the end of the season, he can decide what he wants to do. If he wants to sign the extension or if they offer him an extension he doesn't like. You're like, all right, well, I'll play for $80 million, or you trade me to exactly who I want to go play for. It's like, that's huge.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, it is. It's very interesting on a lot of levels because it is scary. I think Foxworth did a good job of laying it out because it's all true. It's incredibly rare. I don't know of any other situation where somebody negotiated no trade, no franchise tag. And for all the, speculation about him having no agent and this and that and his mom being involved, he has a no franchise clause. That's incredible because he has all the leverage, all of it, holds all the cards and can do exactly what he wants. So it is a pretty scary situation regarding his future here. But I'm still confident he's going to want to play here because his contracts have always seemed to have gone this way, where it's been tense until the very end when it's not and it's done. And they've been very quiet about it. Both Lamar and EDC never really talk about it. They do it very quietly and it gets done. And whenever the negotiations take place, they seem to they come to an agreement. And I think, and because of that, though, I'm pretty optimistic. He's going to have a huge chip on his shoulder this year, and I think a big season for that reason. I think that he's always motivated, but I think more than ever, he's going to want to just have it's not so much a prove it deal. You know who he is. He's a multiple-time MVP, should have been 3. But he's going to have a big year, whether he's here or not, because he's going to be, okay, I want my extension, or I'm going to have a huge year and I'm going to go pick a team. I don't know, where he'd go.
410-583-1057. This topic here, does Lamar Jackson's future in Baltimore hinge on this season's outcome? We're taking your calls next segment on this. It's the Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. I don't see how they don't get something done with him as long as it's regular Lamar. And back-to-back bad years. Last year, I think injuries played a big role, and that had an impact. We'll see. This year, I'm expecting him to be back to what we've seen before. Lamar Jackson is a special thrower of the football. He's a special runner of the football. Lamar Jackson can do it all. He's a top 3 quarterback in this league. We talk about it every single chance we get because that's just what it is. And when he is healthy, when he is up, feeling good, last year it was evident that he was playing through something. But when he is healthy, feeling good, there's never an issue. They're always right in the spot they need to be in. But it is concerning that nothing has gotten done now. And now I don't blame that on the front office. I don't blame that on Lamar. Negotiations are tricky with a lot of guys, and I get it. A lot of different people, a lot of different quarterbacks go about things certain ways, and we're not in these rooms for these negotiations. Right. Anybody who's sitting here thinking the Ravens aren't trying to get one done is foolish. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to, can they touch the numbers that Lamar wants? And there's going to be the guarantees. There's going to be the franchise tag. And they have to get, they're going to have to meet Lamar where he wants. Lamar has given them that much. I know he hasn't gotten the Super Bowl yet. That's the common criticism of him, and it's fair. They've got to win a Super Bowl with Lamar, but I'm confident that he will be able to do that. And to be honest with you, some of his struggles, I do point to the offensive line with how he's had to deal with things and having to run a little bit more. That's something this year. And I know we talked about it yesterday on this show, not wanting him to run as much. Sometimes I think he's forced to run because he's pushed out of the pocket and has to go make a play with his legs, which I think he's going to be a similar case this year. I think they've improved it enough. But the contract itself, if Lamar has a good year, yes, he might say, I want more money than whatever he wants right now. I think they're going to meet it. As long as he is healthy, Lamar will probably wait for a few guys to get their money, and then he's going to go to the top. And then don't worry, when Arch Manning's time comes, when he's in the NFL, he'll go to the top, and then the next quarterback will. And it just stacks up.
There it goes.
But it's how it always goes. I do expect them to get it done with Lamar next offseason.
I do too. I expect them to get it done. It's always been like this. There's two things here. You think about the way things work out sometimes when people bet on themselves. Joe Flacco did it.
Yeah.
He didn't have a contract going to the year, and he ends up being the Super Bowl MVP. So it's like, it happens when these guys say, I know what I can do. And Lamar, obviously, we all know what he can do. So I'm really confident about that. Going into the season healthy, it's a big thing. The only problem I have, it's not a problem, but of all the players that have departed, I think the one I miss the most is Pat Ricard. Because you mentioned the offensive line. And when Ricard was here, he wasn't just a fullback. He was a sixth offensive lineman who could run. I mean, he was such a devastating, blocker that I think that's going to be missed. I don't know who's going to take that role or if it's going to be necessary in this offense, but he made a big difference because you had him leading either Derrick Henry or Lamar Jackson. And he's a terrifying human being. I mean, you've seen him up close. He's a terrifying human. He's a giant man with a bad attitude, and he loves putting people on their ass. And I think that you can't replace that easily. So I hope he's not, as glaring an absence as I'm fearing.
Yeah, it sucks that we're not going to get those videos. Some of these Henry runs in recent years, you just see him, the hole's there, and then Ricard completely busted
just
open.
Explodes it. Yeah, it's just like an explosion. I'll tell you, I was at a joint practice a couple of years ago with the Jaguars. They were doing one-on-ones. He put Miles Jack on his ass twice. Not once, twice. You put an NFL linebacker off his feet. That's a big deal.
And we've asked them to get meaner. And he was a guy who was already here when we were saying they weren't mean enough. But he was a dude who you knew was angry and was mean. And one of those parts, I think between Cuevas and Doyle, or between Cuevas and Smythe, they're going to try to get that. But Doyle, I don't know that wants to go with the traditional fullback. Again, to your point, Ricard's a little bit more than the traditional fullback. I think you can stick him out there on the defensive line too. Coming out of Maine, he was, right? Yeah. So you could probably get that. But 7:30, thoughts on the new wrinkle of the owner's CBA proposal in the MLB. Very interesting thought, and something that once I saw it, I was fully in favor then. To hint, you don't have to wait 4 months for Framber Valdez to announce that he's not going to be an Oriole. But we'll get to that at 7:30. Coming up next, we're taking your phone calls, 410-583-1057. Does Lamar Jackson's future in Baltimore hinge on this season's outcome? We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
This football season, 105.7 The Fan brings you unparalleled analysis of the purple and black. Beginning September 9th, it's Baltimore Football Weekly with Ken McCusick and Femi Ayimbadejo. From the film room to the locker room, Ken breaks down the tape and Femi gives you the player perspective. Baltimore Football Weekly, Wednesday nights, 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Elephant in the Room in Millersville on 105.7 The Fan.
BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. MLB trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-961-6655. That's 800-961-6655. Again, 800-961-6655.
That pallet of pavers collecting dust, the beginnings of a garden, those stray fence posts. Are you haunted by half-finished projects on your land? John Deere is here to say, not anymore. Our compact tractors allow you to swap implements easily, and they're backed by the nation's largest dealer network. You always had the right idea, and with the right tools, those projects can get finished for good. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/compact tractors.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select one game from 32 team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary, must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered or sponsored this sweepstakes in any way.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Join 105.7 The Fan September 25th to the 27th for the 2026 Avena, Maryland Italian Festival, presented by Jarrettsville Furniture and hosted by the Society of Italian American Businessmen, happening on the grounds of Ripken Stadium. The 3-day festival will feature live music, carnival rides, games, authentic Italian cuisine, vendors, and more. Enjoy fireworks Friday and Saturday night. Tickets are on sale now at MarylandItalianFestival.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon in St. Louis, the Birds miss out on another series sweep.
Tap towards first, in the hole, gloved by Burleson, finds O'Brien to finish the ball game.
The final call from Ben Wagner on Masson. Leota Taveras grounds out to end it, sealing a 7-5 Cardinals win as the O's fall to 4-8 in games in which they could clinch a sweep. Baltimore did climb out of a 6-1 hole to make this one interesting late, but they were unable to overcome a shaky outing by Trevor Rogers, low-lighted by a 3-run homer off the bat of Blaze Jordan and a 2-run shot from former Oriole Ramon Arias. Kobe Mayo did go yard in the losing effort, and Gunnar Henderson slapped an RBI double to left in the 8th. Unfortunately, the loss drops the Birds a half game further out of the AL's final wildcard spot. They currently trail the Cleveland Guardians by 3 games. Tonight, the O's are in Sacramento, opening up a 3-game series with the A's, and the Fan will get you prepped for Game 1 of 3 with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Watershed at Cross Street Market from 6 to 7 p.m. First pitch from the West Coast, scheduled for 9:40 Eastern. And tonight at the Bank, the Ravens finish off their preseason schedule with a matchup against the Washington Commanders, kickoff slated for 6 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with a chance for evening storms, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Armstrong, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
It's always you, Jerry.
I'm asking on behalf of the fans.
But yeah, man, I'm going to keep it the same way I've been keeping it. Not here. It's private between me and the gym.
Yeah, a friend of the station, Jerry Coleman there, asking Lamar about the contract negotiations. And I think we've known for a while now, at least since the last one, that both sides are going to keep this under and they're not going to get nothing. They're going to try to make sure that nothing gets out publicly after what happened last time.
Yeah, that's for sure. And they're definitely not going to do it now because the last thing you want is any kind of turmoil as the season begins. So that you shouldn't expect anything until, next year.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. 410-583-1057 is the number. We do want to get your guys' input. Again, every offseason, until football actually starts, Lamar Jackson's name is brought up in a million different ways. Very good talking points for a lot of people in the offseason, but this is a legitimate one just because with the cap hit next year and the way the contract's structured, Lamar basically would be going into his final year as a Raven next year. If he hits the open market, who knows what could happen, how things could go. So next offseason will be very important to get a deal done. 410-583-1057 is the number in to weigh on it. We'll start with Mike in Baltimore. Wants to talk about this situation. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Good, Mike. How you doing?
Hey, Ed, do you think you're going to make it to the new Belmont Park when that opens up next month?
I'm definitely going to go. I think, that's where my dad used to take me to Belmont all the time. So I went there when I was a kid, though, as an adult. I love Belmont.
Yeah. Hey, look, Lamar's not going nowhere. I mean, he's a generational quarterback. There's no way the Ravens going to let him go anywhere. I mean, he holds all the cards and all, is sure. But as far as this being a make-or-break season, I mean, it's not Super Bowl. The Ravens ain't got the attitude that it's Super Bowl or bust or we're not going to sign Lamar. They're going to do everything they can to keep Lamar. So I'm not even worried about Lamar going anywhere.
Appreciate the call, Mike. That's kind of what we're insinuating. As long as it's
I feel the same
Lamar.
way.
Yeah,
I feel the same way. Why? Look, I don't know why he would go. He's king here, and this is a team that, for the most part, it's a playoff team every year. They've been a perennial Super Bowl, favorite or contender every year for the last couple of years. People always point to them as one of the teams. It's nothing has changed. So why would you go? And where would you go? You don't want to. I don't think he's going to chase the money and go to go somewhere he's got no shot, like the Browns or the Cardinals or something like that. I don't see it.
The only thing that scares me, and it's two completely different situations, but I think for a while in Aaron Rodgers' career, spending time with the Packers, Peyton Manning with the Colts, and Manning was different. He had the injury and all that happened at the end. But Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love was drafted. The Ravens don't have that. Snoop is not the, all right,
no.
Once Lamar's done, you got Snoop. Fagnano, I certainly don't think is that. Now, we'll see. We're going to talk about the roster a little bit later. Mm-hmm. Can he sneak on as a third quarterback? Do they try to slip him through waivers and just keep him on the practice squad? We'll see about those things, but they don't have the Jordan Love high draft pick. Now, if they would have taken a quarterback in the first round this year at 12, if they would have went Ty Simpson, had he still been on the board, good game last night for the Rams, or something like that, we might be having a different conversation. If they did what the Eagles did when they took Jalen Hurts in the second round, we might be having a different conversation. But the fact that they're not drafting as if Lamar's last year in Baltimore is going to be next year, and next draft might be telling. But by that point, I think we might have some clarity on what's going on with the deal before we're overreacting to what they do in the draft.
There's that, and the problem's going to be, too, for them. The last quarterback class was kind of weak, for one. So I get it. I don't know what's going to happen next year. But I also expect them to be drafting 30 or higher, somewhere up at the very end of the draft. So I don't think they're going to get one anyway.
Yeah, usually they did strike gold with Lamar.
That was
the
the Tom Brady thing, and even Aaron Rodgers was late draft pick, and then Lamar. The thing about those three were,
Yeah.
But I mean, it doesn't always happen.
No, it doesn't. And again, Lamar, there were 31 other teams or 32 other teams or 31 other teams that did not want that. And there were certain teams, there were certain people, which still are crazy. We could get to this for the entire show, that said, I don't know about the quarterback position. Maybe we could move him to wide receiver. Maybe we could have him returning kicks, whatever. Like Lamar Jackson was not viewed a certain way as probably if you're going to move on from Lamar Jackson, I don't want the Will Levis. It needs to be something that is certain that you feel comfortable with. And Jordan Love was, for the Aaron Rodgers situation. Jordan Love wasn't certain, but Jordan Love, there was high upside. You knew he spent a year under Aaron Rodgers. You'd get 1 year under Lamar Jackson, and that's basically what it would be. And it would just really, really concern me to go in. Now, could you land on a Kyler Murray type after, and not Kyler Murray now, because he's playing in Minnesota this year. He'll probably, if he has a good year, we'll sign a multi-year deal somewhere. But would it be a Malik Willis? I don't think that suits where this team is now. Lamar Jackson's getting older. We'll see how things continue to go, but I don't think this team is in a good enough spot elsewhere. I think the defense is figured out, but to hold this offense up, it's not good enough if you have a fringe quarterback.
No, definitely not. And I'm only laughing because, you talk about a fringe quarterback. I think about like the couple of draft, like, we all know what happened when Mahomes got drafted. Who Trubisky got picked ahead of him, right? In that draft, and you think about, think of a quarterback's drafted ahead of the first round, ahead of him in that draft. Baker Mayfield, okay, I get it.
Rosen.
Josh Rosen was one I was going to point to. Was Josh Rosen?
He's a lawyer now.
I mean, you look at the ones ahead of him. It was Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold. Okay, it was okay. Baker Mayfield, he's a good quarterback. Josh Allen is Josh Allen. He's an elite quarterback here. Josh Rosen was a total bust, and then Lamar Jackson. Yeah. So you don't know what you're getting. I think Josh Rosen is one of the biggest disappointments for the last 10 years in the draft.
Literally, I'm pretty sure he's a lawyer now. Again, crazy. There were so much hype with him. Again, you got to be careful with here's a weird guy. You got to be careful with the weird guys drafting quarterbacks. I will say that. 410-583-1057. Let's go out to Maryland and Baltimore. Let's talk Lamar Jackson. What's going on, Maryland?
Oh, good morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
All right. I don't think it's strange that Lamar hasn't agreed to a contract yet. I mean, he got a new head coach and new coaches. Mm-hmm. Why would he make that commitment now without seeing how that works out for him?
Yeah, that's why I think this season's important. I think you're right.
Appreciate the call, Maryland. Yeah. No, you're very right. And that's another thing. That's where I'm at with the contract. I wanted to bring that up. He has looked very comfortable with Declan Doyle out there, and they look really tight. Declan Doyle is a little bit younger. Again, Todd Monken, I think, put this offense to a point where we haven't seen it, but I think Declan Doyle might be able to relate to Lamar a little bit. Jesse Minter, to that point, this is the honeymoon phase. They love each other right now. Nothing's gone wrong. They haven't had a bad play call that Lamar checked out of, that Declan Doyle's mad about. They haven't had a game where Lamar's been frustrated with something Jesse Minter does. Mm-hmm. There's been no conflict. Nothing has gone wrong. So, again, as good as things have been, to Maryland's point, it's still new to Lamar. Lamar doesn't know if he's going to like this coach. Lamar doesn't know if he's going to like the offensive coordinator. I believe he will. I think these guys are the right dudes for their position, but you still have to see whether Lamar legitimately gets along with them when things get a little bit uglier.
Yeah, and it's all those things. It's just, there has been no conflict because there's no situation for it to occur. We'll see when the season starts. We're going to find out. If there's disharmony.
If Minnesota would have came back last week, Lamar might have been a little frustrated on the sideline, blowing a fourth quarter lead against the Vikings in a preseason game. No, we're not going to see any of that for now. We will get back to the Ravens at 7:45. Jacoby Lane, there's been a lot of hype. It's slowed down a little bit, but that's just because kind of practice was in Minnesota. They're figuring things. There's a lot of hype around Jacoby Lane. Are you buying him? Is there somebody else in the offense that maybe could spark a little bit that nobody's talking about? We'll get to that at 7:45. MLB, the new proposal. We'll talk about that at 7:30. But coming up next, back to the Orioles. Rosters expand and just very soon. Is Heston Kjerstad the guy they call up? Do they give him that other opportunity we've been looking for? Or is there somebody else, a different name that you're expecting? That's coming up next on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie, 3 Deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
With Bet365, winning is everything.
With Bet365 Early Payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
Baltimore, keep your charm behind the wheel. Fall traffic can be challenging, so plan ahead, leave extra time, don't tailgate, and never drive distracted. The road requires your full attention. Learn more at mdta.maryland.gov.
It's the summer send-off sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Test drive the 26 Elantra hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till November 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, it's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? Purchased 20 cars over the years. Been to every department. Sales, service, parts, collision. They're all spectacular, so save thousands now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Swift for Power Mop. I have a dare for you. After you use your old mop and bucket, put on your whitest socks and walk across the floor. Now look down. What's that gray stuff on your socks? I used to have that too, until I switched to Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop breaks down and locks away tough messes. Take the dare. Try Swiffer Power Mop. White sock approved.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Baltimore area Chick-fil-A restaurants are proud to partner with the Maryland State Fair to support food pantries in Greater Baltimore. Bring 5 non-perishable food items today, August 28th, for free admission. 1 entry per 5 food items. Rides are individually priced.
You'll never know what you missed if you're not listening. Good thing there's the free Odyssey app. More sports, more exclusives, and more of what you love. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the 1057 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 95 southbound, just before exit 53. That's Cal Ripken Way. There was a vehicle fire. Only the right lane and the right shoulder are blocked. But it still has you backed up all the way to almost Moravia Road. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Moravia through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
There's a set and the pitch. There goes the runner. And oh my, goodbye. That ball has hit a ton to the left of the 10 out there in deep right center field. A 2-run bomb off the bat of Kerstead has tied things up. Boy, he'd been struggling at the plate. He didn't struggle on that one.
Heston Kerstead there with the home run, and we've seen him mash baseballs. He's got AAA down. I think we all know that. But just for what he's done in August, he's hitting 275 with an 868 OPS, 3 bombs in the month. And I know our job is to continue to tell you what he's doing at AAA, but to be quite honest with you, I at this point could care less. Like, the more I see him do things at AAA, I'm just like, he passed it. He passed that class, passed that grade. He has graduated that, but this is is he a 4A guy? This is the conversation, because in the major leagues, we haven't seen it. We saw a little bit of it, tiny bit in 2024. Comes up, was playing really, really good baseball, smashing the ball at the plate. The defense was always a question.
Sometimes it was lost in the outfield.
Yes, without a doubt. But to be fair, he fit right in with this year's team. He'd fit right in. I mean, I'm not worried about him in the outfield because I'm worried about every other position. That when the ball's hit to him, it'll just be, it's normal. I'm not sure if he's going to catch it. Dylan Beaver's in left field. Dylan Beaver's at his speed. I don't know how he's not the defender that we'd like to see him to be. But at the plate, if Heston Kjerstad could finally figure it out at the major league level, he would give them something. He would give them either a bench bat, just facing righties type of bat. The lefty talked forever. They couldn't touch lefties, and that's why Heston Kjerstad wasn't as beneficial to them. All of a sudden, Kobe Mayo is the best right-handed bat against lefties in the major leagues. They're not as good. They're still better against righties than they are lefties, but it's not the dominance that it once was. Coming up, I don't know that it needs to be a platoon guy. It needs to be something special, righty or lefty bat. I think they need to find out what they have in Heston Kjerstad when they make that move.
Yeah, well, he's played 233 games at AAA. It's unbelievable. 233 games.
You could give you a tour of other team stadiums.
Yeah, what are we doing? Is he coming or no? I mean, it's just he's spending his career in AAA.
My issue is you could have traded him, but you thought too highly of him to trade him, and then he goes and mashes at AAA. And again, this is a very difficult conversation because there was a lot there. He had the myocarditis. He gets hit in the head. He's dealt with some injuries. He dealt with something else at the end of last year that we didn't get full clarity on. But things have not gone his way in general, in life, not just baseball. In life, things haven't gone his way. But to that, the bats look good in St. Louis. For the most part, the bats have let them down all year. I'm perfectly fine letting him get another opportunity. And I know it might be a little bit tougher to find at bats. And now with Tyler O'Neill going down, it's the right-handed bat. Blaze Alexander, when he's ready, will be the move. Vasquez will not be up much longer. Blaze, I think, is going to get more run in the outfield now as a righty because it's got to fill that O'Neill role. But if Carlos Narvaez was hitting, they would probably DH Samuel Basayo more. And I think that's what they kind of wanted to do. But Carlos Narvaez looks like a little leaguer at the plate right now. He just does. I think he needs the year to offset and figure it out next season. Yeah. But he's not good enough right now. And in this playoff push, you can't have the gimme out at the bottom of the lineup every game. So you do need Basayo to catch a little bit more. If that's the case, the DH spot opens up. If Blaze is truly going to play the outfield, I think Blaze is probably a better defender than Heston Kjerstad. It should open the DH spot up at least against righties. I don't need... When Heston comes up, I'm not begging for him to face righties and lefties and get everyday opportunities like we were with Jackson Holiday and some of these other guys. But give me a bat that you could hit 6th or 7th in the lineup that might be able to deliver a big blow in a big game at some point like he did against Texas just a few years back.
It's time, though. I mean, he's going to be 28 next year. He's going to be 28, and he's not in the majors yet. So it's like, what are you going to? Are you going to put him in or not? Because it just doesn't make any sense. And he was the 2nd overall pick in that draft.
Number 2.
Yeah, number 2. So I don't know what's going to happen. I'm with you. I've always liked Kjerstad. I rooted for him when he came out. I have an affinity for one of my childhood dreams. I thought it was good enough to play for Arkansas. I was dreaming, obviously. But I've always been a Razorback fan. I had my eye on him when he played there. And it's just, I don't know what we're doing because he can hit. It just, his fielding has been questionable. But he mentioned his DH opportunities now. Well, why not? I mean, there's call-up coming. So is he going to be, is he going to get his shot? But I don't know. Because I really did like him. He's got power. He's had some freakish health problems, though. Because it wasn't just baseball injuries, So he's had health problems. But the clock is ticking, man. He's going to be 28 years old. Like, when are you bringing this man up?
Yeah, 410-583-1057. It's the Big Bad Morning Show. Ben Hall with Ed Norris. I just, just give me one last run with him, right? This last month, because again, if you send him down to AAA, that's with his age and the amount of games he played, they can't do that. So next year, he will not be a part of the organization if their goal is to go to minors. He has to get DFA'd, moved on from. He's going to go somewhere else. And again, like a place like Colorado, he probably hit 35 bombs and was fitting well there. And they did it with Mickey Moniak. But at the same time, on the other side of it, sometimes it sucks. We've seen a lot of teams do it, though. Their top pick that didn't turn out, it ends and they're going to get an opportunity somewhere else. And it's frustrating because you could have had probably a top-end reliever in a Heston Kjerstad trade. Remember years ago, Hunter Gaddis, when he was the setup guy for Clase before Cade Smith became a thing, there were legitimate people pushing because it helped both sides. The Guardians need a strong power bat.
Mm-hmm.
The Orioles needed relief at the time. Hunter Gaddis was the best setup guy in baseball, maybe, and they could have flipped him for that. They could have had him involved with Kobe Mayo and something else for a Tarek Skubal type or something like that. Now, it's easy to say right now, August 28th, 2026, it's easy to say they should have made that trade.
Yeah.
I'm not absolutely saying that. My issue is they stood by, we're going to hold on to him, which they've done with a lot of prospects, but the opportunities are going to be here and there. And again, to your point, it's not all baseball injuries. It's some of the stuff that he can't control, the organization can't control. But right now, I get that they're in the playoff race. I'm just not seeing it enough elsewhere. And the defense, with the way that how poor they are defensively, his defense just doesn't scare me enough to make a run. So I think they've held on to some of these prospects too long. And if you're going to do that, the kid's got to get an opportunity. Not a kid anymore, sorry.
He's not a kid. And can you get anything for him in a trade? Like what do we mentioned? It's what are we going to do? Like he's been here a long time now. We've been talking about it for years. For years.
We've had this conversation like every single season, and now that it's basically graduation and next year, again, I keep saying it. Colorado, maybe Chicago. We know they took Austin Hayes. I think he's going to be elsewhere next year because you have to put him on your big league team coming into next season. And maybe the holdout changes things. Maybe that benefits him. They don't make the move that they would like. I'm not fully sure.
Lockout next year?
Yeah, lockout. Yeah. Maybe that changes things for him. Yeah. And speaking of that, we will get to what's going on with the MLB next. We've had proposals go left and right. We're reading so much stuff that is going to be held out of it. I mean, at one point we're talking about MLB props being taken away. I know we got to that on the show. We're getting to everything.
He got drafted 6 years ago.
I know. Oh, he is. Yeah. As the number 2 pick.
Number 2 pick 6 years ago.
That's what's so infuriating. He was one of the top prospects in baseball. He was going to change his thing, different type of swing. But here we are, Ed. Coming up next, though, MLB proposal, an interesting one that, and I'm not usually in favor of what they propose, to be completely honest with you. Mm-hmm. This one, absolutely I'm fine with. I think it'll be very interesting. We'll touch on the main part of this newest proposal, the newest thing. That's coming up next on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The station with the best Ravens coverage. Touchdown Ravens! Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Ready to head back to school in a vehicle you can depend on? Whether you're a student, parent, teacher, or simply looking for a reliable upgrade, Superior Motor Company has the perfect vehicle waiting for you. Great vehicles, better experience. SuperiorMotorCompany.com.
It's football season again, which means I'm back to tell you about Daisy's delicious dips. We've got the French onion dip and the Daisy ranch dip, and whenever I'm watching the game, I've got to have dips with chips, wings, and veggies, all that stuff, and Daisy has the best tasting dips there are. It's made with real ingredients that you can find right in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients, just great tasting dips that go along with everything. So make sure you try out all the great flavors. You can find them at a grocery store near you. Trust me on this. Daisy Dips. It's the best thing you can get for this football season.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-961-6655. That's 800-961-6655. Again, 800-961-6655.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's the back-to-school sales event at Jones Junction. Friday and Saturday, save up to $20,000 on over 4,000 vehicles, all at one location. Save even more with 0% financing for 72 months. And make no payments for 90 days. Banks on site for instant credit approval. Jones will give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and a lifetime engine guarantee. Jones Junction in Bel Air, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 95 southbound just before exit 53. That's Cal Ripken Way. A vehicle fire has the right lane and the right shoulder blocked. Has you backed up, though, all the way to Moravia Road. Southbound 895, you're on the brakes from the 895 split through the Harbor Tunnel. And the Beltway Outer Loop, very slow from 95 all the way to Providence. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The O's fell short of a sweep yesterday in St. Louis, losing to the Cardinals 7-5, and the blame for this one has to fall on starter Trevor Rogers. The O's ace surrendered 6 earned runs over 5 innings of work, with Blaze Jordan and Ramon Arias doing the bulk of the damage with 3-run and 2-run homers respectively. The long ball has been a real issue for Rogers this season, as he set a new career high yesterday with 16 homers surrendered this season. After the game, he spoke on his outing, and it seemed he was searching for answers after another frustrating defeat.
Honestly, it's kind of hard to say. I thought I pitched really well. I was attacking the zone the way I wanted to. I think just lately the homers have been killing me. I'm going to give up base hits. That's baseball, but the damage lately has just been the homers. So I'm trying to figure out how to get the ball on the ground more consistently, and I wouldn't really change a whole lot other than that.
Despite taking 2 of 3 in St. Louis, the Birds find themselves further out of the final AL wildcard spot than where they started. Baltimore trails Cleveland by 3 games as their road trip rolls on to Sacramento. The Fan will get you prepped for tonight's Game 1 of 3 against the Athletics with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Watershed at Cross Street Market from 6 to 7 p.m. First pitch from the West Coast, scheduled for 9:40 Eastern. And tonight in Baltimore, the Ravens finish up their preseason slate with a matchup against the Commanders. Kickoff from the bank, slated for 6 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with a chance for evening storms, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and your home for the most Ravens coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ben Hall here, sitting in for Rob Long and Jeremy Kahn with Ed Norris here. And all year long, I mean, every other week we have a different segment about the new proposal, and it's going to be like that forever. And you know there's going to be lockout. Things are just going to get really ugly. But these are all very interesting talking points. And this one, of course, immediately shot down by the MLBPA. Not shocked at all. The MLBPA wants by far what's best for the players and doesn't even want to even think about something like this. But for the fans, I think this would be really, really interesting. They proposed a 3-week free agent signing window in December. Similar, so it would give you the transaction frenzy similar to the NFL and NBA. And not only do I think this would be good for the fans, but I think this would be good for everybody who just wants to see what's going on. When you have, we talked about it earlier, Framber Valdez signed in February. When you have Chris Bassett sign around then, but then you have Dylan Cease signing 2 weeks after the season ends, you forget about what Dylan Cease signed for. You got to go look that up. When you have this week in the NFL, we see it all the time. You can compare teams, you can compare players. Maybe not for the full offseason, it helps the MLB, But this would help the league for those set of weeks because everybody's interested and everybody's trying to look forward to what's going on.
Yeah, I agree. I like it as well. I'm surprised that it was actually proposed because I think it's a good idea. And a lot of these things always seem to be bordering outlandish because they want to just say, well, it's one of those things that you offer knowing it's not going to happen. So you can just say, well, we gave you that. We backed off that. But this one seems legit. Like this makes sense. And it's just one more thing to bring them in line with the other three major sports where they have salary caps. They have free agency. They're just like, why doesn't baseball have any of these things? And for people listening, maybe they don't understand. Could you explain why the players don't want it?
Yeah, the players don't want it because it would then feel like a player versus player. It's a bad look to the players because the team can say, well, we have this short time frame. Mm-hmm. Oh, you don't want to sign with us? All right, well, tomorrow we're going to move to the next guy. Meanwhile, you could still wait, but players don't want to wait till February to sign sometimes. So this would give them a 3-week window. It wouldn't put the players' backs against themselves, and it would reduce player leverage. Of course, that's their biggest frustration. The guy's making $500 million. I am pro-player a lot. I'll be completely honest with you. But it just feels like every single, and these are the players. The owners have the money. I'm not trying to sit here and defend owners left and right. But it just feels like every single thing in this CBA, the players aren't going to get 100% of what they want. That's just not, but the way, and again, I get it's a negotiation. That's how they think it's going to go with every single proposal.
Because they are the best, most powerful union in sports. Yeah. They seem to get what they want. And the salaries are obscene. I mean, the NBA is obscene too, but, smaller rosters and for a lot of reasons. But it's just like, Major League Baseball has just gotten crazy. And the problem is now, it's like, you can't say the major markets don't have an advantage because of this. Like in football, the biggest markets in the league, the Rams have a great team. The Chargers are pretty good. But honestly, the Bears are like, okay. The Jets and the Giants have been terrible for years. So, I mean, you can see the effect of it because it's not that way in baseball. It's not. I mean, the Yankees always good. The Dodgers are always good. It just seems to be that's the way it goes. And now you get the Cubs and the White Sox are even good this year. Another big market. So I just think it's they need it for the quality of the game because I am so sick of seeing Los Angeles. And it's not that I hate the Dodgers. I mean, I used to have an affinity for them because they used to be the Brooklyn Dodgers, and there was a real connection there for people. Now I'm like, I hate them. I just hate seeing them in every year.
You can't get rid of them. They're on your TV every night. They're going to be in October. I'm sorry to tell you this, Ed. They're probably going to win another World Series.
Yes.
Shocker.
Yeah.
How do you do that after? It wasn't that big of a free agency. They only added the most important bat who struggled, the most important closer who struggled. And, by the way, at the deadline.
The best pitcher.
Yeah. You know what? We'll throw him in. We'll get him for the final 3 months of the season right before free agency.
We're going to pick up Scooble. It's like, come on, man.
And the issue is everybody knew it was coming. But again, there's so many issues with baseball. And as you mentioned, the other leagues, the way they're rolling, it feels good. And the MLB is, as you say, it's the most powerful union. They need to figure it out. But you were shooting yourselves in the foot at a time where even with the Dodgers domination, people are starting to watch the game. Mm-hmm. There is some more fun in the game compared to what maybe it was years ago. We are finally enjoying what we're seeing. And again, we're going to go to a lockout because we can't come to an agreement. And I know people say there's still time. Both sides are trying to say there's still time. It's inevitable. There's no way they don't have a lockout.
Yeah, now you think the Scooble thing secured it. That was just like, oh, come on. This is ridiculous now. I think that just cemented the lockout to probability.
410-583-1057. It's Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Let's go out to the phone lines now for Sean in Baltimore. What's going on, Rashawn?
What's going on? Ben and Ed, man. Hey, man, such a, different cast today, but, I take it.
Thanks.
Can't be mad at that.
Hello.
It's like...
Hello.
I'll trip you in the back, too.
Yeah, man, we had to... Yeah, man, we have to show some love to y'all. Y'all two favorites, though, so it's like, man, we're going to do a little three-way.
I know why we lost that game yesterday, right?
Are you guys on your way out west? What's going on right now? You driving?
No. We just...
I'm ready.
Trip be ready for the Ravens, man. He didn't gave up on the Orioles, man. He's all Ravens right now.
Okay.
I still got hope though.
A lot of
I got hope, but I'm wearing a Ravens cap today, so.
I see you, Ed, up there with your purple Ravens hat on, man, representing.
Gotcha.
Representing, man.
Tonight, Ed?
What?
You coming out tonight?
Where you gonna be?
At the bank.
Oh, it's a possibility, actually. Yes. I got to see because I am free, I think.
Oh, man. But, hey, listen, man, last segment, y'all was talking about Heston, right? And if they don't call him up and this and that. And then somebody made a point about, man, if he go to a team like Colorado out there and start raking it out, hitting like 40 home runs, next thing you know, he's going to be named to the All-Star team, just like Kyle Style was down in Miami. I see the same situation happening, man. You know, so I don't know why. Like, this guy was in the 2020 draft, right? He came in the same draft with Gary Crochet, Jordan Walker, a couple other people, you know. So if the Orioles, you know, selected him second, why they not utilizing this guy? It's like wasted talent. I understand with the defense and everything, man, but like get a guy a shot. You feel me?
Yeah,
like,
no, I'm with you, man. It's time. It's time. He got drafted 6 years ago. I'm with you.
Yeah, it's hard to not be with him. And yeah, I think to be fair, I think we could go back to every draft for all sports and say, well, if this guy was drafted there. And the most recent one in football is Puka Nacua, where people go back, oh, how did everybody miss on him? Well, there were 32 teams that missed on him for the first few rounds. But no, yet like the drafts aren't what they once were. For a while, it was saying how awesome their minor league system was, and this team did feel different, and they were going to be really good in a few years. But now that we've seen it play out in the major leagues, they didn't have the prize minor league system. And again, it wasn't just the Orioles who got it wrong. Every evaluator that has gotten a lot of things right, that has seen every top MLB prospect play. I mean, there were people talking about Jackson Holliday as the next Alex Rodriguez in terms of impact at such a young age. They haven't seen anybody this fly through the minors and have so much success since they've seen Alex Rodriguez. So I do think that there is a little bit of a disconnect in terms of expectation for prospect, and maybe that development part plays into that.
Yeah, well, that's the other issue, and that's been a knock on this team. You know, you get these, you know, prized high draft picks. They drafted high for years, and they don't seem like they really fulfilled the promise yet. And now the Gunners struggling. It's like, come on now, man. You know, like we saw, you know, you've already traded Adley. Adley's gone. I mean, Kjerstad was the second overall pick in 2020. He's not even here. So, you know, and now you see Gunnar Henderson struggling. So I can't argue with people that say they don't develop players.
Yeah. 410-583-1057 is the number. 815, again, just like the MLB, CBA, and everything going on there, we have a constant conversation about whatever the hell the NCAA is and what they're trying to do and figure out and continue, again, talk about shooting yourselves in the foot. The NCAA, they can't get out of their own way. But coming up next, we're going to go back to the Ravens. Jacoby Lane. Are you bought in yet without seeing a real game? Is the preseason enough for you? Do you need to see it in week one? Is 2 catches for 30 yards but a touchdown? Like, what are your expectations for him? Are you buying in? What exactly do you need to see? That's coming up next on the Big Bad Morning Show.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Cleveland Browns quarterback Dylan Gabriel delivered a commanding first-half performance against the New England Patriots last night. Gabriel fired 3 touchdown passes, including 2 to receiver Luke Floria, to propel Cleveland to a 27-13 halftime lead. His decisive accuracy provided a major boost in the Browns quarterback competition to cap off the preseason. I'm Addie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like on Wash and Wax, you can get 3 Meguiar's products for just $20. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Empower. Katie got a VIP box for the postseason. She worked with Empower to help her get good at money so she can be a little bad. She planned well and was able to bring the whole family.
Who wants homemade egg salad sandwiches?
Even Beth.
Horseradish? Anyone? How about some tuna on rye?
Oh, strike 3, Beth. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
This weekend only at Old Navy, jeans, pants, and skirts are just $16 or less for the fam. Yep, get jeans, pants, and skirts for $16 or less. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big.
It's Old Navy, baby.
Valid 8/29 and 30. Select styles only.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700 plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know, chicken and a waffle, making that a sandwich, you can't go wrong.
Hey, I am Jamia in America. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Chicken and Waffles breakfast sandwich is
the maple flavor in every bite, the maple sweetness of the waffle. And y'all know the Chick-fil-A chicken is on point, right? And that bacon.
Think it speaks to whether you are team sweet or team savory.
Order the Chick-fil-A Chicken and Waffles breakfast sandwich with a caramel cream cold brew on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like on Wash and Wax, you can get 3 Meguiar's products for just $20. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Empower. Katie got a VIP box for the postseason. She worked with Empower to help her get good at money so she can be a little bad. She planned well and was able to bring the whole family.
Who wants homemade egg salad sandwiches?
Even Beth.
Horseradish? Anyone? How about some tuna on rye?
Aw, strike 3, Beth. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
The Summer Sell-a-thon is on at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. Shop a huge selection of new Ford trucks, SUVs, and quality pre-owned vehicles with deals worth the drive. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway very slow from 95 all the way to Providence on the east side. 95 southbound just before exit 53. That's Cal Ripken Way. That vehicle fire still has the right lane and the right shoulder blocked. Has you backed up to O'Donnell Street. 95 southbound also very slow from the 895 split to Moravia. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from the split through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
The Ravens wide receiver position. A lot of questions right now, and coming into the offseason, there was thought that maybe they could add a veteran, and they didn't. And since, they draft 2 wide receivers, Jacoby Lane being one, awesome in preseason. Rashad Bateman, they're bringing back. There was some trade talk. He comes back. has some issues going on. Could he face suspension? We'll get to that in just a moment. But let's start with Jacoby Lane. From what you've seen and what you've heard, Ed, are you buying the hype around this guy coming into week one?
Not fully. I'm optimistic, but I think that, he got so much so quickly because coming out of college, the knock on him was an inconsistency. He, got all the talent in the world, big body, but he did have the knock that he was kind of inconsistent. So we'll see because, we'll see. He's not taking an NFL snap yet, really. I mean, in the regular season. I want to see him in a real game and see how he performs.
And to it, this dude is making plays, and we've talked about it time and time again, that the Ravens defensive backs finally got sick of it, and they were going to get a little bit more physical with him, try to knock him off his route. And it was a point of emphasis from the Commanders. I know you saw it. The one-on-ones over there was not success. That was the thing. Well, he's going to be able, in the red zone, the fade, it's going to be there for him. And maybe when it's a little bit longer of a route, because that's where he's had more success, at least with the Ravens in training camp. But inside the 10, they knew, and you know what's coming sometimes in these one-on-ones. With Jacoby Lane, they knew it was coming, and their DB coach was right there, and they were they were going at him, sticking their hand in their chest, physical with him, and that threw him off his route from the jump. It stunned things, and he wasn't really able to do much after that. I think that there's going to have to be more, and you can't fully view things off of one-on-ones, but was my biggest concern. Jacoby Lane, not super polished. He can go up and make plays. We know how impressive the hands are, but when guys get physical with him, how is he able to move away from it? How is he able to respond to a jam? How are these things going to come about? And it's going to take time. I think it could take years before he's fully comfortable taking jam from some of these veteran DBs, guys who have stuck way better receivers than what Jacoby Lane is just to this point in his career. I'm not concerned. I think Jacoby Lane is going to be a solid receiver here, but I don't think that we're going to see these regular highlight plays that we're seeing at camp. I think they're going to give him some chances. He will be on the field a little bit, but Tez Walker, I think, is going to have an impact as a third wide receiver. The wide receiver was a different position than some of these one spots where the left tackle staying in the game all game. Like wide receiver, that third wide receiver, you can slide LaJohntay Wester in there as the smaller guy if you're in a certain package. You can put Tez Walker out there with his length and what he can do at his size. So I'm not fully concerned, but I do think it's going to take some time. But playing into that, he might have to be good to go right away because of everything you have going on with Rashad Bateman, which I did want to get your input on. Do you think, based off of what we've heard to now, you had come out that first it breaks that Rashad Bateman had hit the windshield with the baby in the back, and then TMZ reports, which got debunked from the wife, but or the baby mama, that he put his hands on her and then she said no, that I took that statement back. Do you think that he will escape any possible suspension?
That's a really tough question to answer because when people recant their stories, I believe they should not be disciplined because these things happen. I don't know what happened. None of us know what happened here. It doesn't sound like, all this stuff that I think there's a lot of over-dramatization with, she had cuts. Now I'm hearing she didn't have any cuts. It was a broken glass. I got it. I think he prevented her from passing. And I don't think I didn't hear any reports of him hitting her. It was like he prevented her from, blocking a doorway, whatever the hell, goes on. This happens in people's homes, sadly. It just does. And if it's not physical abuse, they had a fight. I don't know. I don't know what happened. So that's tough, but I do know what they did to Ezekiel Elliott, where, the NFL is kind of crazy with their discipline, where some guys get away with, outrageous behavior. And then Zeke Elliott, they had a female investigator interview the complainant in that case. The investigator said she found the woman to be not, reliable. She didn't believe her at all. So now you've got your own investigator telling you, I don't believe her story, and yet you go ahead and suspend the guy. So there's that. Then you got a guy that throws, his girlfriend on a couch full of guns. He's physically abusing her, and basically nothing happens to him. And so I don't know. And Adrian Peterson, that one to me was the most egregious. He's whipping his kid with a switch and causing cuts on him and all kinds of injuries. But they're so uneven, it's really hard to predict. I don't know. So, and it may be delayed. So who the hell knows when this is going to happen?
Yeah, and it's hard to tell. And also with reporting, that's why I'm always slow with reacting to anything, especially if TMZ putting stuff out. You never know where they're getting stuff from and how they're pushing it. But it is tough to figure out. And honestly, if there were a suspension, I don't think it's this year. I think week 1, Bateman's going to be a go. And what I've seen from him, again, now I take it with a grain of salt because Rashad Bateman has been, Jacoby Lane was the All-Pro this camp, but Rashad Bateman has been an All-Pro at camp before. It is really clean in the red zone, though. And like that's something that would be very beneficial for Declan Doyle in year 1 to have somebody that has that success in the red zone because Zay Flowers is special. Zay Flowers does a lot of things well. The one issue with him has been his inability to score in the end zone. And some of that is because he's smaller. He can't go up and get the ball like some of these other guys when they're down there. Rashad Bateman, that great year, 9 touchdowns, didn't have 1,000,000 yards, didn't crash 1,000, but he had in the 700s. If Rashad Bateman can just be that red zone force, because I'm still concerned about the tight ends. I am. I think Mark Andrews is going to be better than what we've seen at camp, but I don't think he's going to be what Mark Andrews once was.
No.
You have 2 rookies that are question marks, and you have Durham Smythe, who's a blocker. That's just what it is. Maybe he'll catch
I thought Andrews looked good the other day, though.
He did.
Yeah.
And some of that also to that, and I'm sure you remember it, the last Commander, like Andrews is one of those like get up for it guys where when you have another team in town, and he started the fight last time, we threw the football at Emmanuel Forbes, but Andrews is one of those guys that I'm not totally worried. And I know he's been a camp player sometimes, but I'm not worried about it because week 1, I think he will be more in a game.
Me too. He was very vocal at the joint practice as well. He to me emerged as his leadership came out because he was actually talking up the guys there. So I mean that to me was a good sign, and he looked good on the field.
Yeah, and also it's going to be important for him because as you say, he needs to be vocal when you have Matthew Hibner and Josh Cuevas as 2 rookies who haven't done it before, who are stepping in it, and both of them just talk about they can go to him for anything. And they say the same thing about Smythe, who, again, Smythe hasn't been an amazing receiving tight end, but he's been in the league for years. He's stuck around Miami for a long time. He went to Chicago and had success because he's on the field as a blocking role. But Cuevas, I think Hibner is going to be the more vertical guy who can catch the football a little bit. Cuevas, I think, has to play. We talked about Ricard being gone earlier. Cuevas is going to have to be a blocking guy if he's on the team on Sundays, if he's not in a healthy scratch.
Yeah, tight end room is one of the most interesting positions on the team to me. And I don't know if you know, I'm sure you noticed, but I don't know if you were there because then you came a little. They were in 12 personnel. They had 2 tight ends to the left of Ronnie Stanley, and I'm wondering if they're going to start doing that this year because you get Derrick Henry, Lamar, now you don't have Ricard, but they were in 12. I was like, I watched them line up. I was like, that's interesting to see. If maybe they're going to do more of that this year.
Yeah, I think Declan Doyle is going to be a very interesting. I think he's going to bring a lot to this team that they haven't seen before on the offensive side. And again, this is the first time in 3 years that we do have a new offensive coordinator. So we are looking for things because when Tom Munkin came in, we're acting like we just found internet with some of the stuff that they were bringing in compared to what Greg Roman had in that vault that was so damn deep. And it is interesting. He's now the run game coordinator with the Giants, so their run game might be really damn good up there. But coming up next, we will stick with the Ravens. So talk about the tight ends. Is there one of those guys that might be fighting for a spot? Maybe not roster spot, but could they be fighting for maybe one of them is a healthy scratch every week? We'll talk about that, the roster battles in general, because I think this year it is legit. The Ravens are always good at finding 1 or 2 UDFAs that are solid. We've talked about one. We'll get back to him a little bit. But coming up next, as I said, who are the guys on this roster right now fighting for a spot, especially in tonight's game, the final preseason game? That's coming up next on the Big Bad Morning Show.
This football season, 105.7 The Fan brings you unparalleled analysis of the purple and black. Beginning September 9th, it's Baltimore Football Weekly with Ken McCusick and Femi Ayimbadejo. From the film room to the locker room, Ken breaks down the tape and Femi gives you the player perspective. Baltimore Football Weekly, Wednesday nights, 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Elephant in the Room in Millersville. On 105.7 The Fan.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Labor Day sale and get 35% off paints and stains August 28th through September 9th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select one game from 32 team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered or sponsored this sweepstakes in any way.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon in St. Louis, the Birds miss out on another series sweep.
Tap towards first, in the hole, gloved by Burleson, finds O'Brien to finish the ball game.
The final call from Ben Wagner on Masson. Leota Taveras grounds out to end it, sealing a 7-5 Cardinals win as the O's fall to 4-8 in games in which they could clinch a sweep. Baltimore did climb out of a 6-1 hole to make this one interesting late, but they were unable to overcome a shaky outing by Trevor Rogers, low-lighted by a 3-run homer off the bat of Blaze Jordan and a 2-run shot from former Oriole Ramon Arias. Kobe Mayo did go yard in the losing effort, and Gunnar Henderson slapped an RBI double to left in the 8th. Unfortunately, the loss drops the Birds a half game further out of the AL's final wildcard spot. They currently trail the Cleveland Guardians by 3 games. Tonight, the O's are in Sacramento, opening up a 3-game series with the A's. And the Fan will get you prepped for Game 1 of 3 with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Watershed at Cross Street Market from 6 to 7 p.m. First pitch from the West Coast, scheduled for 9:40 Eastern. And tonight at the Bank, the Ravens finish off their preseason schedule with a matchup against the Washington Commanders, kickoff slated for 6 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with a chance for evening storms, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Joel LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and your home for the most Ravens coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ravens back on the preseason field tonight. They're home playing the Commanders. Get down there early because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people coming in from D.C. That area probably be pretty packed for a preseason game. Big rivalry there. The Commanders won their Super Bowl just a few years back when they beat the Ravens, ending that streak. That was a Super Bowl. I was there for that. The way that fan base reacted. I argue with Cordell about it all the time. That fan base, I'd never seen anything like it for people were touching me, and I'm like, dude, you guys want a preseason game. But again, at that time, Baltimore prioritized preseason.
Correct.
And we could never escape that, but they finally lost, and you did. But they've got their own streak started now. Jesse Minter comes in and wins 2 straight. But to that, there are going to be a few guys. And now that they've shortened the preseason to just 3 games, I think the 3rd game has become more important. It used to be that 4th game you'd watch, it was mostly dudes who are practice squad at best. Now that this 3rd game, it's just 3 games. Not only is it going to be guys fighting for a spot on the roster, but there's also position battles still going on. We talk about center, which we'll get to in just a minute. But in terms of guys who, in my opinion, are fighting their way on the roster, Adisa Isaac stands out to me.
Yeah.
You touched on what else they have at edge rusher. I know we're going to get to it more and more throughout the show. Adisa Isaac, I know he's a former 3rd-round pick, and we talked about it with Heston Kjerstad earlier, but at some point, you have to cut ties if you have better.
You do. That's what's so tough about this. I do like the way they do it now, though, where they weren't pressured to cut people along the preseason, and now it's just you wait till the preseason's over. This is the 3rd and final game. Sunday they make their cuts after practice. That's how it's going to go. So I like that. I agree with you on him, by the way. The ones I'm looking at though is the competition between Rashid Ali and Adam Randall, because Randall was the owner's pick.
Right.
I mean, so I'm kind of like, that was Bisciotti's pick. So that's going to be an interesting decision to make, because you've got Derrick Henry and Justice Hill, and then you got who's getting that 3rd spot, So that's it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. And of course, the guy that really has got my attention, and I've been following him for years at Texas, is Ethan Burke. And now he's caught everybody's attention, because if you just search stories on the internet about players' roster move, roster questions of who's going to be cut, like the most recent ones from 2 days ago, yesterday, Burke's picture is on top. How he was not drafted is beyond me. He's got the size, he had the pedigree. He was a Longhorn. He didn't play for East Lansing, S. Pimple University, He played for.
Well, I think he might have been recruited by them, but turned them down.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, but he played for the University of Texas, and he was good. I mean, he had his pass rushing ability. He knocks down passes. He's tall. He's like 6'6". He is 6'6". And I don't know how he wasn't drafted. And apparently, talking to people at the Ravens, they don't know either. I don't know, because they didn't. But I think he is going to get a roster spot because he plays teams, and he's one that I just find really intriguing. But the running back battle is one, I guess, and of course, Ethan Burke. I said Randall and Rashid Ali. Maybe I wonder if Posic's going to make the roster. I guess he will because of the injury.
Posick will be there.
Yeah.
But to that, my question is, who wins the battle tonight?
Yeah.
I think tonight is very important for both sides. Jovan Gwynn showed really well in game 1. Game 2 was a little bit of a step back, but he's been solid at camp. Mm-hmm. Ethan Posick, we've seen it in NFL games, so you don't have to have the worry you have with Gwynn where it's inexperience. but he's still recovering from the Achilles injury. You don't know that he's 100% right now. Maybe down the stretch, it's a flip-in if Jovan Gwynn's struggling. But I think tonight, that is a true battle that people need to be watching.
Yeah, it's important. It's really vitally important. I know that, the interior line of faceless, you don't really even know who the hell they are. If it wasn't your team, you couldn't name 5 offensive linemen in the NFL, because you're not playing them in fantasy, so you don't know who they are. But it's important because not only do they have to handle the ball every play, but they call the offensive line. They make the line calls. So it's between them and the quarterback. It's a really important position.
Yeah, with Pinner going down, you're not in a great spot.
No.
410-583-1057 is the number. It's the Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. I want to go out to the phone lines now. Kevin in Ellicott City wants to talk Ravens. What's going on, Kevin?
What's going on, Ben and Ed?
How you doing, Kevin?
Joe, man, Friday. I'm excited for our football team this evening. I kind of like that we work with the other teams like y'all been talking about because, the inter-squad stuff is just for the team itself, That's how we get our thing rolling. But I think with the receivers, Ben, I think catching the ball with our veterans and our big playmakers will be contagious for the younger guys. And like you said, I'm interested to see Surratt still get in there, make some big plays or some catches, Jacoby as well. I mean, LaJohntay Wester still got some work to do in his game, but we're at a good point with the football right now. I'm interested to see the other guys that you were mentioning tonight, too. I think it's a good opportunity to work against the Commandos and get Cordell all riled up.
I appreciate the call, Kevin.
It was funny hanging out with Cordell at the joint practice because, he's wearing a Ravens credential, but that's not who he's rooting for.
Well, I told the joke last night. We're standing there. I'm standing right next to him, and we're on the offensive field. And I hear next to me, and again, we're just sitting there. Man, Jane's over there dotting them up. I just look over like, I got to get over there. Cordell gets over there. Jane's throwing the ball into the ground. Yeah. Jane, the offense is horrible. And he's like, man, the first 2 plays. No, I don't want to hear that. Yeah. I don't want to hear. I literally, it was just since Cordell said, man, Jane's over there dotting them up from after. I just kept joking with him about it last night. He was laughing. But like early on, you're still trying to figure out communication. Things are going on. The defense was getting after it. And to Kevin's point, these joint practices are awesome for me. They're always the most important to get out there for.
Me too.
Because I've seen them go up against each other every day.
Yes.
I know dudes aren't trying to get hurt. When you're out there and somebody's busting your ass for 2 straight plays, it's like, this dude's on another team. I need to start turning it on.
Yeah, no, I think they're more valuable than the preseason games. I mean that because I've always gone to joint practices. That's why I'm so happy I could make this one. Because it's not only they're not playing against their own players, but you see the ones out there. That doesn't happen, in preseason games. Lamar was playing. The one, Derrick Henry was playing. The ones were out there, and that's who you got to see this week, the joint practice. So I think it's a really valuable tool because tonight you're not going to see those guys.
Without a doubt. 410-583-1057 is the number. 8:45, we'll get back to the Ravens. What's the biggest question mark on this team heading into the season? Is it wide receiver position, which we've touched on? We'll get to that at 8:45. 8:30, Bordy's going to join us. We're going to talk some O's with him. See how he feels. Does he think Heston Kjerstad might be the next guy to be called up? But coming up next, a big joke, the NCAA. the ACC joined other Power 4 conferences banning returning players as well as the injunction against the SEC in doing the same. But it still feels like every time you think something, the judge whose favorite team is LSU, you know what? We're going to make it fine. They can still play. It's just a really, really ugly situation as a whole, the NCAA in general, and it's been getting that way for a few years now. We're going to get to that next on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Friday, September 25th through Sunday, September 27th. It's the 2026 Avena Maryland Italian Festival, presented by Jarrettsville Furniture and hosted by the Society of Italian American Businessmen. Come out to Ripken Stadium in Aberdeen for live music, carnival rides and games, authentic Italian cuisine, and numerous retail vendors and performance artists. Plus, appearances by Mario and Luigi, and fireworks on both Friday and Saturday night for the kids. For tickets and info, visit www.marylanditalianfestival.com.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Labor Day sale is on, and doorbusters start at just $3.99, plus no interest financing and free delivery and setup. But that's not all. Ashley's throwing in a free smart TV up to 75 inches. Ashley's Labor Day sale is happening now.
Your home will sell guaranteed. Hire the Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty. If Lee can't find you a buyer, he'll buy it himself. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity Cybersecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
Is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi? We did. Kind of the whole point.
well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
Our fantasy commish says for him it's all about the friendships. Cute, but I play to win. Like with Bet365. I get paid the second my team goes up big with early payout, and I get profit boost before the game starts with Early Bird Special. Enjoy the friends, Kevin. I'll take the wins on Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. Claim an app. T&Cs apply.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select one game from 32 team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered or sponsored this sweepstakes in any way.
Baltimore area Chick-fil-A restaurants are proud to partner with the Maryland State Fair to support food pantries in Greater Baltimore. Bring 5 non-perishable food items today, August 28th, for free admission. 1 entry per 5 food items. Rides are individually priced.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway very slow from 95 all the way to Providence on the east side. 95 southbound just before exit 53. That's 395 Cal Ripken Way. A vehicle fire still has the right lane and the right shoulder blocked. Has you backed up to O'Donnell Street. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from the 895 split through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
The biggest conversation, one of the biggest conversations, is on this, and in college sports right now in general. These guys going professional, or being in their 8th year, being older than me and getting ready to play another year of college sports.
Yeah.
And finally, it does feel like we're starting to see some conferences go against it. The ACC is the latest. They passed a resolution Thursday banning professionals from returning to college in football, plus men and women's basketball, joining other Power 4 conferences and setting the fourth eligibility enforcement. Listen, I think a lot of times players deserve certain things. These dudes who just got in professional coaching, and again, reading that sentence out loud is crazy that I have to explain that in this year, but that's just where college sports have kind of gone. There's something to be said about learning professional coaching and being around professional athletes. All right, I'm going to work against you. You know what? Now I'm going to go back and face this 18-year-old kid or the 17-year-old who enrolled early and is still working there. There's red shirts. There's things for this. There's JUCO players who are going up to the next level. Fine for this. But now we have professionals doing right now, and it's been infuriating, and I'm glad to see conferences pushing back.
I am too. And I'm glad to see them pushing back because one person I really don't like in college football is Lane Kiffin. And it's just, it's like...
I agree.
It's just, he's, he's always at the center of these things. I think he's deserted his teams. He's left them in the lurch. He did it to Ole Miss, I think, the last move. And it's just, I picked them to go to the national championship actually last year, if you remember. But, he just leaves like, he burns bridges everywhere he goes. Everywhere he goes, he burns bridges. And now you have this. And again, you have the same kind of slimy connection where they're going to LSU. Oh, yeah, but where'd they play before? Oh, that's right. Ole Miss. Yeah. Okay. So he's all about this and all involved in this. So I'm glad they pushed back because this is just getting ridiculous. I mean, it's gotten out of hand.
It has. And Lane Kiffin, of course, he's in the front of it. And oh, by the way, let's go to their men's basketball side, who has one of the slimiest coaches, Will Wade, who he's been doing stuff for years. And again, I don't love going at him for cheating because Coach K was doing it at Duke and it was fine. We turn our head when Duke does it, but we catch Will Wade up for it. But Will Wade's bringing in dudes who have played professionally. RJ Lewis, who was in the NCAA tournament, was a darling 2 years ago, plays G League for a year. You know what? Come back to college and see if you can figure it out now. Like, I'm just infuriated. And oh, by the way, Kim Mulkey, their women's basketball coach, is trying to do it. Like, this is crazy. LSU just does not care. And of course, they want to win. They also have the judges down there, diehard LSU fans. They're big Ed O fans when he was there and all of these things. No, it's not just LSU, though. Other schools are doing it, but when LSU. And last year, we had a few frustrations. James Najee, who played in the G League, was drafted on draft night, goes to Baylor in the middle of the season. And he was drafted, things didn't work, whatever. But he goes to Baylor in the middle of the season. There were other coaches infuriated. And it's when this is allowed, it's the tough balance of respecting the sport and wanting to be morally correct and also saying, well, we're going to get left behind if all these damn coaches want to pick up dudes. That's why Lane Kiffin wants to be the dude who starts it. Lane Kiffin wants his face on every magazine. I could go on and on about him. I really do not like the guy.
I'm with you. I'm the same way with him.
He's a coward. And in 2 years, he's going to leave LSU for the NFL. Yeah. He'll burn that bridge. He'll go to the NFL and suck just like he did before and come back to college and burn every bridge he goes to. That's the guy he is. That's who he is. I'm not afraid to say it. If you haven't seen the documentary on ESPN, go watch that. It really tells who he truly is. He doesn't
I have not actually.
Oh, it's good. It shows.
This is just my own opinion. I didn't see this.
Oh no, it's really good. It just shows what he did to Tennessee, and you're building something up. You're selling these kids one thing, and then you like boosters hate him. Some players hate him. People who cover him hate him. He doesn't. Nobody likes him except for the few players that he does get on board. I don't think he's a bad coach. It has nothing to do with coaching. I think he's a fine coach, but he drags himself down with the way that he acts and the way he handles things. And this is just another thing. But I'm glad to see big name conferences pushing against it because if they don't, the NCAA is just going to have every damn judge who the most meaningless judge ever can say, you know what? We're going to allow this for this state. And guys are going to appeal things, and things are still somehow going to slip through the cracks just because the NCAA is so damn corrupt.
The whole, college sports in general. The NCAA is, and it's toothless. I mean, they don't really serve a purpose anymore. So I don't know what the hell they do, and I don't know why they still exist, but I think that will change in the next, 5 years or so. But Kiffin is he's a special guy, man. He really is not in a good way. He just, boy.
And what he did last year, and 410-583-1057 is the number. It's the Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. I know we can rip the NCAA all day, but we can rip Kiffin a little bit because I don't think we've gotten to that enough. What he did last year for a team in the college football playoff, you got a team that's going well. He makes it about himself, per usual. And then just this team is playing good damn football. They're awesome. They're fun to watch. Very fun to watch. I enjoyed watching Ole Miss, and I don't like the guy, but again, I respect him as a coach. Yeah. They're playing that way, and down the stretch, I respect the university for making him make a decision. I don't know that it would have gotten out this bad if he would have handled things the right way, but the way that he'll answer certain things at pressers, and I don't know if you've seen it. There was a writer who he didn't like, and they kind of went up to him and were asking him a question for an interview or whatever, and he acted like he was going to put his hands on him. It was, and this was a younger guy. But I give the guy credit. He didn't stand out. He was right there with him, standing there questioning him, are you kidding me right now? And Lane Kiffin was about to put his hands on him. It was a pretty ugly situation. But again, Lane Kiffin, he talks big and bad. And then when people say something about him in the media, he gets all butthurt.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like that, though.
There are.
There are a lot of people like that.
A lot. So. Especially, and again, once you're in that position that Lane Kiffin's in, it's you got to be fine. But the one specific dude that he had brought in, Daquan Wright, and it was really funny. We heard Jesse Minter was asked about it. Todd Monken was asked about it. Todd Monken doesn't hold back. Todd Monken's pressers are the best. Todd Monken just sitting there I don't know what the F's going on. Straight up, he was just...
I could listen to him talk all day.
All day. Every day of the week. It would be so fun.
He sounds the funniest sound bites. He sounds like Funkhauser. He's fantastic. I miss him, actually.
And he doesn't hold back. He's
he
not
doesn't,
afraid.
No.
That's what I always respected about him for the Ravens. Sometimes... Again, and I understand it. John Harbaugh, when he's speaking, sometimes will give you something. Sometimes will hold everything back because you don't want to tell opposing squads what you're doing, whatever. Todd Monken, it stood out last year with Keaton Mitchell. Or was he last year or 2 years ago? I think it was last year, early in the year. People were like, why is Keaton Mitchell not touching the football? Coming into the season, Todd Monken said, he was asked about Keaton Mitchell. That was a pretty hot topic. Todd Monken's like, we got Derrick Henry. Sawyer, we have Derrick Henry. I think it might have been 2 years ago, but he was basically saying, we have Derrick Henry. You guys need to understand things are a little different when Derrick Henry's on the team. Before, when Keaton Mitchell first exploded in 23, we didn't have him. And after that, I'm like, man, I don't know. I trust Monk. I think we might see less Keaton Mitchell. Sure as hell, the first few weeks, he's got just a few carries and people are questioning it. I'm like, I did hear it from Monk, so I kind of expected it.
Yes, and you do have Derrick Henry, who gets better the more you play him. He's not a guy you got to, baby. You need to get him going. So he's better in the fourth quarter than the first. He's better in December than September. So that's who he is.
410-583-1057 is the number. At 8:45, we'll get back to the Ravens. Is wide receiver the biggest question mark for this roster heading into cutdown weekend? Maybe. Did you think they should have added a vet? Is there another position that you're more concerned about? I know a lot of people talk about center. We'll get to that at 8:45. But coming up next, Mike Bordick, Orioles Hall of Famer, BBT analyst on this station. He's going to join us, talk about the upcoming series, the West Coast trip, what he thought about St. Louis. How do they need to finish this road trip to still be in that playoff picture? We'll talk to Bordy next on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Baltimore, feeling overwhelmed by mattress options? There's an easier way. Visit Mattress Firm today and upgrade your sleep during their best sale of the year. Their sleep experts guide you to the perfect bed without the hassle. With a curated selection and options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. Don't miss the best sale of the year at Mattress Firm. They make sleep easy.
Want more cash? You can get a $450 bonus after your first 45 deliveries with Uber Eats. That's a bonus $150 for every 15 deliveries. But what if you're seeing other apps? That's cool. We're not the jealous type. So go ahead, add Uber Eats to your roster and sign up to start delivering. You can get a $450 bonus after 45 deliveries when you start delivering with Uber Eats. Sign up now. Complete within 14 days of sign up, ends 11/1. Terms apply. See app for details.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Now, the Bay Bridge spokesbirds.
Go to baybridge.com.
Spike, is that you inside a giant egg?
Otis, I'm hatching a plan to avoid Bay Bridge traffic.
Great idea, Spike. Does it involve baybridge.com?
You bet, Otis. Tell him, lady.
Hatch your plan for smooth travel when crossing the bay at baybridge.com. Get traffic info and live cameras all in one spot.
Baybridge.com. Now that's how you hatch a plan.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Summer clearance is on at Cherry Chevrolet. Save up to $12,000 on new Chevrolet Silverados and Tahoes. Plus clearance pricing on used cars and trucks. But hurry, shop cherrychevrolet.com or visit Cherry Chevrolet on East Joppa Road.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. Check out their Timonium location during the Maryland State Fair. Hang out in the renovated restaurant. And if you're watching the races, the Costas Inn patio offers grab-and-go options and full-service bars on the second floor of the grandstand during the Maryland State Fair.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound just before exit 53. Still a mess from that earlier vehicle fire. The right lane and the right shoulder blocked. Also 95 southbound at exit 55. That's Key Highway, an accident there. 95 is backed up all the way to Moravia Road. 895, you're on the brakes, Moravia through the Harbor Tunnel. And the Beltway Outer Loop, very slow from Bel Air Road to Providence. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more information.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The O's fell short of a sweep yesterday in St. Louis, losing to the Cardinals 7-5, and the blame for this one has to fall on starter Trevor Rogers. The O's ace surrendered 6 earned runs over 5 innings of work, with Blaze Jordan and Ramon Arias doing the bulk of the damage with 3-run and 2-run homers respectively. The long ball has been a real issue for Rogers this season, as he set a new career high yesterday with 16 homers surrendered this season. After the game, he spoke on his outing, and it seemed he was searching for answers after another frustrating defeat.
Honestly, it's kind of hard to say. I thought I pitched really well. I was attacking the zone the way I wanted to. I think just lately the homers have been killing me. I'm going to give up base hits. That's baseball, but the damage lately it's just been the homers. So try to figure out how to get the ball on the ground more consistently, and I wouldn't really change a whole lot other than that.
Despite taking 2 of 3 in St. Louis, the Birds find themselves further out of the final AL wildcard spot than where they started. Baltimore trails Cleveland by 3 games as their road trip rolls on to Sacramento. The Fan will get you prepped for tonight's Game 1 of 3 against the Athletics with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Watershed at Cross Street Market from 6 to 7 p.m. First pitch from the West Coast, scheduled for 9:40 Eastern. And tonight in Baltimore, the Ravens finish up their preseason slate with a matchup against the Commanders. Kickoff from the bank, slated for 6 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with a chance for evening storms, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Orioles road trip got off to a pretty strong start. Weren't able to get the sweep, but did take 2 of 3 from the Cardinals in St. Louis. Joining us now to talk about it on the Fan Guest Hotline, sponsored by Window Nation, is Mike Bordick, Orioles Hall of Famer. What's going on, Bordy? How you doing?
kidnapped.
What's going on, Bordy?
Wait, what happened?
Oh, sorry, that's my.
Hey, I'm good.
Yeah, I got you. All right.
Oh my gosh! Wait a second. Finally, I didn't screw up.
No.
Right.
This was something.
Not yet.
Okay.
Stay with us.
Yeah,
though.
right. Ed?
Stay with us, Bordy. Stay with us. No. How'd you feel about this past series? I know a lot of times we've complained they're able to get the first few games of a series, but that last one, for some teams, you're fine losing, winning a series. But this team right now, with the way that this playoff picture is rolling itself out, they need to be able to complete some of these sweeps. Were you pleased with taking 2 or 3 in St. Louis, or did you think they needed the third?
Well, they had the opportunity, so you might as well do it, right? I mean, I guess I admired their fight to the end. Sometimes this offense, it just goes completely silent, and you wonder what the heck happens, man, because after so much, I guess, excitement over the prior 2 games with the offense, how it just kept exploding for crooked numbers, man. You were hoping they could find some consistency. It didn't come until the end, and unfortunately, not quite enough. But overall, I was very pleased with how they played, and there were a lot of reasons why. I think the bullpen looked pretty good in some instances, but some of the young hitters were starting to, use the whole field, and it seemed like they were playing with just more intent, urgency to win, instead of just kind of laying back.
Hey, Bordy, the pitching staff has been, I think, pretty good all season. Boz has been, I think he's been outstanding, and certainly the record doesn't reflect it. But now they're all starting to hit their career innings limits already, and it's not yet September. I mean, Boz, Bradish, Rogers, Young are all right about their max, and they're going to exceed it. Any concern about this going into September?
Yeah, I mean, I do. I just feel uneasy about it. I guess it's always been a mystery, right? How long, especially, in the recent health concerns with pitchers. So they put these magical numbers on these arms, 100 pitches, and they kind of have an innings thing around 200, but it's even hard to get to that nowadays. But I guess my biggest concern is the risk of injury goes up if guys start getting fatigued, right? And Bradish, it's obvious that he's kind of fatiguing here at the end, and he hasn't really pitched a lot in 2 years. So there should be a genuine concern for that. And I hope the Orioles are watching this, because if there are mechanical breakdowns with as hard and as aggressive as these guys are throwing these pitches, stuff blows up, man. And that's why, guys come back from Tommy John, next thing you know, their shoulder's hurting them. So they really have to monitor this with all of their arms. I think Young's in this uncharted territory. Really, like you said, Trevor Rogers too, all of them are just kind of getting down. Now, you'd like to see them kind of grit their teeth and go, but I don't like seeing these arms get, going down all the time. And the Orioles have been incredible at keeping their rotation healthy this year. Hopefully they can, and they probably have a better, their finger on the pulse of it all. But it just seems risky to me to take a chance with a guy like Bradish after you've, just locked them up for 5 years. Why just keep pushing your horse guy? But like I said, they probably know better than I.
And what's shocked most of us, that rotation has been what's held this team up as much as they can this season. The offense just has not been there consistently. I think we've seen sparks like we saw in St. Louis. Do you think that we could see the offense explode a little bit now that you're getting 2 very, very hitty-friendly parks? You got Colorado on the road. You have Sac Town and how the ball flies there. Do you think we're going to see this offense show kind of what the expectation was all year coming up forward?
Well, I feel good about it, that's for sure. And I think we've all been hoping that it's Gunnar that kind of turns things around. But I think what we've witnessed is that, oh my gosh, Colton Cowser can get hits off lefties too. And Kobe Mayo is just continuing to flourish against lefties. I mean, he's just so dominant. Obviously, Pete Alonso, Jackson Holiday seems to be settling in a little bit better. Beavers is having better at-bats. I don't know, man. I just feel better about the offense. And I know it comes in waves with this team. And that's my biggest worry and concern is that, my gosh, when they go cold, they can go cold in a heartbeat. But like I said, it feels like they played with a different kind of focus, a different kind of intent, like scoreboard playing. The other night when Colton Cowser, it was a tie game, and he went the other way with a pitch, I about came out of my seat. I was so astonished that he wasn't trying to hit a home run, that he was understanding that I better just go the other way, get on base, and pass the baton. And the Orioles were so good at that. Yeah, they still have incredible power, but I think we see time and time again, when they try to hit home runs, they suck. When they play baseball, they're really good. So stay within yourself. Use the whole field. Pete Alonso has been the ultimate pro and example on how to be a great hitter in Major League Baseball. Not a great power hitter, but a great hitter. The ability to hit for power all fields. The ability to get base hits to all fields. The ability to understand the scoreboard and what to do and really what's, asked of him as a hitter. He's just been incredible and so much fun to watch. And I think guys are starting to understand that a little bit better. And that might be all they need to make this, push here at the end. I mean, it's right in front of them, man. And if they can lock into that, because their defense looks a little bit better as well.
What about the fact that they're playing in some very hitter-friendly parks now coming up, and they have a lot of power? They're going to go to Coors Light and then to Coors in the next couple of days. Yeah. And I searching the history. I know you hit a home run against the Rockies, but I think that was at Shea when you were with the Mets. But what's it really like out there, and is it that noticeable difference for Major League hitters?
Yeah, I think it is, man. The ball flies. This is the problem, okay? This is my biggest concern offensively. Now, these guys seem to be, running a little bit better, smoother offensively, consistently, finding ways to win. If all of a sudden they think they're going to be a home run hitting team and go down to Colorado and hit 10 home runs and win, yeah, they may need some home runs, but if they start getting outside of themselves, and this is the discipline that is going to separate them, hopefully from other teams down the stretch, just a more complete offense. Because, Gunnar Henderson has flied out more to right field, weak pop-ups than, I know he's still hitting home runs and stuff, but it's impacted his average, his on-base percentage, his overall offensive game. Jackson Holliday, you can tell when he tries to hit a home run, oh my gosh, his whole backside collapses. He doesn't stay over the baseball or the plate. And now Colton Cowser's starting to show you the other side of the field. Even Basayo, that might have looked like an awkward swing, but there was intent to stay inside the baseball with that swing. So good results came of it. So, yeah, I just hope they discipline themselves offensively to say, let's just keep passing the baton, hitting behind runners, getting on base, and the home runs will naturally happen with a good offensive approach.
We're talking to Mike Bordick on the Fan Guest Hotline, sponsored by Window Nation. Bordy, the rosters expand very, very soon, and a conversation we had earlier, he's had a few opportunities. He's mastered AAA. There's questions whether it might be the 4A player, or has there been enough opportunities? Is Heston Kjerstad finally going to get that call and at least get some opportunity down the stretch once the rosters expand?
Well, he should. It wouldn't surprise me. I know they don't get to expand as much as they used to, that's for sure. So that hurts. But, yeah, he's worked his way back. They're going to lose him anyway, right, if they don't, find out what they have. So, and it's another opportunity to possibly showcase them. Now, I know AAA is a good place to showcase guys as well. I think there's some pretty good talent down there. But like you said, there's a lot of 4A players, and I think there's a lot of 4A players in the big leagues right now. That's the name of the game. A 4A player is an inconsistent player. Now, is he going to have enough bat to overcome the defense? Is he just going to be a one-trick pony, kind of like Mayo against left-handed hitters? Can he be that guy against right-handed hitters? And if so, is the Orioles roster going to allow them to utilize just a one-dimensional player again? Because if they don't change their philosophy and understand the importance of defense, we're going to be watching the same crap, year in and year out. So you got to find better defenders, but you got to see what you got, because there are other guys you can trick out there. And what I mean by guys are teams, and you could possibly trade guys like Kjerstad that still might have a little bit of value that bat can present. Yeah, I hope they give these young guys, or I know he's not as young anymore, but opportunities to kind of showcase their skill a little bit. And every day in the big leagues is really considered as an experience. So he's a former big league player. He's got to get back up there and kind of see what he can do, and the Orioles need to see what he can do as well.
Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. Bordy, thank you so much for taking the time. When's the next time we can hear you on here, and what's going on with the podcast?
Oh, my goodness. Well, thanks for asking, Ben. Yeah, the podcast's going great. Be More Sports Pod. We had the Polar Bear on there, and this guy's so awesome, and I know you guys know that. But to hear him talk, on the podcast, how he just seems so genuine about everything and cares so much about helping this community. So it was a treat for Jerry and I to, talk shop with him. And it was right after he had that controversial home run. So that was pretty exciting as well. Yeah, the Be More Sports Pod. And as far as coming back on 105.7, next week, I think it's Tuesday, we'll be back on BBT. So looking forward to talking Orioles and hopefully talking about some more winning baseball as they take on the Rockies.
Thanks so much for joining us, Bordy.
All right, you guys. Take care, man. See ya.
Coming up at 9:15, we will give out our shovels. If you have a shovel, call or text 410-583-1057 is the number. But coming up next, the Ravens, we'll get back to football. Is wide receiver the biggest question mark for this roster heading into cutdown weekend? Could we find out a little bit more about the position tonight? That's coming up next on The Morning Show.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie, 3 Deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Green Bay Packers running back Josh Jacobs was formally charged with misdemeanor counts of battery and criminal damage to property stemming from a May incident. His attorneys noted the official charges do not include domestic violence. The Packers and NFL are actively monitoring the legal situation for potential league discipline. The Packers may be without their star running back for 6 games. I'm Addie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select one game from 32 team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary, must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered or sponsored this sweepstakes in any way.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI.
Ready for your next great adventure? Find it at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air during our summer sell-a-thon. Score hot summer savings, top dollar for your trade, and drive home in the Ford you've been dreaming about. We're reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway, very slow from Bel Air Road to Providence. And then on the west side, an accident just past exit 18 has the right shoulder blocked. 95 southbound at exit 55, that's Key Highway. An accident has the right shoulder blocked. Also, 95 southbound is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Moravia through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
You make me feel so good inside. I've always wanted a girl just like you. You're such a purity. Pretty young thing.
It's Friday.
Friday.
We had Thursday yesterday. It was Friday too.
Friday Eve, babe.
Yeah, exactly.
Friday Eve, babe.
We got it back-to-back days. I'm glad that we have, but
weekend begins at 10.
Yes, exactly. A lot of talk with this Ravens team. What is the biggest question mark you have coming into the season? And some have wide receiver. A lot of people were pushing for Stephon Diggs. Some people were pushing for Jawan Jennings. Mike Evans at the beginning. Now, Mike Evans signed for way too much money with San Francisco. Yeah. That's a whole other thing. But there were veteran wide receivers a lot of people were interested in, and the Ravens did not bring one in. They're fine with their group. Is that the biggest position of concern for you, or
no?
Another one? I think I know where we're going here.
Offensive line. Yeah, definitely the biggest position of concern because these guys have not played together. And you really need to play together to be a cohesive unit because the offensive line has to be synchronized. And they haven't been, and they didn't look great either. And, I don't think Ronnie looked that good in the joint practice. No. He was getting manhandled quite a bit. So I'm really concerned about it. The center position obviously has been of concern. I think Vega's going to be fine, even as a rookie at right guard because he's such a powerful guy. He's unusually strong man in a field of strong men. I mean, you're playing against the strongest guys in the country, essentially, and he stands out. So I'm not concerned about him. But the other positions are kind of up in the air. Where Ronnie Stanley was a mainstay. Ronnie's got to be good this year. He's got to have a good season. And then I hope Vega does. But I don't know who's going to play center. And if they can't protect Lamar, we're going to be in a heap of trouble. So
yeah, I think you said it best. Because I'm thinking center if we go specific position, but you said offensive line. That's kind of where it is. The whole offensive line.
It's the whole offensive line.
There's just questions with, again, Wenger comes in. I like what I've seen. I like preseason. I like training camp. Wenger's going to have his learning moments.
Of course.
In the NFL. Just like
he already has. He had a collision with Derrick Henry.
Right. Yeah, which is, again, two in different type of species crashing into each other. But I watched Lamar Jackson in Buffalo in a playoff game walk down the field with Anthony Miller and Steven Sims getting snaps at the wide receiver position. I've watched him win an MVP with Willie Snead way after his time in New Orleans. Like, he's had success with bad wide receivers. He's done it. Mm-hmm. That drive against Buffalo, again, Mark Andrews, if he catches a 2-point conversion, who knows the conversation we're having right now. He's gotten it done with lesser at that position, but the offensive line was better then. Yeah. You were more comfortable with what that offensive line was then compared to last year coming into the season. I'm saying this is, I know we ran a promo on the station. This is the first time in forever you've been looking at the wide receiver position as one of the best. Meanwhile, we go into last year and halfway through, we're like, boy, were we wrong. That's not what it is. Because you bring in DeAndre Hopkins and he's like a 25 to 30% snap guy. It's like, wow, that's a very good guy to have as that. Bateman falls off a little bit. Injuries happen. Zay wasn't as good early on and he dealt with some fumbling issues, whatever. Wide receiver for me, I'm not too concerned because I feel like even they've struggled in the past with figuring the position out with draft. I think they're past that. I think Zay solidifies that. You dealt with Perryman. Bateman is 1 year. I get it. Probably not a hit, but Bateman hasn't been what Rashad Perryman was in Baltimore, to say the least. But no, the wide receiver position doesn't scare me because I think Lamar can do it with anybody.
I think he can as well. And I think if Jacoby Lane is what people think he is, you have that. And then I think Surratt's going to be good. I really do. I think so. They've got some depth there, which they've never had. They've never really had depth at the wide receiver position. And frankly, the best receivers we got from elsewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, Derek Mason and Steve Smith Sr., they weren't homegrown. So this time we have Anquan Bolden. Now we've got some guys we've drafted. They've drafted, like I'm playing for the team. They've drafted. And
you have the hat on.
I have the hat, yes. That's true. But yeah, I'm pretty confident in the wide receiver room and the running back room and the quarterback room. It's just the offensive line is giving me pause because it's crucial. As Mike Preston's fond of saying, if your fat guys beat their fat guys, you win. So that's it.
That is a good saying. Yeah. We're going to get back to the Ravens at 9:30. Who were last year we saw with Keon Martin. Who were the guys, maybe the undrafted free agents, maybe a later round pick that you think either has a big role on this team or just makes the team as a UDFA? We'll talk about that at 9:30. Shovels at 9:15, but coming up on the other side, 3 deep co-host Ken Wyman joins us to talk some Ravens on the Big Bad Morning Show.
This football season, 105.7 The Fan brings you unparalleled analysis of the purple and black. Beginning September 9th, it's Baltimore Football Weekly with Ken McCusick and Femi Ayimbadejo. From the film room to the locker room, Ken breaks down the tape and Femi gives you the player perspective. Baltimore Football Weekly, Wednesday nights, 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Elephant in the Room in Millersville on 105.7 The Fan.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you beat the moves with Westwood One Sports. If you're seeking a likely cash back, a certain Giants tight end, featured primarily in the slot this summer and billed as the second best receiver on the team behind Malik Neighbors, Isaiah Likely is poised to break out. Roughly 70 grabs are highly attainable. Give me Likely 750 plus receiving yards at plus 125. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now, through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You know, chicken and a waffle, making that a sandwich, you can't go wrong. Hey, I am Jamia in America. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Chicken and Waffles breakfast sandwich is the maple flavor in every bite, the maple sweetness of the waffle. And y'all know the Chick-fil-A chicken is on point, right? And that bacon, think it speaks to whether you are team sweet or team savory.
Order the Chick-fil-A Chicken and Waffles breakfast sandwich with a caramel cream cold brew on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget. Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Cha-ching! That's the sound of Lowe's Labor Day savings. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Plus, get 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Usher and Chris Brown bring their R&B tour to M&T Bank Stadium on October 17th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon in St. Louis, the Birds miss out on another series sweep.
Tap towards first, in the hole, glove by Burleson, finds O'Brien to finish the ball game.
The final call from Ben Wagner on Masson. Leota Taveras grounds out to end it, sealing a 7-5 Cardinals win as the O's fall to 4-8 in games in which they could clinch a sweep. Baltimore did climb out of a 6-1 hole to make this one interesting late, but they were unable to overcome a shaky outing by Trevor Rogers, low-lighted by a 3-run homer off the bat of Blaze Jordan and a 2-run shot from former Oriole Ramon Arias. Kobe Mayo did go yard in the losing effort, and Gunnar Henderson slapped an RBI double to left in the 8th. Unfortunately, the loss drops the Birds a half game further out of the AL's final wildcard spot. They currently trail the Cleveland Guardians by 3 games. Tonight, the O's are in Sacramento, opening up a 3-game series with the A's. And the fan will get you prepped for Game 1 of 3 with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Watershed at Cross Street Market from 6 to 7 p.m. First pitch from the West Coast, scheduled for 9:40 Eastern. And tonight at the Bank, the Ravens finish off their preseason schedule with a matchup against the Washington Commanders, kickoff slated for 6 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with a chance for evening storms, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and your home for the most Ravens coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, bus driver, keep the change.
The day is here. The rematch of the 2023 NFL preseason Super Bowl for the Washington Commanders. Preseason Game 3 is tonight, and now we will be joined on the Fan Guest Hotline, sponsored by Window Nation, by 3 Deep co-host Ken Weinman. What's going on, Ken?
See, Joe could have kept us both happy, and because he plays Springsteen for Ken, yeah, right. But I like the Nebraska album, and you could have played State Trooper or Highway Patrolman.
Something super depressing. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, sitting alone in your room with your whiskey or your bourbon.
But yes, and what's your point? And play Nebraska. That's what I do.
Hey, I dig Nebraska. It's a good album. That movie, Deliverance from Nowhere, was about making that album.
I love that movie. Because of that. That's why I went to see it, because it was all about Nebraska.
Now, Ken,
absolutely.
You were out there with us at the joint practice. I know we've talked about it for a few days now, but what were your biggest takeaways from that joint practice on Wednesday?
And full disclosure, I watched the Ravens offense against the Commanders defense, but just talking to people that were on the other side, a big part of it is they didn't let the Commanders do anything offensively. Like Jaden Daniels at one point had to play with the twos just so he could accomplish things. So that's one. The running lanes that the running backs had was for the Ravens offense. So, like if that was a game, Derrick Henry's rushing for 200 yards. There were just huge lanes against the Commanders' defense. The passing game was not super crisp, but there were some nice things. Devontae Walker, that had the big catch. I thought he had a couple drops earlier, but he had the big catch. It would have been a touchdown. Jacoby Lane flashes, it seems like every single practice. The ball gets near his hands, he catches it. Beyond that, Josh Cuevas, I thought looked good in that practice, and looking for one of these tight ends, because I think they're going to need one of these tight ends to flash. And while they haven't had a lot of success with wide receivers, they have had success drafting tight ends. So, and it's usually the second guy, which would be Cuevas.
Yeah, and I can tell you, I was on the other side. You know me, I left after a short time off and watched the defensive practice. They were stifling. They really were. The Commanders could do absolutely nothing, so that's something to really look forward to. What'd you think about it? To me, I did notice, though, it looked like Ronnie Stanley got handled a couple times, which surprised me. Did you notice that?
Yeah, he did, and I know that Dwayne Ledford got in all their rear ends early in practice, which was awesome to hear and see.
We were close enough to hear word for word. It was great.
Yes. It was like we had our own personal NFL film session there, because we could hear everything he said. It was before the music got super loud, but. Yeah, he did not have a great day. I do, though, and this speaks to the defense as well. I feel like the coaching at the O-line position, Dwayne Ledford is a huge upgrade over George Warhop. I feel like for defensively, Jesse Minter, and Anthony Weaver are a massive upgrade over Zach Orr. I just feel like the coaching's not only more competent, but it's exceptional, and I think that will shine through as we get through this season.
We're talking to Ken Weinman on the Fan Guest Hotline, sponsored by Window Nation. Ken, the offensive line in the whole, and Ed and I were talking earlier, and I thought Ed made a really good point. The biggest question mark on this team right now, position-wise, we're talking about wide receiver, and Ed just said the offensive line as a whole. And as concerning as tackles are, we know the center position. The offensive line as a whole, but just in terms of center, because that's really They got to get that down. We know Ronnie Stanley's going to have his up and downs. We know Roger Rosengarten needs to bounce back after last year, but the center position in itself, how concerned are you with Pinter going down, and do you think between Gwynn and Posick, one of those guys will be able to hold up?
Well, I am concerned because I was concerned coming into, before they even signed Posick, I was concerned about the guys they had because even they told you, well, we're just going to rotate through these guys and hopefully one of them steps up. And it looked like Pinter had early and then he gets hurt. I think Gwynn has the edge over Posick for now, but I do think eventually Posick takes the job. But yeah, it's concerning. I've been I guess impressed is too strong, but I've been intrigued by Gwynn. He's looked decent, and I feel like he won't be an abject failure like the guards were a year ago. So when you have Gwynn between Owane and Simpson, I think overall that group of three is going to be better than it was a year ago.
What do you think about the running back room? I mean, obviously Derrick Henry and Justice Hill are the 1 and 2, but Rasheed Ali and now Adam Randall is the owner's pick. Who do you think wins the third spot?
I think there's a chance they keep 4. The thing that's interesting to me is, and it's a shame that Randall was, I guess, just had some nicks and banged up a little. I would have liked to have seen him in the Minnesota preseason game, and he didn't play. And Ali was hurt as well. Ali's a guy that I'm fine with, but he's never going to knock your socks off. Whereas Randall, when you watch him at camp or in practice, he's just so big and fast. And again, I'm not comparing his game to this, but he's big like Derrick Henry's big, and he's fast. And you see that there's an upside there, and I'd like to see it more in game situation. My lean is they keep 4 running backs, but I want to see what Randall can do tonight. That's one of the things I'll be looking for.
Yeah, and for people that don't know Adam Randall, he was from Clemson, 6'3", 230-something. Big guy. So I was pretty excited when they picked him up.
Ken, shifting to the other side of the football, the defense, I think when Jesse Minter was hired, the initial thought was, okay, the defense is saved, it's figured out. Then I think it softened a little bit. But now that people are hearing the Ravens dominating the Commanders at joint practice, they're seeing second and third stringers dominate during the preseason. It does feel like this defense has figured itself out. But coming off of last year, how big of a leap do you think they can take? Is it because, for a good portion of the season, they were one of the worst defenses in the NFL. Do you think this is more of a middle-of-the-pack type defense, or do you think this is one that could crack the top 5?
So I'll go back to what I said earlier. Zach Orr was a bad defensive coordinator, and they tried to prop him up year 1 with Dean Pease, and it worked to an extent when they got super vanilla. They then tried to prop him up year 2 with Chuck Pagano. It did not work. If they hired an offensive head coach and Anthony Weaver was the defensive coordinator, I would feel it's a significant upgrade over what they had a year ago. But they didn't do that. They hired Jesse Minter, who helped lead Michigan to a national championship and then took over the Chargers defense. And remember, Brandon Staley was fired. He was a defensive coach, and he took over that defense and turned it into and improved that unit. I feel like I'm not going to go and say it's a top 5 unit, but I think it's a top 10 unit, and it's got upside. And also credit to Eric DeCosta. They brought in a dude in Trey Hendrickson, so they're not going to just purely scheme up the pass rush. And I look for Mike Green to take a jump in year 2, and I like Zion Young. And the other thing about Minter is he unlocks guys pass rush wise. You saw that with the Chargers. You saw that with Odafe Owe. He had 0 sacks when he got out there, including the postseason. He had 10 sacks a year ago. So, I think the coaching is so much better and the talent is there, assuming health, that yes, this defense will be top. I'll say top 3rd in the league defensively.
There he is, Ken Wyman, co-host of 3 Deep on these airwaves that you can hear a little bit later today from 2 to 6. Ken, thanks for taking some time for us.
Yeah, we're at the Cross Street Market today, so come on out and see us. Benny will sign flat items only.
All right. Well, are you charging?
He's charging for flat items, yes, but we'll only sign flat. He's very specific about what he'll sign.
Okay.
And no personalizations.
Well,
all right.
I'll see if I can maybe make some work with you.
Oh, now I don't know.
Thanks, Ken.
All right, man.
See you guys.
9:30 coming up there. We will be discussing who were the guys, who were the undrafted free agents, who were some lesser-named guys coming into it that you weren't sure might make the roster that now, after 2 preseason games, 3 tonight, and then what they've done in training camp will make it. We'll talk about that then. But 9:15 coming up next. Shovels. Where are you going with your shovel head?
I discovered that we just the president just renamed another body of water. I think this is hilarious. I can't wait to talk about this.
410-583-1057 if you have a shovel. That's coming up next on the Big Bad Morning Show.
You'll never know what you missed if you're not listening. Good thing there's the free Odyssey app. More sports, more exclusives, and more of what you love. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Baltimore area Chick-fil-A restaurants are proud to partner with the Maryland State Fair to support food pantries in Greater Baltimore. Bring 5 non-perishable food items today, August 28th, for free admission. 1 entry per 5 food items. Rides are individually priced.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select 1 game from 32 team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered or sponsored this sweepstakes in any way.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. In a clinical study, Eliquis apixaban reduces stroke risk and has less major bleeding than warfarin.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Ask your doctor about the #1 cardiologist prescribed blood thinner, Eliquis.
Baltimore, keep your charm behind the wheel. Fall traffic can be challenging, so plan ahead, leave extra time, don't tailgate, and never drive distracted. The road requires your full attention. Learn more at mdta.maryland.gov.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select 1 game from 32 team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered or sponsored this sweepstakes in any way.
Our fantasy commish says for him it's all about the friendships. Cute, but I play to win. Like with Bet365. I get paid the second my team goes up big with early payout, and I get profit boost before the game starts with Early Bird Special. Enjoy the friends, Kevin. I'll take the wins on Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. Claim an app. T&Cs apply.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
Give us a call, 410-583-1057. Ed Norris, who gets your shovel?
I think I got to give it to the United States government right now. Apparently, I find it so funny. The president signed an executive order renaming Lake Ontario. It's going to be called Lake America. Did you see this, Joe?
Of course.
Of course. I mean, this has gotten to be so ridiculous. It's bad that we just increased tariffs on Canada dramatically, which is like, I don't know, I thought they were an ally. We're just crushing Canada right now. And it's a problem because, a lot of I'm talking to home builders who are friends of mine, we get a lot of lumber from Canada. So the cost of building now is prohibitive for a lot of home builders. So that's a problem. And then this thing, it means nothing because nobody's going to call it Lake America. First of all, Ontario is a province. It's not Lake Canada. You should call it Lake New York because that's what's on. I went to college on Lake Ontario. That's where it is. I mean, it's on the New York State border with Canada. So it just really cracks me up because I saw this. I'm like, oh, come on, man. Like, come on. This is just silly now. No one's going to call it Lake America. But the executive order was signed. But I got to give him credit. This president, man, he trolls like I've never seen.
Never stops.
It never stops, and he's good at it. Like, this is like getting into a Twitter fight with John Menendakis or something. Like, you just don't want to do that. It's like, I would never want to fight Trump on social media. This is hilarious.
Are you going to refer to it as Lake America, Joe?
No.
Do you know
they call the Atlantic Ocean the East American Ocean, and the Pacific Ocean is the Western American Pacific Ocean? You
know what's wild? Living now in a state that is very red. Those local surf shops by Siesta Key now. There's a bunch of them. And they all have Gulf of America hats and T-shirts and tons of them. Tons. The store is packed with Gulf of America stuff. It's very strange.
Yeah.
I find it funny.
Yeah, it's crazy. My shovel is going to the dude with the tote bags leaving the Orioles game the other day. Yeah, we got a guy with 4 or 5 tote bags, all with Pete Alonso bobbleheads inside of them. Rolling out of the game before the game was even close to starting. Got out there early, had all of his tickets, scanned them, takes a bobblehead, puts in one tote bag.
Are you kidding?
I was dead serious. And a friend from another media market or another media station showed me the picture, and I'm immediately like, dude, what? There's no way this is real. And then no, this is legit. I saw it, and he posted it and exploded on social media. This guy, I just can't stand people like this. There are legitimate kids.
Yeah.
Pete Alonso's their favorite player. Their dog might be named after Pete Alonso now if they just got him. Like, people are huge Pete Alonso fans. We have this man getting out to the game way before it starts, standing in line with 50 tickets and bringing his tote bags to load them up so he can sell them on eBay.
Yeah.
And Orioles tickets aren't even that cheap right now. So how much are you profiting?
Yeah, what's your profit margin?
Is it really that? Yeah, what are you making? $6 or $8 so the little kid can't get one in the back of the line that had to show up a little late because his dad had work or something? But you were able to get out there early. And again, I understand people hustling. I understand people trying to make their money. This isn't the way. This has always infuriated me. And on top of all of it, if you took them and went in the stadium, I would still be criticizing you right now, but it'd be a little bit less. You used none of those tickets for the game. You were rolling out before the game even started. I just think it was a pure coward move.
I hate that stuff. I really do. It really bothers me. Like people just doing that. Again, taking stuff away from other fans and kids in particular so you can make a profit on the internet. Like, come on, man.
And genuinely, what is that reselling for?
Seriously.
Compared to the ticket price, I don't know how you buy the cheapest ticket on, and was it a Saturday? So the tickets are even more expensive. Infuriating, but it just gave me a good laugh, like laughing at him, not with him.
Let's see here. Let's see. Some of them are going on eBay for $60, $72. Basically $60 is, it looks like the most common price.
$20. I mean, what's $40 ticket? With ticket fees nowadays. I mean,
yeah.
All right, so maybe even less than 20. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it really worth not letting the kid in the back line get one that he gets down there? Whatever. Infuriating. 410-583-1057 is the number if you have a shovel, but we do go back out to the phone lines now. Speaking of the Orioles, Eli in Parkville wants to talk about him. What's going on, Eli?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
How you doing?
Hey, can I give Rashawn and Trippy a shovel for asking something Chris said? Why y'all want him back up here? Y'all know that man running mud. Like, he cannot play defense. If he was good, he would be here. But obviously, it's an issue. So they must know something. And one more thing. Elias is good at, evaluating talent, but he cannot, develop it. So, if Heston was a second-round pick, it was a whiff. And it is what it is, Y'all take it easy. Have a good Friday.
You really like Joe. Could you hit the shuffle one more time? Because I guess me and Ed get one as well for one year. No, I understand the defensive point. Their defense sucks. Like, there's nobody, and Christian Franklin has been solid out there. Colton Cowser has been fine. Leody Taveras here and there. It's gotten worse as the year's gone on. But he's not really going to put a dent in the defense with the way they're playing. And this is the last shot. He's going to be on a different team next year because of how things work with his age, and he's not going to be able to go AAA. I'm perfectly fine letting him get a shot.
I am too, actually. I wanted to see him all these years, and I was excited when they drafted him. I would like to see what he can do.
Yeah, I would. And then the point about Mike Elias, it wasn't a second-round pick. That's the issue. It would be he's number 2 overall, and it's a similar thing in all sports where it's like juggling when to finally move on from somebody, but still wanting to get the bang for your buck. And we talked about that with Tyler O'Neill. If Tyler O'Neill was a 3-year, $14 million guy, I think he would have been gone. Tyler O'Neill signing for as much as he did, you got to keep him around and try to get everything you can out of him. Now, it worked in their favor. Tyler O'Neill improved as the year went on. But when you have a guy with this big a promise, and also in the minors, it wasn't like he was hitting 210. Like, he was smashing the baseball.
Yeah.
So it's there. You just got to get it here. It's just been 4A to this point.
Well, again, you got to make a decision. He's got 233 AAA games. Like, that's absurd. That's a career. Seriously, that's a career. Like, come on.
410-583-1057 is the number. Coming up next, we'll get to the encore. Joe's encore, finishing things at 9:45. But coming up next, Ravens' final preseason game tonight. Who are the undrafted free agents or late round picks maybe you think will have an impact on this team, or the undrafted free agents that will end up making this team? Because there's always 1 to 2. That's coming up next on the Big Ben Morning Show.
The station with the best Ravens coverage. Touchdown Ravens! Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Summer clearance is on at Cherry Chevrolet. Save up to $12,000 on new Chevrolet Silverados and Tahoes. Plus clearance pricing on used cars and trucks. But hurry, shop cherrychevrolet.com or visit Cherry Chevrolet on East Joppa Road.
It's football season again, which means I'm back to tell you about Daisy's delicious dips. We've got the French onion dip and the Daisy ranch dip, and whenever I'm watching the game, I've got to have dips with chips, wings, and veggies, all that stuff, and Daisy has the best tasting dips there are. It's made with real ingredients that you can find right in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients, just great tasting dips that go along with everything. So make sure you try out all the great flavors. You can find them at a grocery store near you. Trust me on this. Daisy Dips. It's the best thing you can get for this football season.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
My book club president says reading is, quote, not a competition. Well, I finished the book in one night anyway, so I win, Patty. I also got $365 in bonus bets just for betting $10 when I signed up for Bet365. No cliffhangers here, Patty. Just a happy ending. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. Claim in app. T&Cs apply.
Tonight's Keys to the Game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The O's fell short of a sweep yesterday in St. Louis, losing to the Cardinals 7-5, and the blame for this one has to fall on starter Trevor Rogers. The O's ace surrendered 6 earned runs over 5 innings of work, with Blaze Jordan and Ramon Arias doing the bulk of the damage with 3-run and 2-run homers respectively. The long ball has been a real issue for Rogers this season, as he set a new career high yesterday with 16 homers surrendered this season. After the game, he spoke on his outing, and it seemed he was searching for answers after another frustrating defeat.
Honestly, it's kind of hard to say. I thought I pitched really well. I was attacking the zone the way I wanted to. I think just lately the homers have been killing me. I'm going to give up base hits. That's baseball, but the damage lately has just been the homers. So try to figure out how to get the ball on the ground more consistently, and I wouldn't really change a whole lot other than that.
Despite taking 2 of 3 in St. Louis, the Birds find themselves further out of the final AL wildcard spot than where they started. Baltimore trails Cleveland by 3 games as their road trip rolls on to Sacramento. The Fan will get you prepped for tonight's Game 1 of 3 against the Athletics with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Watershed at Cross Street Market from 6 to 7 p.m. First pitch from the West Coast, scheduled for 9:40 Eastern. And tonight in Baltimore, the Ravens finish up their preseason slate with a matchup against the Commanders. Kickoff from the bank, slated for 6 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with a chance for evening storms, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and your home for the most Ravens coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Yes, the day is here, the final preseason game for the Ravens before they get basically 2 weeks off.
Yep.
Next week off, Sunday. We will find out a little bit more about this roster. But heading into tonight, we've already seen it with a few undrafted free agents. There's some names popping. We know every single year the Ravens have 1 or 2 guys that make this roster. It's always a cool story. And they're very good at finding dudes who other teams didn't want to draft, finding agreements late in the draft. Hey, we're not going to draft you, but if you do not go drafted, we are going to sign you. Who's a name or 2 names to you, however many you think make the team as undrafted free agent? Who do you think, what undrafted free agents do you think can make this team?
I think Ethan Burke makes the team, for sure. I'm not so sure about others, but I mean, I'd like to talk about Burke for a second. Just watching him at Texas, he got my interest. I think it was last year. I picked Texas. I think we won the national championship because I thought it's important. I like when the blue bloods are good again.
Yeah,
it's just the
sport's better.
I mean, I put that in the prep stuff because there's 138 FBS teams or whatever, but there's only like 20 or 25 that are in the top 25 every year, and it's the same teams. But I kind of like that because you know who they are. I just wish Florida State was back in it, but and so I watched him at Texas, and I was very impressed with him. And then I was shocked he wasn't drafted because I did follow his career there. And then he comes to the Ravens, and I was like, oh my goodness, that's interesting because he's actually born here. He was born in Pasadena. So he lived there until he was about 7 and moved to Texas, had ties to the University of Maryland, goes to the University of Texas, then comes on as an undrafted free agent. And I was asking about him early on to people like Kemi Cusick and other people that have been analyzing film and following. And he got some good grades. But now they came against the Vikings. He was impressive. 3 solo tackles, a forced fumble, a pass defense, well, maybe 2 pass defenses. He looked really good. And then in the joint practice, he looked good. And he's also got the ability to knock down kicks. And, so he plays special teams. So I think I really believe he's going to make the team. He's going to get a roster spot. He'd be my one. The other one who I'm interested, he's not an undrafted free agent, but I really like to see Adam Randall make the team. He's he's running back out of Clemson. Big, another Derrick Henry body type. I'm not saying he's Derrick Henry, but he's 6'3", 230 plus. He's over 230 pounds. That's for 6'3". He can run. He's got a big body. He's strong. And apparently, I watched an interview with him. I watched when Bisciotti made the call. And him and his family. He just seems like he's exactly what you want on this team. But I don't know if they're going to carry 4 running backs because Ali plays special teams. He's a kick returner. So they may keep him. But if they keep four, I think Randall makes the team.
Yeah, I'd be extremely shocked if Randall ended up getting cut after.
The owner wants him?
Yeah, I just can't see it. Yeah. I think they like the size. He's got an interesting story too. He goes to Clemson as a wide receiver and doesn't convert to a running back till his final year, which means to me, if the development is right, like maybe you did find something there that you can turn it. And he had a fine year last year. Clemson's offense wasn't very good as it was. But to Burke, it was interesting hearing Jesse Minter talk at the podium. He had said, if the question was asked, like, we see Burke dominating with who he's going with. Is there a chance we can see him run with the ones a little bit? And Jesse Minter straight up said, yeah, you're going to see him run with some of the more starting type level players. And that interests me because last year you have Keon Martin make it. You have Ruben Lowry make it. Those were two guys who, as camp went on, we did see them get a little bit of work in with some of the more frontline dudes who you knew were making the team who weren't playing in the preseason. And I think Burke, it would be interesting to see him get more of a run against those guys because the biggest knock, of course, is I'm seeing him do it against dudes who aren't going to be making the league. Okay, well, he's doing it against who he has to. So the only way you're going to get an opportunity to see him do it against some starter level types is first quarter tonight, second quarter tonight. Get him out there a little bit earlier than you've had him and let him show that he can still do it then. And if that's the case, you're not slipping him through waivers like maybe you would want to.
He won't make it through.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I would like to see him tonight get a little bit more run earlier in the game to show that he can do it against both.
Yeah, I agree because of that position in particular, you're not getting through waivers. If you got people's eye and they see you can actually play in this league, that's how coveted that is. He's not getting through waivers.
No, and then on the other side, another undrafted free agent who shocked me. I mean, UConn's football, Fagnano, he's played really, really well. And that's another guy, like, and he's come in the second quarter. But like, hey, Snoop, you got one series tonight. Does Snoop, like, let him get a little bit of run early because I think that, but also, like, maybe you do want this to be a battle between Snoop and, like, I'm not fully sure. I don't know that they'll keep three quarterbacks. I think the longer preseason.
That's the only reason I didn't bring him up because I think he looks pretty good.
Yeah.
But Snoop is going to be the backup. Right. I think because of his experience. But Fagnano, is he pronouncing the G or is it Fagnano or is it Fagnano? I call it Fagnano because it's Italian.
F-U-H-G. I think it's more like that. Fagnano.
Usually in Italian, I don't want to get into my Italian language stuff because Joe's getting annoyed already. I can see it on his face.
Don't want you to say the word.
You can play the Gabagool song.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah. But it's like, I just don't know if they're going to carry three. That's the issue.
I don't really see it either. And I know that it's become a real big topic for a lot of people. I had this conversation with someone else who was at the camp, and it was kind of a debate. Like, I was more I think he goes through weight. I think he gets through. I don't think someone's claiming him. I think you can get him onto your practice squad. I know he's been really good. He's impressed. And I know quarterback is a needy position. And maybe there is a team like the Cardinals who don't have things fully on board with Jacoby Brissett. And if he goes down, you give an opportunity. Maybe there's someone out there that will give an opportunity. I just don't see them wasting one of their. And I'm not saying wasting in terms of Fagnano being a bad player.
Well, somebody has to get off. If someone's off the roster, if he's on.
Right,
so,
right. Yeah, so I just don't know that they would do that. I think you'd be able to get him. And I think he'd be willing to be, on that practice squad. And at some point, if someone goes down with injury, that could be the case.
Yeah.
410-583-1057 is the number. Want to get out to the phone line now. Steve in Columbia has a late shovel for Gunnar Henderson.
Yes, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Steve.
My shovel is for Gunnar Henderson. Do you guys notice that whenever Masson shows a replay of a ground ball to the right side or any ground out, Gunnar pulls up and stops running a few feet before first base? And several people do that.
You mean when they're grounding out to the shortstop, you saying?
He's saying when they ground out in general, they're not running fully through the bag. That's what
any ground out, particularly to the right side.
Right.
To the right side. Yeah.
First.
Yeah. He pulls up and stops running 4 or 5 feet before the bag, and so do several people.
Yeah, I don't like. I haven't noticed it, but it's just No,
I appreciate the call, Steve. Yeah. I see it all the time, and it was a big thing with Manny when
Manny was ridiculous.
Manny was a different type of. I'm out, and he still is now. Like sometimes when I watch Padres play, it does make me laugh. It's like, thanks for running, Manny. Just stop it halfway through and roll back.
Yeah.
I think at this point, and Gunnar plays with his hair on fire, I think, especially, I mean, the first probably year and a half that we saw of Gunnar, it'll be ground balls to first base, and he's trying to beat the first baseman to the bag, and it's like, all right, dude, you're going to get yourself hurt. There are a lot of guys, we saw Bryce Harper do it. Bryce Harper used to bust his ass down that line. Bryce Harper had the hyperextension of the knee. The knee went one way that it wasn't supposed to go, and after that, Harper's not running down that line. It was in the rain, a different type of situation. I'm not fully frustrated with Gunnar Henderson for taking some time off when he gets down there. I like dudes busting it down the line.
Me too.
I think there are times where people make mistakes, and it looks really bad when you hit it to second base, you're jogging, all of a sudden they bobble it or whatever, and then you turn it on. That always looks bad, don't get me wrong. But there are times where I think you're kind of, I'm not going to risk injury for a play that 99% of the time I'm at.
Yeah. No, I get it. I don't like seeing the excessive laziness, though.
Manny.
And that's not Gunnar. Manny, yeah, ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Walking down. And there's a lot of guys like that in the league. Like Pete Alonso, and if you watch Pete's not hauling it down the line on a ground ball to the second. These guys know. Again, I get why you're frustrated. These dudes are being paid a lot of money. You want them busting their ass. And if it is a bobble there, you want him to beat it out. Jackson Holliday, there's been a few this year where I'm like, he was running.
One of the ones that sticks out in my mind that really bothered me, and he did the right. I got to interview Freddie Gonzalez at spring training, and I said, I just want to thank you for pulling Hanley Ramirez out of a game because he didn't run out of ball.
Right.
He just basically didn't run at all. He just jogged a few feet and just gave up. And Freddie Gonzalez was like, bump.
Well, we just saw Pat Murphy do it with the Brewers the other night. Pop up to right field. Cooper hit, Pratt hits, drops in, and it was tough because he didn't know where the ball was. He hit it, and he's just standing there, and he realized it lands. And he starts running, and he gets, halfway to second base, like, I'm not going to make it, and gets back to first. He pulled him right there. It wasn't after the inning. He gets back to first base, looks at his first base coach, and he's looking around like, are you kidding me right now? I'm getting pulled out of this game? Mm-hmm. And Murphy had pulled that. And there have been some Orioles fans who want Albernaz to be more of that. When somebody makes a mistake or screws up, you get him out of the game. And I get it in some areas, but there also is times where it's like, this is a sport based on failure, and killing especially a younger player, their confidence off of a small mistake. Now, hustle is different. I forget who it was, one of the outfielders. A ball got by them this year. It was Taylor Ward. I think it was opening weekend. I don't know if it was opening day or the second game. Ball gets by Taylor Ward in left field, and he's just like walking after it.
I remember that.
Was it Buxton? I think
that was terrible. Yes.
It was horrendous.
Yes.
It was Buxton turned into a triple. And it's like, what the hell are you doing? That one
drove me crazy.
Yes, that's something I'm fine pulling a guy for. But dudes making mental mistakes, and sometimes it's hard for me to get.
Yeah.
That's just kind of where I'm at for now. 410-583-1057 is the number. About to wrap this thing up before we turn things over to Bob and Vinny, but we're going to finish with Joe's Encore and what we learned next on BBMS.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
In their preseason finale at Highmark Stadium, the Buffalo Bills edged out the Pittsburgh Steelers 28-27. Late game depth proved decisive as secondary units traded scoring drives, with Pittsburgh's passing attack keeping things close down to the wire. Buffalo secures the win, shifting both teams' focus to roster cuts. Will the Steelers keep 4 quarterbacks? I think so. I'm Maddie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah, did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
It's the back-to-school sales event at Jones Junction. Friday and Saturday, save up to $20,000 on over 4,000 vehicles, all at one location. Save even more with 0% financing for 72 months. And make no payments for 90 days. Banks on site for instant credit approval. Jones will give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and a lifetime engine guarantee. Jones Junction in Bel Air, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-619-3377. That's 800-619-3377. 800-619-3377.
It just smells like nostalgic breakfast memories. Hey, I'm Ellie.
Hey, I'm Taylor.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken and waffles breakfast sandwich is
it's the perfect mix of sweet and savory.
The combination of crispy, juicy, savory chicken with the sweetness and fluffy softness of a waffle.
And the bacon just makes it better.
Plus the fact that it's handheld, 10 out of 10.
Every bite is a home run.
Order the Chick-fil-A Chicken and Waffles Breakfast Sandwich with a caramel cream cold brew on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Labor Day deals are looking good at Lowe's. Save $10 on 1-gallon cans and $50 on 5-gallon pails of select interior paint via rebate. Plus, get 2 2.5-quart or 3-quart mums for just $8. A fresh look and savings? Even better. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9. While supplies last. Mum sizes vary by location and exclude Alaska and Hawaii. See store at Lowe's.com for more details.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Rashawn in Baltimore. What's going on, Rashawn?
What's going on? Ben and Ed, man. Hey, man, such a, different cast today, but, I take it.
Thanks.
Can't be mad at that. It's like...
Hello. I'll trip you in the back, too.
Yeah, man, we had to, yeah, man, we had to show some love to y'all. Y'all two favorites, though, so it's like, man, we're going to do a little three-way.
I know why we lost that game yesterday, right?
Are you guys on your way out west? What's going on right now? You driving?
No, we just,
I'm ready.
Yeah. Trippy ready for the Ravens, man. He didn't gave up on the Orioles, man. He's all Ravens right now.
Okay.
I still got hope though.
A lot of
I
got hope, but I'm wearing a Ravens cap today, so.
Oh man, but hey, listen, man. Last segment, y'all was talking about Heston, right? And if they don't call him up and this and that, and then somebody made a point about, man, if he go to a team like Colorado out there and start raking it out, hitting like 40 home runs, Next thing you know, he's going to be named to the All-Star team, just like Kyle Style was down in Miami. I see the same situation happening, man. You know, so I don't know why. Like, this guy was in the 2020 draft, right? He came in the same draft with Gary Crochet, Jordan Walker, a couple other people, you know. So if the Orioles, you know, selected him second, why they not utilizing this guy? It's like wasted talent. I understand with the defense and everything, man, but like, get a guy a shot.
2 hours later.
Eli in Parkville wants to talk about him. What's going on, Eli?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Morning.
Hey, can I give Rashawn and Trippie a shovel for asking Justin Kirkstead? Why y'all want him back up here? Y'all know that man running mud. Like, he cannot play defense. If he was good, he would be here. But obviously, it's an issue. So they must know something.
You really like Joe. Could you hit the shovel one more time? Because I guess me and Ed had to get one as well for one. Yeah, there is the encore. And shout out to Joe. That was well put together. I do wonder, Trippie and Rashawn driving together at 6 a.m., is that from last night or is that them getting their day started? Were they just getting out of something? I really don't know. You have any idea over there, Ed?
I don't know. I find it funny when they start taking road trips, because I remember once they were going to drive to Florida. I can't remember if it was for a Buccaneers game or I don't remember. I think it might have been a race. I can't remember. But they got about, a mile or two away, and the check engine light went on. They turned around, so they kind of like.
I remember, they said Rashawn and Trippie got him put with some awful.
Rent-a-wreck or something.
Yeah.
Like,
that is incredible.
So they are they're like a sitcom.
They are
in person.
They are.
I love those two.
And if you see them in public, nothing changes there.
No.
410-583-1057 is the number. We do have tickets to give away. 2 tickets to see Chris Brown and Usher on October 17th at M&T Bank Stadium, courtesy of Live Nation. I'm not sure that you get the backstage passes that are $4,000 for that picture. Have you ever seen that? Or is it $1,000? You can get a picture with Chris Brown. Yeah. And again, I always say, I'm going all in. If I'm going to pay $8,000, like your girlfriend, my girlfriend's not into Chris Brown as much, but if your girlfriend's into him, hey, Chris, you're going to be holding me as well if we're paying all this money for the picture. So you might still have to pay for that. But you do get 2 tickets. Again, 2 tickets to see Chris Brown and Usher on October 17th at M&T Bank Stadium, courtesy of Live Nation. We're looking for caller number 6, 410-583-1057. Call in now. Joe will pick you. But coming up next, we have What We Learned Today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
And Norris, what'd you learn today?
Well, I think I've learned, we were talking a lot about who's going to make the team, after tonight's game, the third and final game. The Ravens have had a history, and particularly talking to some undrafted free agents that we're looking at here. But right now, I'm just looking in history just to think about. I was writing down all the guys I can think of. Obviously, the number one name would probably be Justin Tucker. But I just want to remind people, this is the history of Ravens finding these gems who undrafted. Pat Ricard was not drafted out of Maine. Bart Scott, Michael Pierce, Zach Orr, and Morgan Cox. And you think long snappers aren't important. They are. They're vitally important. And these are just some of the names. There's more. But these are the names I decided just to write down. These guys are real NFL players, not just guys, who are borderline practice squad. But these guys contributed to, NFL, more than one NFL team for some of them. I mean, Bart Scott went to the Jets, and Ricard went to the Giants now. And these guys have had, successful NFL careers.
And What We Learned Today is sponsored by Elephant in the Room. A great brunch on the weekends. You get up there, the breakfast burger. That's one of my go-tos. And brunch sometimes, they have so much different stuff that's so good. But I get the breakfast burger. I always do enjoy that. Yes, get out there. Elephant in the Room, great food, great hospitality.
What's on a breakfast burger?
Egg, bacon,
okay.
And I'm actually very lame. I'm in a lot of areas. Some people say, I'm not into a lot of shows.
Superheroes.
I'm not into superheroes, especially superhero movies. I feel like
he said it's childish, Ed.
Really?
He doesn't have time for that childish stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
And some people will say, well, I'm childish in some areas, which I understand. I fully get it.
No, you're not.
It's just, I'm not into the superheroes. I literally was telling that earlier. 3 things I'm into: sports, SVU, and The Wire.
Yep.
Those are 3 things that depress the hell out of you on a consistent basis.
Well, they get your attention.
Sex crimes, just a city on the verge of collapse in the early 2000s, and sports.
Especially Baltimore sports. Yeah. Things do get tough.
And if you're FCU, especially if you're an FCU fan, they parody me in one of the episodes.
Really?
Mm-hmm. What we did in New York was we would grill our commanders. Bring in every borough in New York City would come in every week. and we would just grill them about crime. And I had a partner, me and Lou Anamon did this, and we would grill all the detective commanders, the uniform commanders. And there was one scene where there's a Commissioner Morris who looked remarkably like me.
Oh, so they changed the
He
letter?
had thick, you saw my hair when I had hair. It was pretty thick, wavy hair.
It bends in his head right now going, yes, season 6, episode 4.
Yeah, that's right. But it was me, parodied, of course, because it was a thickly built guy with my hair, Commissioner Morris. But really, and they made him look like just a prick, which, okay. But the facts were wrong. Because what it was is they made the woman, of course, always look like, a genius getting abused by this, horrible man. What really happened was my guys found a rape pattern in 3 boroughs in New York City. So she's at the podium, and she was in charge of Bronx sex crimes. I said, did you check, did you do a DNA test on him? Because I see, a lot of similarities. A lot of the women are raped from behind. She goes, excuse me, Commissioner, for your information, a lot of women are raped from behind. I go, I'm aware of that. How many raped by men wearing an orange scarf? And a Capricorn necklace. Just tell me, is it a 10? Is it 100? Is it 1,000? Is there 1,000 of those rapists going around? So I ordered to do the DNA test. Yeah, we had 51 hits. Yeah. When they show it on TV, it was reversed.
Well, maybe I'll watch that episode a little bit differently. But still. And then the next season is dropping pretty soon. Again, it's crazy. It's just the one. And it is dark. But it is just one thing that, and again, I didn't watch it on purpose. My girlfriend had it on the background, and they would always hear the dun dun. Yeah. And then I was like, oh. Well,
those stories are taken from regular NYPD cases. Those are real.
And they'll change them a little bit. I remember they had Jerry Sandusky, but they did a basketball coach in that one. But you can, and now that it's 2026, they are starting to, phones are more involved. They're trying to.
Yeah, because I recognize some, because some of the ones I was involved in, there was one where a woman was actually, she was tied to a chair and burned. They set her on fire. That was a real case in Queens when I was in charge of Queens detectives. So they're real cases. They just change the facts a little bit.
Right. They do change it just up a little bit. I did real quickly want to get to something I learned. Deshaun Jackson is doing something pretty special at Delaware State. Yesterday they beat Stony Brook. Stony Brook's a team who is a very solid team. They've been fine in the FCS, but Deshaun Jackson is winning at Delaware State. And when he took the job, it's very easy to write off former stars in college. Penny Hardaway at Memphis. I mean, he's gotten some of the most 5 stars that school's ever gotten and has still run them into the ground and hasn't been able to figure anything out. And when he makes a tournament, sucks it up there. But NFL coaches, it's not usually that great players are great coaches. Deshaun Jackson, everybody, you automatically chalk it up now. That's what people do. Deshaun Jackson's having a lot of success at Delaware State. I don't know if it continues after. We will see, but it is pretty cool to see somebody, a former player, and a Raven. He's on that long list, the Des Bryant, Deshaun Jackson. There's 2 lists. There's the almost Ravens, and there's the Ravens that were way past their prime. D-Hop just joined that list after last year. So Deshaun Jackson, former Raven, is having success at Delaware State. It is pretty cool to see. Mm-hmm. Coming up next, do not change the dial. Wrap things up. Ed had a great time hosting with you. We'll be back together Tuesday. Enjoyed it. Yeah.
I enjoyed myself. Joe was making fun of you through the headphones.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
I'll just sneak this in.
Dun dun.
He should have played it.
Are you going to Lions Den after the show?
I might.
You want to go together?
We could absolutely.
Come on.
I get you a 2-for-1 deal.
Oh, that sounds really exciting.
If it's double-headed, it's 4 for 1.
Yeah, that's right.
It's double-headed.
Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena. Check it out.
This football season, 105.7 The Fan brings you unparalleled analysis of the purple and black. Beginning September 9th, it's Baltimore Football Weekly with Ken McCusick and Femi Ayimbadejo. From the film room to the locker room, Ken breaks down the tape and Femi gives you the player perspective. Baltimore Football Weekly, Wednesday nights, 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Elephant in the Room in Millersville on 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Baltimore, feeling overwhelmed by mattress options? There's an easier way. Visit Mattress Firm today and upgrade your sleep during their best sale of the year. Their sleep experts guide you to the perfect bed without the hassle. With a curated selection and options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. Don't miss the best sale of the year at Mattress Firm. They make sleep easy.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select one game from 32 team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary, must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered or sponsored this sweepstakes in any way.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, did you hear about Eric Sobel?
From Ace Law? You heard about him too?
Yeah. After my accident, I called Ace Law. Eric took my case, took everything out of my hands, and got me the compensation I deserved. Best decision I made.
I'm Eric Sobel, and when you've been injured, I'm your guy. I'll handle the insurance companies, find you the right doctor, manage all that paperwork, and fight for the compensation you deserve, so you can focus on getting better and getting back to life. Call Ace Law today. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and call them up Aces.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
The Summer Sellathon is happening now at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great Nissan models priced under $30,000 ready to drive home today. Credit challenges? We say yes. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
Usher and Chris Brown bring their R&B tour to M&T Bank Stadium on October 17th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Thursday afternoon in St. Louis, the Birds miss out on another series sweep.
Tap towards first, in the hole, glove by Burleson, finds O'Brien to finish the ball game.
The final call from Ben Wagner on Masson. Leota Taveras grounds out to end it, sealing a 7-5 Cardinals win as the O's fall to 4-8 in games in which they could clinch a sweep. Baltimore did climb out of a 6-1 hole to make this one interesting late, but they were unable to overcome a shaky outing by Trevor Rogers, low-lighted by a 3-run homer off the bat of Blaze Jordan and a 2-run shot from former Oriole Ramon Arias. Kobe Mayo did go yard in the losing effort, and Gunnar Henderson slapped an RBI double to left in the 8th. Unfortunately, the loss drops the Birds a half game further out of the AL's final wildcard spot. They currently trail the Cleveland Guardians by 3 games. Tonight, the O's are in Sacramento, opening up a 3-game series with the A's. And the Fan will get you prepped for Game 1 of 3 with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Watershed at Cross Street Market from 6 to 7 p.m. First pitch from the West Coast, scheduled for 9:40 Eastern. And tonight at the Bank, the Ravens finish off their preseason schedule with a matchup against the Washington Commanders, kickoff slated for 6 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with a chance for evening storms, highs in the upper 80s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and your home for the most Ravens coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
You really have to keep like a running ranking of players in your head. And that's for the position coaches, that's for the coordinators, that's for the head coach, because that's really what it comes down to. It's not just like, oh, we get to play a game and then some of these guys will be gone. Like, we get to have input and say over who we think gives us the best opportunity to be the best football team we can be. So it's a combination of going in and evaluating it, looking at it. I do think, it's like, where do you put more stock into joint practices versus a normal practice, and trying to weigh all that.
I would say that in our system, that center position is massive for us, especially in year one, with a different quarterback at the helm. That guy's got to direct a lot of the show. And so Javon's done a really good job. Ethan has done an excellent job. Like, he's a guy that's new to the building, and yet, I come in every morning and, he's really like one of the first players here. He's exceptionally smart. He communicates at a really high level. You could see it right from the first day he came out here. I feel really good about both of those guys.
That's Declan Doyle, offense coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens, talking about the center position and in cahoots, in consultation with Dwayne Letford, the new O-line coach, trying to figure out, now that Danny Pinter is officially out of the equation, who will be under center, or who will be starting at center and snapping to Lamar Jackson September 13th against the Indianapolis Colts. Javon Gwynn's been the dude.
Mm-hmm.
They signed Ethan Posick, who had Achilles tear back in December, who's working himself back into the mix. So what do we learn tonight, if anything, from this? And then it's all on to the Colts starting next week. Do we just look at the tea leaves where Gwynn's been running with the twos all along, now with the ones because Pinter's out?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, would anything have to change? What would change, Vinny, I guess, for Ethan Posick to start against the Colts September 13th there?
Yeah. The thing that Posick's got going against him, Bob, is the O-line coach and Gwynn were together. So you know that he likes him because he followed him here. For Posick, Posick's learning. I don't know, if you asked him, is he 100%? He probably says, I'm getting better all the time. He's smart, veteran guy. Gwynn is much more athletic, and is Posick, to me, what you see is what you get. With Gwynn, I think he's has a bigger ceiling. I think he gets better as the season goes along. So tonight, and I said this when we were all fair, as long as Huntley's playing quarterback, Bob, I think Gwynn's in there. I think Venga's in there. And then we got Vincent at the left tackle, Emory Jones Jr. at the left guard, and then Licton, whatever, 78, Mr. Penalty, at the right tackle. So I think that's the O-line. And then I think, Bob, so that's last time they got like 14 snaps. And I guess, they got to decide what they thought of the film of the Washington stuff too. But it was, Posick had 2 holding penalties in that. So we'll see. And then tonight, I think tonight plays big in that one. Unless they're totally comfortable and confident and they feel like going in that Gwynn is set and ready. If Gwynn doesn't play tonight, Bob, it's over.
Yeah. It's a wrap. But looking long term, Vinny, with what you've seen from Doyle's offense and what he wants to run, which center best suits
Gwynn?
Okay, there you go.
The biggest reason, Bob, is they're all having kind of problems with it, and that's why because they want to run zone stretch plays. All right. And what do you mean by that? And we hear the O-line coach say, what is it? He wants him running up the field. So what they've got to do is they have got to get on the outside shoulder. All right, if I'm the center, Bob, and there's a guy over the guard. The guy over the guard is my guy. And I've got to get my inside hand on his outside shoulder and keep my shoulder square and run up the field. If I get turned, I'm going nowhere. And that's why a lot of times stuff gets stuffed because they may get there, but, the defensive guy, he gets paid too, and he's punching, locking out, trying to keep that outside arm, outside leg free. And they're losing a lot of those battles right now. And that's why, with Posick, who to me is kind of average athlete, whereas Gwen can get there, get your shoulders up the field to center, and then he's got to get up on the linebacker. That's the thing that he's got to do in like the wide zone stretch. And then, what they do is, all right, running backs, find your hole. Is basically what, because they're all running. And when they all run, Bob, what do the defensive guys do? They start running, and a lot of time the lane is cut back.
So tonight, final preseason game against the Commanders, 6 o'clock, M&T Bank Stadium. Weather's going to change. Kind of overcast and gray, but it's going to be sunny and ready to rock and roll in the 80s later on tonight. So we're going to talk about the rookies so far, what you've seen. Who's the undrafted guy, Burke?
Yes.
That has really risen, to the equation so far in the training camp going into the preseason, and who's going to make a roster spot, and which fancy name veteran could be on the outs when it's all said and done.
Yeah. It'll be interesting, Bob. We go through all the draft picks. That'll be somewhat interesting, because here's the other thing, Bob, is what we don't know is how involved is Eric at cutdown time? Because then, does Jesse get to say, we need these are the guys that we want? Or maybe they put a list together and Eric and his guys put a list together. What I always did, Bob, coaches, you're with them in meetings every day. You watch them every day. You're watching film on them every day. You guys pick the 53.
Sure.
So I don't know what Eric does and how much Eric is involved, and does he want all of these, 11 draft picks? Does he want them all on the team? And if that's the case, then I don't, they're all not making a team, Bob. They're going to be on the practice squad or they'll be somewhere else, but they cannot. I think when you look at it, Bob, there's only two that aren't making it. Benny and Bearston, the last two picks, the D-tackle on the guard. But otherwise, everybody else on that roster has some kind of role. The one who's the farthest away from playing, to me, would be Randall, the running back.
Now, with Jacoby Lane, who has been the story of training camp, does he play tonight? If he doesn't, does that mean it's Zay, Bateman, and Jacoby Lane? There's your three. And then Surratt, gets some run for sure. He's going to make the team, obviously, but how does he help you in teams to ensure that he'll be active?
Yeah. I think this, Bob. I think Jacoby Lane is going to be a lot like Loveland was, Bob, for the Bears. And what do I mean by that is he will be there, and he'll have his 3 or 4 targets. And then as the season goes, he's going to be more involved. And what's Jacoby's role probably in that Indy game, Bob, might be red zone, although their red zone stuff has not. They still need work on that because, you saw that the other day. They don't, he's got to when you're in press man coverage and that dude's lined up on you and you're in the goal, you just can't run. You got to get his hands off of your body to create some separation, because we watched 3 reps and he wasn't allowed to go jump. He's got to be able to go up, and Lamar's got to be able to just kind of throw a soft high ball. But back to your point, Bob, I don't know any benefit of Jacoby Lane playing tonight, because if he were to get hurt, he's my starter. He's my third receiver. When we put 3 out there, he's out there. I mean, every practice when they put 3 receivers to start, he is out there. And I don't. Yeah, what good does it do? It doesn't. To me, it does no good for him to be playing.
Preseason finale tonight. Your thoughts on the Ravens, what you've seen so far. Everybody get in at 410-583-1057. Cutdown day is Sunday, coming up at 6 o'clock. So we'll know the 53-man roster. Also talk about if they're going to bring in a veteran, what position would they do that for. The Orioles, we need to send a memo to David Rubenstein, who can send it to Mike Elias, to Craig Alvarez, and then to the players themselves. It's not against the rules to sweep a series.
Yeah.
Bullpen game for the Cardinals. Guy that opened yesterday, who walks everyone and their grandmother, he retires every batter he faced. And Trevor Rogers, on the heels of Kyle Bradish being rocky. He was rocky. He gives up 2 home runs, including one to a guy who hadn't hit a home run in his home stadium the entire season. Ramon Arias said, hey, remember me? So the Birds, they do win the series. Frustrating loss. Gunnar ran into an out, which has been a season-long dilemma for him. Offense was sleepy time until the 8th inning. Well, 7th inning when Mayo hit the home run. But you get the point. They put up 21 in the first 2. Then they were silenced for the first 7 of the game. So they win the series, got it. Now you got to sweep the A's. Worst pitching staff in baseball. Lopez on the hill tonight. Robust earned run average. Brandon Young trying to bounce back from a shaky outing his last performance. So it's all good. But he is left-handed, Lopez, which creates dilemma for Craig Alvarez. But we can't be satisfied with winning series anymore. Wins are at a premium. They lost yesterday and lost a half game in the standings, because Cleveland right now is the hottest team in baseball. We can get in all of that and more, but yes, you win 2 out of 3. Not going to be too whiny about it, but you got to sweep the A's or the Rockies. They have to come home 7-2.
I think they still can. I think yesterday, it was a bummer.
Yes.
It was, especially because the offense was just spirited enough late to make you think like they really had it. And I actually bought in. Like when Gunnar was on second there, and we'll get into that play probably later in the hour. But I actually thought they were going to do it. The offense clicking the way it has the first 2 games of the series, Mayo sparking things. I actually believed they were going to come back yesterday.
I didn't think Pete would strike out 4 times.
Oh, that's for sure.
Hey,
Bob, the thing that sucks is
just don't ask him about his calf.
You win the series and you lose ground. That's where you're at this time of the year.
Yeah, because Cleveland's off. But to your point, every loss is like, and Graceffa looked like Bob Gibson against the Orioles through his 3 innings. So Birds lose yesterday, win the series. Does that make you feel better? And me, not so much. That means they're a game further behind 500 where they need to be. So we can get in all of that and more. College football starts this weekend, believe it or not, as we got all sorts of zaniness going on there. Chip Patterson, I haven't talked to him in a while. CBSSports.com. Preview the college football season with him, as a matter of fact, coming up at 11:30. It's Featured Artist Friday. I can't remember who it is. We'll find out together next here on The Fan.
Friday, September 25th through Sunday, September 27th. It's the 2026 Avena Maryland Italian Festival, presented by Jarrettsville Furniture and hosted by the Society of Italian American Businessmen. Come out to Ripken Stadium in Aberdeen for live music, carnival rides and games, authentic Italian cuisine, and numerous retail vendors and performance artists. Plus, appearances by Mario and Luigi, and fireworks on both Friday and Saturday night for the kids. For tickets and info, visit www.marylanditalianfestival.com.
It's the summer send-off sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a phenomenal sales experience. And you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's gas and hybrid. Now test drive the 26 Elantra hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon. Gas today, $3.89. And make no payments till November 2026 on every new Hyundai. So we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. So get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? Bought 19 cars over the times at Jones Junction. I've been in every department, sales, service, parts, collision. The sales department, Mike over there, just took care of my daughter's oil change, which was spectacular. Ed Zimmerman, he's dealing with me again. Ed is the best. Nobody is better, nicer, better guy than Ed Zimmerman in the collision center. Save thousands now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. And by the way, we're going to be there next Thursday. Me, Bob, and Nolan, we're all going to be there next Thursday from 10 to 2 at 1504 Bel Air Road. That's where we're going to be. 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. And see that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com. Get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Baltimore area Chick-fil-A restaurants are proud to partner with the Maryland State Fair to support food pantries in Greater Baltimore. Bring 5 non-perishable food items today, August 28th, for free admission. 1 entry per 5 food items. Rides are individually priced.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too at My Computer Career. They helped me get financial aid, and I got to choose online or on-campus classes that fit my needs. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Want more cash? You can get a $450 bonus after your first 45 deliveries with Uber Eats. That's a bonus $150 for every 15 deliveries. But what if you're a bike person? Ding Ding is right. You can pedal your way to that $450 bonus on 2 wheels, or 4 wheels, or even no wheels. However you choose to deliver, you can get a $450 bonus after 45 deliveries on Uber Eats. Sign up and start delivering. Complete within 14 days of sign up. Ends 11/1. Terms apply. See app for details.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch. to elite checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Pink Floyd. How could I forget? It's only been less than 24 hours. Anything you want to hear from the Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, send your request to Plasport text line of 410-583-1057. It's Vinny and Haney. Bob Haney beats Serrato. Nolan McGraw. Orioles lose yesterday to the Cardinals, taking on the A's, starting a 3-game series against them tonight. Worst pitching staff in baseball. You know, they were 38-38 at one time. They were 500 more recently than the Orioles have been. But the A's have had a ton of injuries, and they're starting to pay the price. That's their problem. Baltimore needs to go in there and handle their business because Cleveland, they're hosting Kansas City, the hottest team right now in the American League. Outside of Cleveland, it's won 7 in a row. And then Texas is at Milwaukee, who's right now trying to vie for the best record in Major League Baseball. So if the Orioles can do what they had to do, and other teams can do them a solid, who knows how they'll be coming back for Boston next week. Adley Rutschman, maybe returning because he's been out with an elbow. They play the Yankees tonight. And if he's not in the lineup tonight, Adley might be hitting the old IL for the third time this year. So there you go on that one. But the Ravens taking on the Commanders, 6 o'clock, early kickoff. Hey, look, the Orioles played late, 9:40. Sacramento, you got the Ravens at 6. Good old Friday night for your sports viewing pleasure. If you can hang through the booze,
I think
I will.
Isn't it a national TV game or something? Isn't that why it's 6 o'clock? I thought it was something like that. That it's on Commanders, Ravens.
It doesn't matter. It starts at 6. We'll figure out a way to watch it. Who you watching?
NFL Network.
For the Ravens tonight. And then, of course, the Orioles, 3 games now out of the wild card with less than 30 games left to play. The regular season ends in less than a month in Major League Baseball. Let's get out to the phones. Go to Joe in Woodbury. Joe, what's up?
Hey, man, you know the worst thing about not getting that sweep? When you win the first 2, if you get that third, you move up 3 games in the win column. But if you only get the 2 wins out of the 3, you only gain 1 game because you gain a game in the loss column and you get even. So that's the even, 1 win, 1 loss. So you only gain a game, man. And to me, I said the one that was pitching yesterday would be the one that blew it. Did he give a home run up to a guy who just hit his 4th home run this year?
First one at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And hit one at that stadium. And then he got hurt later in the game.
That's what I'm saying. And so I said, well, hold up. 3-0 ain't bad. Because as long as it stays at 3, we got a chance. Which we would have, except when I turn around. Oh, this is the first time in a long time he's given up 2 home runs in a game. I said I knew he would blow it. But that's enough about the Orioles because I called to talk about something positive. Vinny, you talking about Jacoby Lane, and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, anytime you draft a receiver number 1, you expect him to be number 1. But through the Ravens' history, we could always draft a receiver with our number 1 pick, but he was never really a good number 1 until Zay. Now, Bateman, he was drafted as a number 1, but he was the only one because we had no other to be the 1 or whatever. But then he became the number 2. But now, during training camp, you was hearing the talk that, man, this Jacoby guy might be number 2, bumping Bateman down to number 3. So I hope Bateman plays as good as he did a couple years ago because he may wind up being the number 3 because I'm thinking about how you said Lamar threw him that sweet, beautiful pass over to the sideline, and he dropped it. And we all know if Lamar can't depend on you, he'll move away from you. So I pray that Bateman can be the guy that he should be, a number 2 and the Jacoby guy. And then another thing I'm saying about when you got 6 receivers, you got your first 3 and your second 3. Hopefully, when you bring the 1 or the 2 or the 3 out of the first, you can bring a 4 or 5 or 6, and then they can do just as well. But good observation, Vinny. Y'all have a wonderful Friday. Happy Friday, fellas.
Get on that total, Jim. Let's go. Come on.
No, I'm on the elliptical today, Bob.
There
on the
you go.
elliptical.
All right. Get that working. That's all that matters.
I'll
Thanks,
say
Joe.
this,
Have a
Bob.
good weekend.
It is not close between Bateman and Jacoby Lane. I mean, Bateman's having a hell of a camp. Bateman looks damn good right now, and he is so polished as a route runner, way ahead of where Jacoby is. Jacoby does, for a rookie, he got mitts on him, man. I mean, he makes... I don't know. I've seen Jacoby drop a ball. I did at OTAs and minicamp, but now he doesn't drop balls. But he's still got to become a better route runner. But he is 6'4".
All right, let's get back to the phones. Let's go to Owings Mills. It's Warren. Warren, what's happening on this Friday? Featured Artist Fridays. It's Pink Floyd, Comfortably Numb.
Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, it's interesting. One of the best concerts I ever saw at Civic Center in the summer of 1975. Pink Floyd. That's a good choice.
Were you tripping on acid at the time, if you don't mind me asking, in front of a 100,000-watt radio station?
No, I never did that. That was not my drug of choice. I'll leave it at that.
Word.
but real quick, Orioles, and I'm really going to get to the Ravens. Bob, if the Orioles had hit the last 6 weeks like they've hit the last 6 games, you wouldn't have had to be going through this how many games back of the wild card. They would have the wild card wrapped up. But I really want to get to the Ravens real quick. 2 points for Vinny. I've been really impressed by Ethan Burke. I mean, he reminds me of one of my favorite all-time Ravens, Garrett Johnson, except for he's Jarrett Johnson, but he's a better pass rusher. Johnson just was great at setting the edge. And I really, Vinny, what do you think about his chance to make it? And then my other question is about the center position. Gwynn, to me, I saw him on the news, and they weren't in pads. He looks awful small. Can he hold up like bull rushes and that sort of thing? What's his size? I understand he's athletic, but I mean they had him next to Awane, and Awane is just massive in shorts and helmet and everything. And Gwynn looks so small.
6'2", 310. On the roster.
Yeah, exactly.
But let me just say this: the first one of the first plays, when they were rushing the passer, he did get pushed right back. But let me, the thing about it is with center and pass protection, not a lot of times they got the guy one-on-one. I mean, let's just say this. He's bigger than Linderbaum was.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good.
Because Linderbaum had those same problems.
Yeah. And then what do you think about Burke? I really have been impressed by him.
I think that's a good comparison that you made with Jarrett Johnson. But you know what? He's probably maybe a little better athlete. I'll say this: if Burke is going to be on a 53-man roster this year, I'm saying he's either going to be on the Ravens or somebody else is picking him up.
Yeah, we're not getting him through. That's my question. We're not getting him through waivers.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Whereas Adisa Isaac,
thanks, Warren.
You can probably get him through waivers.
We'll come back, take more of your phone calls. Support that 583-1057. Vinny Haynie, Nolan McGraw, Featured Artist Friday, Pink Floyd. Anything you want to hear from the Rock and Roll Hall of Famers? Plenty of songs. Send requests to the Window Nation text line at 410-583-1057. Ravens and Commanders coming up tonight. Any questions about players? Going to talk about the rookies, how they've looked so far through training camp, first couple of preseason games. Ahead of the Colts, September 13th, and the Orioles. They do win the series in St. Louis, but less than 30 games to play. You have to win the games you're supposed to win. And when Trevor Rogers is going up against a bullpen game situation like he did against St. Louis, you got to win that game, man.
Football coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Oh, it's summertime, which means the beach, the pool, and the outdoor activities. Look, if you're not happy with what you see in the mirror when you're pulling on that bathing suit or that T-shirt, it's time to make a move. At Life Med Institute, they're not selling you some fad diet or empty promises. They're using real science-backed solutions, including the GLP-1 peptides that targets weight loss at its core. Add in hormone optimization, IV infusions, and you got a full lineup working for you now. They're expert medical providers. They're in your corner every step of the way. Dr. Whip's the best. This summer, let's get you feeling like a champ. Medically supervised weight loss that actually works. Don't forget that LifeMed Institute, they specialize in testosterone replacement therapy to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence. With treatment plans built around your needs by an experienced medical team, not AI, you shouldn't feel like you're running on fumes when the rest of the world is out there thriving. I get my B12 and my testosterone shot every week. As a matter of fact, I'll get mine tomorrow, and along with I'm getting an IV, and my wife and her sister, they're getting facials tomorrow when we go to the LifeMed in Bel Air, the dream team there, and we're going to see them and find out the best location for you at lifemedinstitute.com or give them a call at 410-575-1200. Tell them Vinny sent you.
Conrad's introduces How To Tuesdays, a YouTube segment with Captain Tony Conrad sharing techniques on catching and steaming crabs, shucking oysters, filleting fish, and more. How To Tuesdays starts September 1st. Subscribe on YouTube at Conrad's Craft Seafood.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
Our fantasy commish says for him it's all about the friendships. Cute, but I play to win. Like with Bet365. I get paid the second my team goes up big with early payout, and I get profit boost before the game starts with Early Bird Special. Enjoy the friends, Kevin. I'll take the wins on Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. Claim an app. T&Cs apply.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select one game from 32 team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered or sponsored this sweepstakes in any way.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon. Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state. This Fan Flash is brought to you by Clothier Exclusive Menswear. Clothier Exclusive Menswear. Look sharp, feel unstoppable. Step up your style today. Visit ClothierExclusiveMenswear.com.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The O's fell short of a sweep yesterday in St. Louis, losing to the Cardinals 7-5, and the blame for this one has to fall on starter Trevor Rogers. The O's ace surrendered 6 earned runs over 5 innings of work, with Blaze Jordan and Ramon Arias doing the bulk of the damage with 3-run and 2-run homers respectively. The long ball has been a real issue for Rogers this season, as he set a new career high yesterday with 16 homers surrendered this season. After the game, he spoke on his outing, and it seemed he was searching for answers after another frustrating defeat.
Honestly, it's kind of hard to say. I thought I pitched really well. I was attacking the zone the way I wanted to. I think just lately the homers have been killing me. I'm going to give up base hits. That's baseball, but the damage lately has just been the homers. So try to figure out how to get the ball on the ground more consistently, and I wouldn't really change a whole lot other than that.
Despite taking 2 of 3 in St. Louis, the Birds find themselves further out of the final AL wildcard spot than where they started. Baltimore trails Cleveland by 3 games as their road trip rolls on to Sacramento. The Fan will get you prepped for tonight's Game 1 of 3 against the Athletics with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Watershed at Cross Street Market from 6 to 7 p.m. First pitch from the West Coast, scheduled for 9:40 Eastern. And tonight in Baltimore, the Ravens finish up their preseason slate with a matchup against the Commanders. Kickoff from the bank, slated for 6 p.m. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with a chance for evening storms. Highs in the upper 80s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Orioles Terps, and your home for the most Ravens coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Right, because if you're going to move guys around, ultimately, then that means other guys are going to have to do different jobs too. And I think we have that. I think the collective FBI of our defense is tremendous. As coaches, I think for us, it's about imagination, right? And thinking how we can best utilize all these chess pieces that we have.
Anthony Weaver, Ravens defense coordinator, meeting with the media earlier this week, talking about positional versatility and how it helps your chance to make the 53-man roster. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Featured artist Friday, it's Pink Floyd. Anything you want to hear from them, send a request to the Window Nation text line at 410-583-1057. Before we get to the phone calls here, Vinny, who has the most positional versatility in a sense that it helps them make the team? You know, I mean, Roquan's on the team,
Yeah.
Hendrickson and Hamilton, but whose positional versatility separates them from someone else that might be on the
Might be like Peoples, because he can line up outside, inside, kind of guy. Broderick Washington lines up outside some. Linebackers is Tavius Robinson. He can rush from inside, outside. Zion can rush from inside and outside. Their guy, and Calais can rush from the outside. I mean, they're good. Their defensive line, I don't know where they were ranked overall, but if you got Nnamdi back in that group, Bob, their defensive line has got to be one of the better ones.
They were 2 or 3,
yeah,
if memory serves. But if Teddy Buchanan's ready for Indy, what role does Trenton Simpson now play for that defense?
Trenton Simpson would be special teamer, and Bob, I mean, who do you're going to have him rush instead of who? You know what I mean? If you can have Buchanan in there or Simpson in there, I guess if you want a blitzer, maybe, you can let Simpson do that because he's got good speed and stuff. But I would say, Bob, he may get to start the first. The 2 big questions to me is Nnamdi and Teddy. When, are they going to be on the 53 originally, or are we waiting 4 weeks?
Right.
That's a big question there, because that'll kind of change the roster. So if, Simpson may get to start the first game, Bob, and then, then you're just a backup, so, but he's got positional flexibility.
And athletic enough, and
he's
in
a
the
super athletic guy.
Final year of his contract, and we saw him flash at the end of last season after Buchanan got hurt. Not necessarily Vinny in a true inside linebacker role, but he could go sick the quarterback.
They've all say, Bob, he's improved a bunch. I mean, all the coaches that have talked and everything else, even Roquan, he's got a lot better. Same coach for 2 years in a row now, which is big for him. So maybe the light has come on a little bit because, Bob, he hasn't played in any preseason games.
Right.
So he's not playing tonight. So
good sign for him, for sure. Ravens and Commanders, 6 o'clock down at M&T Bank Stadium. Then it's on to the Colts. Well, cut-down day, Sunday, 6 o'clock. You have to get down to your 53. Then you get your practice squad all
well, let me just say this, Bob. Let's say we'll use Jay Higgins, for example. Sunday night, 6 o'clock, he doesn't get cut. Yes, I'm on the team.
Sure.
Then then the waiver wire. And then, we like that linebacker better than Higgins. Jay, we're going to have to release you. On Tuesday you get a call, and you thought you made it, and then you get, this. So it's not over, once that 53, because when cut down time comes, like Eric and his guys, Bob, they won't get the waiver wire. You won't get who's cut probably till 10, 11 o'clock Sunday night, the teams. And then to me, that's when me and my pro scouts, that's when we'd go to work. We'd be working all night, and all right, this guy could help, ranking. And then in the morning, meet with the coaches and say, hey, I think these guys could possibly help and, all that kind of stuff. So the work for Eric and those guys probably starts Sunday night around 10.
Orioles in Sacramento taking on the A's tonight, 9:40 first pitch. Game on up, a 3-game set. Orioles did not get the sweep against the Cardinals, but Brandon Young, he'll be on the hill. The A's, by the way, second worst team ERA in baseball next to Colorado, and they've given up the most home runs in Major League Baseball. Let's break out those whipping sticks, shall we? Against the Sacramento, soon-to-be Las Vegas A's. Go to Jonathan in Essex. Jonathan, what's up?
What's up, fellas? Happy Friday, man, and whatever this thing is. Yeah, they've got a little football today. The Ravens play in. My son plays today over there at Milford. They got a game today.
Nice.
So I'm kind of hyped.
High school?
High school, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it's moving on up. So the thing that I got, one thing I want to ask, and I've been, I do a lot of listening. Who is our other starting corner for the Ravens? Who is it?
Well, it's Wiggins and Marlin.
Marlin? You think the Marlin's going to be the starting cornerback?
Absolutely.
I thought he played the inside like the corner. So
no, who's playing inside is Hamilton's pretty much playing on the inside quite a bit.
So when the game starts on next week, I'll see Marlin on the right side and Higgins on the left side.
Yeah.
They're going to be back there. It's been a long time since I've seen Marlin back there on that back end, unless he's playing like a man-on-man. Like I seen him play when they played Chase on the inside. So, okay, all right, so Marlin and Wiggins, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
And actually, Marlin's had a good camp, but he's got a lot of hands-on balls and stuff, And then T.J. Tampa and Awuzie are right there. They're in there. But the safeties are the key, guys, because they're playing with 3 safeties most of the time.
And one more quick question about this. Maybe it's just people are trying to hyperbole. Why, Vinny, you say you're out there. You see the shape Lamar is in. Why, when I listen to all these people, they still keep trying to question this guy's legs? And didn't anything of last year, that last Pittsburgh game, didn't that count for anything? That's all I want to know. I just need somebody to talk me down off of me being so hyped or what everybody else is saying about Lamar. Thanks, fellas.
All right. Jonathan sounds like to me, and we love Jonathan, and good luck to your son at Milford tonight. Howard Cosell. He'd get praised by 99 people would say he's the best. One guy would say he sucked. He'd obsess over the one guy that criticized him. Lamar Jackson, let me say this again, and I've been doing sports talk in my hometown for almost 28 years now. He gets his ass kissed maybe more than any athlete that I've No, not that, since I've been a fan. Since I've been doing this.
Yeah. Nationally, he gets
his rear. There are dissenters.
Yes.
For sure. Not everybody's going to like you. Believe it or not, people criticize me. Your ears work, I'm assuming. He gets his rear end smooched here in this town. Mm-hmm. But there is a loud minority. And there are people, Vinny, as you know, that wait and wait and wait. You don't hear from them until something bad happens.
Yeah,
and then they pop out like you open up the old pretzel can and the snake would fly out of there, like the old gag joke. Lamar, I don't recall anyone this offseason questioning him. He might not run like he did in 2018, right? And I don't think that's an unfair assessment.
No.
But he's still arguably one of the 3 best running quarterbacks in the National Football League.
And I think if you ask defensive coordinators, they're scared. They're still scared of Lamar running the football. And let me just say this. If they're getting a lot of 3rd and longs in the first few games, we're going to see Lamar. Because he's going to have to be, if they're in a lot of 3rd and longs, Lamar's going to have to be Houdini. And if he is Houdini and they're winning those games, Bob, he's going to be mentioned as Lamar's back.
Yep.
Back to MVP form. Raven, and then it's going to be, can he win in the playoffs?
That's the number one thing.
Yep.
And until he gets to a Super Bowl, that narrative will be there. Same with Josh Allen.
Yep.
By the way, and Joe Burrow needs to get to the playoffs to call off the dogs with him. We'll come back, talk to Nolan McGraw a little bit, and then Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner. He'll be joining us, whip around 11:15. 4 games in the NFL last night. Talk about some of the highlights of those. And then Chip Patterson, CBSSports.com, preview the college football season. Who are the Heisman favorites? And could this be a year where a non-quarterback actually wins the award?
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Home buyers are trying to save every cent they can. So if you're a seller and your air conditioning's busted or you have to flush the toilet twice every time someone uses the bathroom, it's going to cost you thousands at the negotiating table. That's why you need to work with Lee Tessier. Now, Lee gets it. Those repairs, they're expensive to make, and that's why he's going to help you fix things up before you list your home with no upfront costs. Lee's Rehab Refresh program is going to give you the money you need to get your home into the best shape, and you won't owe a dime for those fixes until after your home sells. It'll help you sell your home for less. So it's going to help you sell your home for so much more money that the upgrades are going to pay for themselves. Now, Lee guarantees that your home's going to sell for top dollar. And if he can't find you a buyer at a price and a deadline you agreed to, he's going to buy your home himself. So call the only agent I qualified to sell my home. That means my good buddy, Lee Tessier. Just give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. That's 410-638-9555 or find listings at leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, I'll just start packing.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
He catches up with you, paid for by NHTSA. We shouldn't be surprised, really, after writing him off due to last year's Rose Bowl. But the Rams saw something in him, and maybe all of us should have known better because Ty Simpson just finished the preseason on a high note last night. And after watching Fernando Mendoza struggle through his exhibition work, you got to wonder if we'll end up looking back on Simpson as the real QB1 of the 26 class and worth the pick that at the time looked like a massive mistake. I'm Chris Mack.
1057 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. Box Hill Pizza Restaurant.com.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING.com. I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, coming up here in a matter of minutes. Talk some Ravens with him. Head of the final preseason game. Look at the projected 53-man roster as he sees it. I mean, how many spots are actually available? So we'll get into Jonas's mind on that one. Whip around 11:15. Having on World Sports last night. A couple of preseason games in the National Football League. We'll talk about, we got college football, 3 games we're going to talk about later on in the 11 o'clock hour. Stay tuned for that. Speaking of college football, Chip Patterson, CBSSports.com, talk about the Heisman favorites for this season. The SEC, the ACC, the Big 12, all about banning people. What does this mean for all of the guys that just signed with LSU?
I know, but then some judge from Dallas or something
overturned it.
Yeah.
Put a stay. So this thing is wild, wild west, man.
Oh, my God.
It is crazy time. We'll get Chip's thoughts on that and more. Nolan, say hi real quick.
Hello. That's it? We done?
Yeah. That's it. We'll talk to you next hour. Coming up next, Jonas Schaefer. It's Vinny Haynie, Nolan here on The Fan.
This football season, 105.7 The Fan brings you unparalleled analysis of the purple and black. Beginning September 9th, it's Baltimore Football Weekly with Ken McCusick and Femi Ayimbadejo. From the film room to the locker room, Ken breaks down the tape and Femi gives you the player perspective. Baltimore Football Weekly, Wednesday nights, 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Elephant in the Room in Millersville on 105.7 The Fan.
Go payment-free this summer. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley. That's no payments for 90 days on the Hondas you want, like Accord and CR-V hybrids. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonHonda.net. No payments for 90 days. Must finance with approved credit through AHFC.
A dark night. A quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity CyberSecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
Is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi? We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget.
Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. College football Saturdays are already packed with reasons to get excited. And this season, FanDuel's giving you even more. Make this your most rewarding college football season ever with FanDuel. From the first kickoff of the day to the final whistle at night, there are more ways to get in on every matchup. Back your favorite team, build a same-game parlay, bet team props, or make your picks on the biggest games of the weekend. And along the way, keep an eye on the FanDuel app for even more ways to get rewarded throughout the season. Because when every Saturday brings another slate of games, FanDuel gives you more ways to make every week count. So get ready for big games, bigger Saturdays, and your most rewarding season ever only on FanDuel. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Minimum $5 wager required for 5 consecutive days. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bet reset tokens. Refund from token issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $200 per day. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Baltimore, keep your charm behind the wheel. Fall traffic can be challenging, so plan ahead, leave extra time, don't tailgate, and never drive distracted. The road requires your full attention. Learn more at ndta.maryland.gov.
Join 105.7 The Fan September 25th to the 27th for the 2026 Avena, Maryland Italian Festival, presented by Jarrettsville Furniture and hosted by the Society of Italian American Businessmen, happening on the grounds of Ripken Stadium. The 3-day festival will feature live music, carnival rides, games, authentic Italian cuisine, vendors, and more. Enjoy fireworks Friday and Saturday night. Tickets are on sale now at MarylandItalianFestival.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles' comeback effort fell short yesterday afternoon as they dropped the series finale against St. Louis 7-5. The Cardinals led for most of the game until Kobe Mayo sparked things with a 3-run blast in the 7th. Then in the 8th, they were threatening to tie with Gunnar Henderson at second and just one out. Samuel Basayo hit a sharp comebacker to the pitcher, who immediately went to third to get an aggressively running Henderson in a bang-bang play.
And right off the bat, his first instinct was, like, he's going to third, and also talking with him, you know, he knew where Blaze Jordan was playing, and so he was just trying to beat him to the bag.
There's Craig Albernaz's reaction to Henderson taking off. That instantly brought all of the O's momentum to a screeching halt, and the Cards would add an insurance run in the next half inning to really seal the deal. The Birds' road trip continues tonight with the start of a 3-game series against the A's. First pitch at 9:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps pushing into the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Money! Pink Floyd. We all want some money, man. We'll get to buy or sell coming up here. Well, actually, later. Vinny won't even be here to count that dough.
No,
if we have it.
Hopefully. Oh no, Bob. Right now we're counting it.
Yeah, bring it on. Lamar's going to get his money sooner or later. Pink Floyd featured artist Friday. Pick a song, we'll play it. Request the Window Nation text line. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, Ravens tonight against the Commanders. Final preseason game. Here to talk about that. Bubble guys and stars so far of training camp and beyond from the Baltimore Banner. He is Jonas Schaefer. Jonas, first of all, good morning. How you feeling today?
I'm doing all right, guys. How are you doing?
Doing all right. And look, I'm not saying Trenton Simpson's going to end or, make the Ravens season here in 26, but he's going to make the team. What's his role going to be? If Buchanan comes back in a timely fashion, and we saw him out there on a Wednesday, what's Trenton Simpson's role going to be here in the fourth year as an NFL player?
Probably pretty diminished. I mean, I think he's obviously going to be one of their better special teams players, just because there aren't a lot of guys who look like him, who run like him, who are built like him. But I know obviously one of the fascinations heading into OTAs and then training camp was like, oh, this guy could be a supplementary pass rusher, and he could still be. But I just think with the depth that they have at outside linebacker, with the depth that they have, so you can have Tavius Robinson now kicking inside as a 3-tech on some of these third and longs. It just seems like the roles that he was able to etch out for himself at the end of last year are no longer as viable for him. So it's a tough spot for him. He's a great dude, hoping that, something happens where he could prove just how good he's been. And who knows, like maybe if he starts week 1 and just is totally knockout and Teddy's a little bit slow to get back to speed, then he can hold on to that starting position for longer than we think. But obviously he's got to earn that position in the first place. And we just don't really know how that week 1 pecking order is going to fill out.
Hey, Jonas, tonight, do we expect the same starting offensive line group that we've seen in the first 2 games? And, with Gwen at center and with Venga, at the right guard, Emory Jones left, and Vincent at the left tackle, and as I call him, Mr. Penalty at the right tackle. And then with Jacoby, too, and Huntley. Do we see those guys, or do we see the O-line and not Jacoby? What do you think? Well,
I think you guys probably already, touched on it at some point, but, there was the the Minter quote from a couple days ago, or was it yesterday? I don't remember, just saying like he doesn't really see. He said he basically sees fewer opportunities for the more established guys in this preseason finale. So maybe that means that it is a quicker trigger for Tyler Huntley. Maybe he doesn't play at all along the offensive line. It's going to be interesting because I think if it is Gwynn out there starting, to me that is a pretty clear indication that he's going to be their week 1 starter. Whereas if it's Posick, that to me signals that the door is still open for this guy who hasn't really gotten a whole lot of reps with the first team to say not even the second team either, could still come back and be physically ready for that week 1 starting job. But I think that's probably going to be the most telling starting allocation of this preseason finale, just because like if Ethan Burke and Adisa Isaac both start on defense, that doesn't really tell you who's in ahead of the other. But if it is Gwynn in his final opportunity to get reps with some guys who should be starters or who could be starters in that week 1 offensive line, to me that's kind of hard to explain Posick then going on to win that starting job.
Jonas, do you think that we're going to see a lot of Ali and Randall tonight?
I would hope so. I don't think Ravens fans got a lot of joy out of seeing, running backs that they probably never even heard of get carry after carry in that first quarter and second quarter against Minnesota. So, Randall looked fine coming back from the injury. Ali looks like he has his burst back, so that's good. Obviously, there just have been very, very few opportunities for, I guess it's mainly Ali, to get reps at kick returner because of how few scores the defense has allowed in general. So I still think, personally, selfishly, there are things that I would want to see him do on special teams. But I just don't know, how much we can divine from the depth chart or the pecking order there from what Ali and Randall do.
Now, Burke, does he make the 53?
I think it's 50-50 at this point. I was a little bit lower on those chances after the first preseason game because you saw just how many of those frontline special teams units Adisa was playing in. I thought he looked better than Burke in that first preseason game. He had a nice pressure, and then the second preseason game comes and you have Burke doing a lot of the same frontline special teams units. He gets the sack, he gets the pressures, he gets the forced fumble, and it's just tough to know how the Ravens feel about what Adisa's chances of helping them are later this year versus Burke. I mean, like, Burke's not going to be a guy who wows you running down the field on punt returns, but he does have the size to be a disruptor on the field goal block. Maybe he could help you on kickoff return because it doesn't really matter so much about your 40 times. It's just a matter of like how you can kind of grapple in those close quarters. So I still think it's pretty much a toss-up at this point. But maybe the Ravens feel a little bit bold about, risking Ethan Burke on the waiver wire, a guy who didn't sign for much and wasn't drafted and didn't have a great 40 time. But I think probably if he has another, bananas game tonight, it would be really, really tough for them to sneak him by and expect him to be back on the practice squad.
Jonas, I think you were the one that brought it up to me the other day that Burke's 3-cone time, 6.96. I mean, that was better than Hendrickson's, much better than Verse's. So, I mean, that's where his, he may not have flat-out speed, but he's got that kind of change of direction, that kind of quickness. Yeah,
and like because of how many folks in the NFL draft community swear by that stuff, it kind of makes it all the more shocking that no one took a flyer on him on day 3. Like, I think he came into that senior season at Texas with top 150 draft buzz. No one was expecting him to look like Jadeveon Clowney out there, but just had a quiet kind of ho-hum season. Didn't really do a whole lot, but I mean, from what we've seen from the first day of training camp and maybe even earlier than that, like he's got some burst. And I do think, I don't want to be just complete Burke fanboy. Like there was a play that like that 15 or 20 yard Vikings run on the read option where Burke looked like he had responsibility for that inside give, and he lost contain, and the Vikings running back ran it up the middle, and it was one of their few explosive plays. So there are things that he has not been great at that I think Adisa probably would have been able to handle a little bit more delicately. But, these are the kind of things that you can fix with undrafted rookies, and it's going to be really interesting to see if he takes another step forward tonight.
Jonas, the position that to me is going to be crazy at cut down time is the corners. How do you see that playing out?
Man, it's tough because I think it obviously you have that interplay with the defensive line. Like Nnamdi Madubuike is the skeleton key to so much of this stuff. Like if they keep him, but they want to keep a sixth defensive lineman,
which you have to almost.
Yeah, unless you're expecting him to be able to get up to speed by week 1 or week 2, which seems a little bit unlikely. Mm-hmm. Then that to me means like I'm only keeping 4 safeties on my roster. I'm not keeping Kayvon Wallace. So then I think with the other allocations being what we think they're going to be, 5 outside linebackers, 4 inside linebackers, to me, that's only 6 cornerbacks. So that means that you're losing Bilal Kone or Robert Longerbeam, Marquise Robinson. So that's tough. I would have really liked to see Bilal Kone stamp his bona fides tonight, but he wasn't out there at practice on Wednesday. Jesse seemed a little bit dubious that he would be able to go out there, even though it's a apparently minor lower body injury. So maybe he's a guy who, just because of what he was lost for as a rookie, and because of the fact that he wasn't an especially highly drafted player in the first place, he's a guy that they feel like there's a decent chance that they could sneak onto that practice squad.
Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Jonas, last thing for you, your confidence level in the Looper and Eckley. A couple of weeks away from the Colts here.
Oh, man. We did the anonymous, media surveys at camp, and I think my answer to give away my anonymity was, I think, like a 6 out of 10 for Loop. I'm rooting for him, but I think it is a very different beast kicking in NFL stadiums with swirling winds at some of these venues and 75,000 people breathing down your neck and millions more watching on TV than just kicking at in Owings Mills. So I am in firmly, see it before I believe it mode. I think probably most Ravens fans are. Maybe some Ravens coaches are. But yeah, I think that he could be. I just don't really know what the over/under is on like how many weeks we give him before we have a discussion about how seriously, Eric DeCosta has to consider getting rid of this guy. Because I don't, if the Ravens have the kind of, red zone struggles that they did last year, or some of the struggles that they did after crossing the 50 last year, then they're going to have to rely on a kicker to knock some balls through. And as of right now, I'm still a little bit skeptical that he has, gotten over whatever psychic scars last year might have inflicted on him.
Jonas, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk to you next Friday.
Will do. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jonas Schaefer, everybody. Boy, he does not sound optimistic about the Looper, does he?
No, he's nervous about the Loopster in a crowd.
Yeah. What happens if he's 0 for 2 tonight?
Ooh.
Hi-oh! We'll get into that later in the show when we come back, whip around what happened in NFL preseason. We got college football starting tomorrow. We'll talk about that. Chip Patterson, this day in Orioles history. It's August 28th. A couple of good days. We don't want to talk about the bad days. We want to talk about the bad days. We'll talk about yesterday's game.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. 3 deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Baltimore area Chick-fil-A restaurants are proud to partner with the Maryland State Fair to support food pantries in Greater Baltimore. Bring 5 non-perishable food items today, August 28th, for free admission. 1 entry per 5 food items. Rides are individually priced.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology, and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
In
the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. In a clinical study, Eliquis apixaban reduces stroke risk and has less major bleeding than warfarin.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Ask your doctor about the #1 cardiologist prescribed blood thinner, Eliquis.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select one game from 32-team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary, must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered or sponsored this sweepstakes in any way.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
All right. Let me look at suspected spam. I get like 50 of these a day.
Oh, I hate them.
You know, I like spam as a meat product. These suck. Whoever you are, burn in hell. And I really mean that. Like, go screw yourself.
Bob, I answered one.
Pick up the phone and tell it to him yourself.
Yeah, I know,
it's
but
not a person.
Right. It's
No,
not.
you can get to the Hey, trust me. When Nolan's got nothing better to do on a weekend and he gets a spam call, I can keep him on the hold for 45 minutes.
Really? I don't have that much time.
Wow.
I mean, come on, man. But I like spam. Now I'm hungry all of a sudden. But I'm assuming everyone gets drilled with these things.
Oh, they got to.
I get 5 when we're on the air, literally. Anywho, we're not here to talk about robocalls.
I answer them and I leave me the F alone, you know?
Yeah. And then you got a guy named Mike. And
then there's a recording comes on.
Yeah, but his name's not really Mike. Let's just put it that way. Anywho, NFL preseason last night. Buffalo comes from behind to beat Pittsburgh. On let's see, it was NFL Network. It was Steve Tasker was on the call, and I remember they were just shoving food down their throats during a big segment there. Will Howard, after a dreadful game 2 of the preseason, threw 2 touchdowns and a pick. Drew Aller got it. But McCarthy's saying room for 4 quarterbacks?
They're keeping 4.
Really?
Yeah. Well, they've got, they're going to play with 2, and they're going to develop 2.
All right. So it's Rudolph and Rodgers again? Is that what it is?
Yep.
And Aller and Howard. Yeah. So anyway, 28-27. Buffalo came from behind to win. 2-point conversion late. Cleveland played New England. And Dylan Gabriel, we talk about all the quarterback drama in Cleveland. Deshaun Watson, now the starter. Shedeur Sanders, going to be the backup. Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon, kind of forget about him. Well, last night, kind of sort of made you remember, right?
First down goal. Off the fake. Comes back this way. Caught.
and taking it to the end zone for the touchdown. Luke Flourier, second week in a row, he has found the end zone. Touchdown, Brown.
Dylan Gabriel, that was Al Michaels on the call, Prime Video. Gabriel, 12 of 15, 3 touchdowns all in the first half. And the kid that caught the TD, Al was just talking about, Kent State, if I'm not mistaken.
Right down the street.
Little
from
teeny,
Cleveland.
Yeah, a little teeny tiny guy. But Dylan Gabriel, I guess he'll make the team as the third quarterback, practice squad guy.
No, I don't think, Bob.
Who's the other one?
The kid who came in the fourth that they drafted, who was 6'5", ran 4.3 in the 40. He had a real nice run backed up. But I think Todd kind of sees him as, his project, kind of like Lamar running skills and stuff. They may trade Gabriel or cut him. I don't think they'll keep 4.
And is there a market for Dylan Gabriel, lefty with Taylor Green?
Yeah.
That's who you're talking about.
6'5".
Out of Arkansas. 6'6", 230.
Yeah. And ran like 4.4, 4.3, something like that. Or, maybe they think they can just get him on a practice. You know what happens with everybody? You panic this time of the year because, we're going to lose. 9 of our guys are getting picked up. You're the Cleveland Browns. Come on. And everybody panics, and then you maybe lose a guy or two if you're a good team.
Cleveland wins that game, however, 37-13. So Dylan Gabriel, if it's his swan song in Cleveland, made it an impressive one. San Francisco taking on the Raiders. Number 1 pick in the draft, Fernando. And here he is in action last night. It wasn't his fault, right?
To a national championship anyway. Over the middle, through the hands of Naylor, and intercepted. Tatum the third off of the pinball. And he's finally brought down by his former Niner teammate Spencer Burford. Naylor couldn't handle it. It's a 16-yard return the other direction.
Fernando Mendoza, number 1 pick, Heisman Trophy national champion. 7 for 14, that pick. That was a, should have been caught kind of ball. But it seems as though, and maybe it's not a shocking turn of events, Vinny, that Kirk Cousins will, in fact, be the starting quarterback to begin this season. And then depending on his level of success, Mendoza will get in there and do what he's got to do.
I think that's kind of the plan for him, Bob. They don't want to hurry him. They want him to take his time. Mendoza I'm talking about. And Cousins, to me, it's kind of a good situation there.
Roman Hemby, former Terp, local kid, champion himself at Indiana. 2 carries, 4 yards for the preseason, 8 for 31. So we'll see if Roman Hemby can find himself a spot.
He had a couple catches. He had a nice catch and run. Hopefully he makes it.
Rams taking on the Chargers. Ty Simpson, first-round pick. Yeah, the heir apparent to Stafford, 18 of 23 for a touchdown. But the impressive thing was Herbert's touchdown to Quentin Johnston.
Oh, boy, yes.
And it will be interesting to watch. Why are we talking about Mike McDaniel like he's the guru when we watched the suck fest that was the Dolphins the last couple of years? But early in his tenure,
they were awesome.
That offense was pretty creative and explosive for sure.
Yeah. And you know what, Bob? He might be where he needs to be as an OC. That's because, all they do, like on social media, is, and the Chargers do it, he's the one that they put clips on all the time because he says goofy stuff.
Yeah. I'm telling you, he has watched Half Baked multiple times with multiple bags of Doritos and delivery pizza for sure. It is the Whip Around, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, featured artist Friday. Pink Floyd, Nolan, of course. Talk to him in a few minutes. College football this weekend. 3 games we'll get into. We'll do our picks as they start, believe it or not. Carolina, TCU, and Dublin. North Carolina, that is. San Jose State at USC and NC State, Virginia. Little old school, real ACC tussle, not this Syracuse Pitt nonsense, which has pretty much ruined the league. Just like Maryland taking on Rutgers has ruined the Big Ten, let's be honest here. So we'll talk about that with Chip Patterson. This day in Orioles history, today is the 28th of August. How about 10 years ago, Nolan? Yankee Stadium. Trumbaum hit his 40th homer of the year. Piercy, going back to nicknames, Steve Pierce, he hit a homer, drove in 3 runs. Kevin Gausman, 7 shutout innings.
KG.
98. Or Gauzy, whatever. I can't remember what Buck called it. 7 innings, 9 Ks. He beat CeCe Sabathia. Orioles shut out the Yankees 5-zip. Birds would go to the wild card that year. And then 3 years ago, the good old days, seems like, Oriole Park, Camden Yards, 9-zip over the White Sox. Tony Taters hit a 3-run homer. Ryan O'Hearn, Ryan McKenna each drove in 2 runs. Grayson Rodriguez goes 6 shutout innings, only gives up a hit. Orioles win 9-zip. And with the win, Nolan, listen to this. Their record after this game, let's see, they're 65 and 69 today. 3 years ago, they were 82 and 49.
Damn.
82.
And they're just hoping to get to 82.
80. Yeah, I don't really know. And we'll get to that. Riveter with Ryan coming up at noon. But we'll come back, talk college football. Start of the season. Chip Patterson, CBSSports.com. Could a non-quarterback win the Heisman this year? It's not unprecedented. I mean, Devontae Smith, multiple running backs have gotten it done. Can someone outside of a quarterback do it in 26?
You'll never know what you missed if you're not listening. Good thing there's the free Odyssey app. More sports, more exclusives, and more of what you love. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation. And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too at My Computer Career. They helped me get financial aid, and I got to choose online or on-campus classes to fit my needs. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 31st, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years for new Xfinity customers. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
The station with the best Ravens coverage.
Touchdown Ravens!
Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles sent Trevor Rogers to the mound yesterday, hunting a series sweep, but he put the team at an early disadvantage when Blaze Jordan and Ramon Arias took him deep in the second and fourth. Rogers would end up being tagged for 6 earned runs before his day was done. That's the most he's given up in an outing since May, and it didn't really seem to matter that he was routinely working ahead. Rogers threw first pitch strikes to 17 of the 23 batters he faced.
I think there's a difference between strikes and quality strikes. I think I haven't been really good at getting chase, so I'm going to try to get swing and miss in the zone. You know, sometimes I'm going to miss, and they get paid really well over there too, so I'm not going to go about changing the way I pitch just, because I had a bad outing today.
There's the lefty with some self-assessment. The Birds have had a chance to sweep 5 different series since the All-Star break, but have only got the job done once. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps pushing into the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Featured Artist Friday. Pink Floyd, chosen by you, the people. Anything you want to hear from them. Send your request to the Window Nation text line at 410-583-1057. Ravens Commanders tonight, 6 o'clock down at M&T. Orioles out in Sacramento, taking on the A's. They take 2 out of 3 from the Cardinals, but lose yesterday. 3 out of that last wild card. Less than 30 games left in the season. Maryland opens their campaign next Saturday against Hampton. Mike Loxley on the hot seat. Terps bowl less last 2 years, but college football kicking off in earnest coming up this weekend. And here to talk about that and more from CBSSports.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. He is Chip Patterson. Chip, good morning. How you been? Hope your summer has been awesome.
I hope yours has as well. Always fun to pop up either on Turn It Up Tuesday or a Featured Artist Friday to be able to share the airwaves with Pink Floyd is an honor. I hope you all are doing well, and it's been a good summer.
I appreciate it as always, Chip. Let's talk about the Heisman favorites. Let's jump right to that. It's C.J. Carr, it's Arch Manning, it's Dante Moore, among others, just saying, at Ohio State. I guess we'll call him that throughout the season. But could this be a year where it's a non-quarterback, Chip, that wins the award? Jeremiah Smith, the guy that Sayan's going to be throwing to, appears to be maybe the leading candidate to be that guy.
I would look at wide receiver and pretty much exclusively wide receiver, but the reason why I don't think that will happen is that I do think that there's a really deep group of quarterbacks that are all set up to have the kind of season that leads to being considered for the Heisman Trophy. I mean, Julian Sayin was a Heisman finalist just last season. And it almost flew under the radar when we talk about the Buckeyes and when we talk about the Heisman picture. He's mentioned behind Arch Manning and Dante Moore and C.J. Carr. And so you start to get in with some real depth. I mean, Jaden Maeva at USC, he's got a lot of experience back along the offensive line. It's his 3rd year with Lincoln Riley. I mean, the thing with USC that's so interesting is I think that the Trojans are good enough to get anybody in the Big Ten, but the problem is they're playing all of the good teams in the Big Ten. And so ultimately, I don't have the Trojans as a playoff team, but that could mean Jaden Maeva has some Heisman moments, right? If he's having, even in a losing effort, you can look like the most outstanding player in college football. And so you start to zoom out a little bit and just realize there are a lot of really good quarterbacks. But you mentioned Jeremiah Smith. He's the obvious one. You would just scroll around the country and you'd be looking for those kind of just unique talent, one of one, also set up in a position to be playing for a contender. Because remember, while Devonta Smith did win the Heisman Trophy as a wide receiver, Travis Hunter did as well, they both were also in places with high visibility. So you go to the high visibility teams, you look at those potential game breakers. You might have a non-quarterback. I mean, maybe Cam Coleman at Texas. Who knows? Maybe it's not Arch Manning. But ultimately, I do think it'll be a quarterback at the end of the day that wins the award.
All right, Chip, let's bring it to Maryland here. Terps start their season next week against Hampton. And Maryland coming off bowl-less seasons last 2 years after a 4-0 start. Up 20 against Washington in the second half. They lose that game, don't win again. We know Malik Washington is a stud. Zion Ely's one of the top recruits coming in, but they do lose Zaire Mathis on that defense. Washington's got a bunch of new receivers that he's going to throw to. Offensive line still a little bit shaky. Is this a hot seat year for Maryland with Hampton at UConn, Tech, UCLA, the first 4 games here?
Yeah, done the Virginia Tech UCLA swing is where we set the tone. And we set the tone for how many of these coin flips are going to be able to break Maryland's way. Because Maryland is not outclassed a lot on the schedule. But the deal with the coin flip is the other side's got just as much of a chance as you do. Now, the advantage they have is in a lot of those coin flips, they've got the best quarterback on the field. We, on the Cover 3 podcast, we've been talking about the Maleep, a year 2 leap for Malik Washington, that the Maleep is going to be the kind of development this season that could end up really helping Mike Loxley turn this thing around. I mean, I agree with him. The last 2 4-8s were different seasons. Same records, but different seasons. I don't think that's just him blowing smoke. I think that is him accurately assessing a team last year that in terms of quality was better than its record. So do the young turtles grow up? You know, are they going to be able to learn from those mistakes, from those setbacks, from those heartbreaks? Are they going to be able to flip a couple of those coin flips and a couple of those late collapses the other way? I think a rebuilt wide receiver room is going to be good. Got a chance to spend some time with Malik Washington at Big Ten Media Days, and it was awesome. And you guys get him all the time, so you're used to it, but I think he's an immensely talented quarterback who's very impressive, and I think that he absolutely has everything. All the ingredients are there for him to have a big year 2 leap as a starter after showing a lot of those talents as a freshman.
Now, Chip, down your neck of the woods, Carolina plays tomorrow. What is your expectation for Belichick? And is Mike Lombardi? Did he quietly go away? Is that where he went?
No, Mike Lombardi has got himself caught up in a university situation. And with y'all's experience with Maryland, you understand the levels to this, right? Like, is this a football program issue? Is this an athletic department issue? These big state schools got that kind of bureaucracy, right? This is a university issue, and that means that there's a whole lot of process and litigation and outside source. So this could be something that is a misstep, a reckless misstep on what might be viewed as just a policy issue, or this could be something that is a little bit more damning, and he might be caught up in something that could result in a dismissal. I don't know. I mean, university issue has a wide range of outcomes, but he's not with the team right now, and I think that for him, this is going to be an interesting test while he's kind of being skewered in the public conversation. His team does take the field against TCU, and it's not absolutely crazy to think that, especially with Bobby Petrino coming in as offensive coordinator, Billy Edwards' veteran presence as his quarterback, it's not crazy to think North Carolina is much improved on offense and can win that football game against TCU, because then Mike Lombardi's going to be sitting back, probably still on leave, probably going through an investigation, saying, well, look what the roster did. It's real complex. It's potentially a little bit messy. And in the middle of it, gentlemen, there's still college football players running out there to hark the sound trying to play college football. It's a wild set of circumstances, but it's just nonstop chaos is kind of what it feels like here closer to Chapel Hill.
Now, Chip, it seems like a lot of people like Notre Dame, to win it all this year. They have the right schedule. They got a quarterback, which is huge. Do you think the Irish, with the schedule that they have, can be there and win through the playoffs? Miami at home is going to be the tough one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, playing in Provo against BYU is not easy. You know, like that is a game that Notre Dame, I'm picking Notre Dame to win that game in my official predictions, but I would add that to the list of places where, you know, if it does break sideways, that might be a spot. But sometimes when we're going through and we're analyzing all the different teams, we'll have a conversation on the Cover 3 podcast where we say, you know, do you like the team or do you like the schedule? For Penn State, for example, I think I like the schedule more than I like the team.
Agreed.
Notre Dame, I think I like both. I think I like the team. I think I like the schedule. I think I like the coach. I think that I like that they are embracing the expectations, that they are holding themselves to a championship standard, that they've got a little bit of that killer mentality. You know, we're running back a lot of, Reggie Bush and Vince Young right now in sort of the college space. There's a Vince Young documentary that I think just came out recently, and Reggie Bush reliving some of the amazing things that he did with USC. You know, when we have an alpha in the sport, you're a cold-blooded killer, and you hold yourself to that championship standard every single Saturday. Notre Dame can do that. They can roll through like an old Pete Carroll USC team and just be putting stupid numbers on the college football scoreboard. We'll see. I mean, this is the same head coach who lost to Marshall, Northern Illinois, so anything's possible. But throw me on record to think that they go 12-0 in the regular season, finish as the number 1 seed in the college football playoff, and then we get the amazing, wonderful debates of whether or not it matters if they were tested, as they will inevitably have to play 1, or if not 2, or potentially 3 teams that all will have played tougher schedules. Or does blowing everybody out not prepare you for a college football playoff in the modern era? All fun fan fiction at this point, but I do think the Fighting Irish have the team to be able to live up to the expectations.
Chip Patterson, CBSSports.com. Tell us about the podcast, everything going on in your world as kickoff is upon us here for football 2026.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically in the regular season mode right now. We're not going to be waiting until 11:30 p.m. Eastern time for this Saturday night. We're going to get a little early. We feel like about halftime of Florida State, about 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be going live on youtube.com/cover3. But regularly, week 1 all the way through championship week, 11:30 p.m. Eastern time, Saturday nights. Come and hang out with our instant reaction show. We do shows as well on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays. youtube.com/cover3 or the Cover 3 podcast, wherever you download your podcast.
Chip, appreciate the time as always. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you a lot over the next few months for sure.
Thanks, Chip.
Sounds good. Y'all be well.
There's Chip Patterson, everyone. Just want to point out, last year preseason, Indiana was ranked number 20. Who's this year's Indiana? I wish we had more time, but we don't, because Nolan's coming up next. And what more do you want in life?
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Look out. Here come the Braves. A sweep of the Dodgers punctuated by an 11-strikeout complete game shutout by Chris Sale. Suddenly, Atlanta's pulled within a game of L.A. for the 2nd seed in the NL and a bye to the division series. Tyler Mahle, Martin Perez, and Bryce Elder looking like they can put up a fight against the Dodgers or Brewers, while Sale storming down the stretch trying to will the Braves to their first World Series since 2021. I'm Chris Mack.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Cha-ching! That's the sound of Lowe's Labor Day savings. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Plus, get 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMazing. Go to callamazing.com.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select one game from 32 team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered or sponsored this sweepstakes in any way.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Cha-ching! That's the sound of Lowe's Labor Day savings. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Plus, get 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Riveter with Ryan coming up in a matter of minutes. Talk about the Orioles and Ravens. Orioles lose yesterday 7-5. Couldn't get the sweep in St. Louis. Now they're off to Sacramento, taking on the A's, then Colorado. Coming back home next week, Labor Day weekend, for the Boston Red Sox. Ravens tonight against the Commanders. College football, as we just talked about. Chip Patterson, that kicks off this week. And then next week, big time. USC, the only ranked team to play. They have San Jose State. Let's bring Nolan in. Quick draw, what's up?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. You still have your Heisman vote, do you?
No.
Oh, not anymore?
No.
Well, I got good news for you.
What's that?
You do technically this year.
Why?
With the fan vote. Remember, they implemented the new system where fans can vote from the start of the season through the end, and then it all collectively goes towards one collective fan ballot in the end. So you still have a say, Bob.
How many times can you vote?
Unlimited, but it's just this. I try to find the best way to explain it. So I guess starting now or after tomorrow's games, whatever, you can vote every single week, and it's just this running collective poll. Now the games later in the year carry more weight than tomorrow, so it's a weighted thing, and then again it all gets an aggregate in the end. And it comes together for one ballot. The ballot gets revealed on conference championship weekend. So you know going into Heisman season, all the other voters, this is what they're set up with. This is the initial vote. This is 1, 2, 3. So
what happens starting tomorrow, there were actually games yesterday, as a matter of fact. This is not even week one. Week one's next week.
Right.
But, USC, they're playing, and we just talked to Chip, a Heisman candidate perhaps, the quarterback there, but we'll see how things unfold. And hopefully Malik Washington has if it's a Heisman-worthy significant because he's a true sophomore.
They'll win 8 games.
And that means, Daddy Warbucks is going to come trying to poach him out of College Park, too. So it's the good and the bad.
Said it before. I give him all the credit in the world for staying to this point.
Yeah.
He had every excuse, every reason, in my eyes, guilt-free to go, and same as any other player in the past. But he didn't. There's a sense of pride.
Yep, he's been loyal to Mike the entirety of the time. From Glen Burnie, by the way.
Well, Bob, let me ask you this. If he has that kind of campaign, Lane Kiffin will be calling.
You think?
Yeah. Well, he's not interested in him anymore. He wants the NFL guys.
Yeah, but what about, to that point, the NCAA, the SEC, the Big 12, ACC, Big 10, all no pro players, et cetera, but Kiffin and Will Wade, basketball. R.J. Lewis hasn't played in 2 years, who was the Big East Player of the Year basketball for Patino at St. John's. What does all of this mean? A Dallas judge, there's not some guy from like East Podunk, whatever. It's Baton Rouge Circuit Court judge. And they all wound up, a lot of them in Baton Rouge at LSU. And now the Dallas. I mean, what's the end game for these people?
Well, the thing...
You're 27. Move on.
The thing I like what the coaches are saying, Bob, is then you got to release one of the guys who's been with you the whole time.
Yeah.
Which, and how good a player are they? They're getting cut. They weren't even drafted, and they're getting cut.
Exactly. Well, to go back to the college ranks, they'd be pretty good, I assume.
Yeah, getting paid to some level.
Yeah, but sure. They're going back to college. They're just okay. They weren't even drafted. So how good?
Well, they're not good compared to the NFL.
Right.
But I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
And as far as the judges and everything, that's why I think this ends up playing out like the Sorsby thing. Where, okay, now we look back on that, it seems to be settled at this point. But remember, that was a weekly thing. Like, okay, it's over and done with. No, just kidding. The judge ruled this. Wait, no, that's not right. The conference is doing this. And it just had no end in sight. So I think this is going to keep going back and forth.
I forgot all about him. Now, he's sitting out the season, right? And then he's going to try to move into the professional realm next year because his end game, as he and his people thought, supplemental draft. And the NFL's like, nah, you're good.
He needed to do what he's doing. Go be quiet.
Yeah, just disappear.
Yes.
Well, he must be loving this nonsense right now more than anybody. It took the heat off of him. Like you said, we forgot about him.
Right.
So he's like you say, he's doing what he should be doing, keeping a low profile.
But it's the conferences making these decisions, not the NCAA.
No.
What's the NCAA for any longer? Just kind of overseeing lacrosse and field hockey and soccer.
They have nothing to do with football.
Yeah, because football and basketball, men's in particular, it's its own entity. Yeah. They're the literally multi-billion-dollar franchises that kind of run things right now. The NCAA, they'll go attack some. You know what I mean? They'll take out their, like, who was it? Bobby Knight said, I can't remember, or Al McGuire said the NCAA is so pissed at Jerry Tarkanian at UNLV, they're going to put like Appalachian State on probation for 2 years. I mean, you know what I mean? And that's how it is. It's, National Collegiate Athletic Association does student athletes. They're pros. And it's been pro sports, Vinny. You worked in it.
Yeah.
It's been pro sports for a long, long time. All the stuff that was happening under the table is now just like right there in your face.
Doubt.
You know what I mean?
No doubt.
And we thought that would make it easier. In hindsight, it's actually pretty funny. We thought that, just get rid of the end, to let the conferences do it. But then from the NCAA side, I mean, I think they know they don't have any jurisdiction with this. So, like, when these recent story comes up where the NFL players are trying to come back, that should be easy opportunity. NCAA steps right in. No, we're putting a stop to this. This is a cover-all blanket thing. Yeah. To have to leave it up to the Big Ten to start the initiative, the SEC to have to get on board, and now it's a trickle-down effect where it's like peer pressure at that point. Yeah. If you're not going to be the conference that gets on board with it, now you're cast off to the side.
Yeah, we all love March Madness and college hoops. I mean, I love college basketball as much as any sport I've watched for years and years and years. But college football runs it.
Oh, no question.
College football ended the Big East as we knew it, the college entity. It's ruined. It ended the Pac-12.
Yeah.
I mean, it broke up the big, where you played.
Big Eight?
Big Eight, because all those schools jettisoned to the SEC, or a lot of them. I mean, college football rules the roost here, man.
Oh, it ain't even
I
close.
mean, it's March Madness, you and I will watch Maryland on a Tuesday at Northwestern. Everybody watches college football on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
So it is what it is. All right, Vinny, what's your plans for this weekend?
This weekend, both boys are coming home, so we're going to have a little cookout. We're having crabs tonight, Bob, like I told you. Crabs, ribs, burgers, potato salad, and corn on the cob.
You know how to pick a crab?
No, I do not.
All right.
More important question, do you have an open seat?
That's right. Yeah, because that is a full-on.
Sounds like a good spread
That's a full-on cookout, ready to rock and roll. I'm assuming there'll be cold beer and wine flowing.
It's already in the fridge, Bob.
That's all that matters. All right, Vinny, have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
Yep.
We'll know the 53.
Yes, we will.
By then, and we'll get into all of that and more. Then it becomes all about the Colts for sure. We'll start breaking down the Maryland game as their season is upon us in just 8 days. When we come back, ribbon it with Ryan. Orioles lose in St. Louis yesterday. Trevor Rogers, rough outing for him. Bats didn't come alive till late. Now it's the A's. I mean, I think us 3 and 6 of our closest friends could probably put 4 up on that pitching staff.
This football season, 105.7 The Fan brings you unparalleled analysis of the purple and black. Beginning September 9th, it's Baltimore Football Weekly with Ken McCusick and Femi Ayimbadejo. From the film room to the locker room, Ken breaks down the tape and Femi gives you the player perspective. Baltimore Football Weekly, Wednesday nights, 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Elephant in the Room in Millersville on 105.7 The Fan.
That's enough work for one day. Close the laptop and trade your office view for relaxing water views at Coconut Joe's. Cold drinks, orange crushes, and waterfront happy hour. Clock out, crush in. Coconut Joe's Bar and Grill in Edgewater.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today.
Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Final Drive is brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, the MLB season is in full swing, and FanDuel's giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action is easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home run. So are you ready to play your game? Head over to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to opt in for daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Play ball and swing for the fences on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, the Bay Bridge Spokesbirds.
Otis, that lady just called us Bay Bridge Spokesbirds, but we're also the Bay Bridge Experts.
Experts? We're the Spokesbirds, Spike.
We're also the experts, the Red Experts. It's simple. Don't drive in a lane with a red X. Only drive in lanes with a green arrow.
Can't argue with that.
Hatch your plan for smooth travel when crossing the bay at baybridge.com. Get traffic info and live cameras all in one spot.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Training camp is in the rear view at this point, with the Ravens set to host the Commanders tonight in their third and final preseason game. Most of the roster is set in stone by this point, especially for a team returning so many starters. But Jesse Minter has maintained a consistent message when it comes to these exhibition games all summer. Even if the entertainment value isn't there for a fan watching at home, every single snap will carry significant weight for this coaching staff.
You know, I see this, man, as there's a bunch of spots that guys are fighting for. It's a great eval opportunity to not only figure out the latter part of the 53-man roster, but also the practice squad. We still want to play to the style of football and the identity that we want to play.
Kickoff from M&T Bank Stadium is scheduled for 6. And yesterday, Tampa City officials approved a $2.3 billion deal for a new raised ballpark that'll be funded by both public and private money. Team ownership already identified Hillsborough College as a prospective location to construct the new stadium and mixed-use entertainment district. No firm timeline has been revealed, but the Rays say they hope to have everything done within 3 years. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps pushing into the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan, sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
All right, Ripping It with Ryan. And it's also Featured Artist Friday.
Oh.
Pink Floyd, Rock and Roll Hall of Famers. No shortage of tunes there. Anything you want to hear from them, send your request to the Window Nation text line. It's also the text hotline. We'll be talking to, or the phone line hotline. We'll talk to Rich Dubroff coming up bottom of the hour from BaltimoreBaseball.com. It's Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw. First of all, Ryan, how are you on this Friday, which looks like it's turning into a pretty nice day here?
Hey, you know what? I'm doing great. I get to hang out with you guys. We get to talk some ball. All's good. All's good. Just happy to be here. I know maybe not the results of the game.
Oh, we're going in hot.
Yeah. You know what? See, I'm staying here because I know we're gonna have to talk a little bit about yesterday.
Yeah. Anyway. Someone said the memo to David Rubenstein and Mike Elias that sweeping a series is not against the rules. It's allowed within baseball. Gunnar Henderson doubles in a run. He's on second base. 8th inning. Let me just double check this. I want to make sure I get my facts right because I've been wrong before. It's the 5th. No, I don't want to go there. 8th inning.
There you go. Good fact check.
Cuts it to 6-5. Of course, you're down 6-1. We'll get into that, how that even happened. They're making this guy look like Bob Gibson, the opener in the first 3 innings of the game. Basayo hits the chopper to short, plays in front of the runner. Even I know this, and I haven't played baseball in 5 bazillion years.
Yeah.
Gunnar, aggressive, trying to make things happen, gets thrown out of third. Orioles did challenge the play. Unfortunately, Blaze got hurt. Tweaked his ankle a little bit there at third base. No harm intent done. But first of all, from a baseball IQ standpoint, Ryan Ripken. Family lineage, the Oriole way. Going back to Paul Richards and your grandpa. What's the normal protocol there? That late in the game, you're in scoring position, you're down a run. And the ball's hit to shortstop, not to the second base side of the field.
So here's let's go through the rules of all this. So number one, we'll go to when it's 2 outs, right? You know, you've heard the saying, don't make the final out at third with 2 outs. And that's, if it's not self-explanatory, I'll explain a little bit more. It's meaning you have a chance to score with the guy on second base. So if you stop at second or you hold up there, 1 hit's going to give you an opportunity to tie that game up, right? It's a brutal place to be, and we've seen that a lot, making it out at third here in this day and age in baseball. So here's the next part of this conversation. Gunnar's there, situation 6-5. I still lean that this goes into the 2-out rule, which also the 2-out rule of not getting thrown out at third base means you have to be 150% sure that you are going to make it. Because in this circumstance, the Orioles, you got to run that inning. You had the 3-run home run by Kobe Mayo that made it 6-4 before, then 6-5 with Gunnar's hit. So even if they get the out at first, you are a base hit away with how Gunnar is at second base to tie this game. And so that's my biggest thing here. I appreciate that you want to be aggressive and get an extra 90 feet. And then you are putting pressure on the defense, but it goes back to this. You are the tying run, and you have to be 150% convinced that you're going to be safe, that you're there, that this isn't going to be a play, because if it is, and what just happened yesterday, it's deflating. It takes the wind out of your sails. And now you got to do a little bit more to make things happen. And so that was the frustrating part. That's not saying that they would have won the game or tied the game, but these are moments, at least in my mind, Bob, where the Orioles have found themselves in these positions where could you make it easier or harder for yourself? I think this was a moment where tried to do too much and you made it more challenging for you to complete the comeback.
So Gunnar gets thrown out at third, and then Strand flies out to end the inning. And so instead of having a runner on second with 2 outs, because Basayo in all likelihood gets thrown out at first, but you're still in scoring position. All right, that being said, Gordon Graceffa, opener yesterday for St. Louis. who at times has had control problems. Opener. He hadn't started a game in 2 years.
Yep.
And he goes in there and he's just he mows the Orioles down like it's nothing. Orioles have put up 21 runs in the first 2 games of that series. And if you look at the overall numbers, 26 in 3 games, you'll take that all day long. But what was he doing that maybe the Orioles scouting report said kind of flummoxed them, because Alonso had the golden sombrero, so it was a rough night for him. And we're not going to criticize because he's been carrying the offense. But what was Graceffa doing that the Orioles didn't anticipate he was going to do? And they were quick innings too, Ryan. He was rolling.
I'll say when you have these day games, the routines are a little bit off for every player. It's the getaway day. You're coming off a pretty energized but exhausting game 2, which it was. And so it all kind of lines up. And this goes back to when I said from going to game 1 to game 2 of the offense staying hot. Well, they did stay hot. And then you were fighting for your lives. And now you're getting out of that routine for game 3 because of the day game. And it's a starter that a bullpen arm that you look at, and I'm not saying that you underestimate, but then you feel good about, instead of saying, you know what, we got to stick to our same process. So I think it was a combination of you're a little bit more exhausted. Maybe you felt like you were going to go in there and do better than you thought. And when you underestimate, and not that let me rephrase that. Not that any of the guys are underestimating, but we all understand when you know you're going against one of the top dogs, you know it's going to be an uphill battle no matter what. That intensity level is there because I got to be locked in for each and every one. These are still big league pitchers, and I think sometimes that can be lost in this situation of this guy, he's nothing to lose on the mound. And that's what happened. He goes, all right, everyone thinks I'm not going to pitch as well. I'm going to go out there, and I felt good from the start, and the Orioles gave him confidence from there. And on the other flip side of it for Trevor Rogers, this is the tricky part of day games. Rogers has pitched really well. Didn't have his stuff yesterday. Wasn't the outing that he wanted. So I think it was the perfect storm on both sides, but unfortunately, though, good teams, great teams, the Orioles have had this chance here multiple times to close out a finale and get a sweep and keep it rolling. You got to find a way here, and this was still another great opportunity for the Orioles to ride some momentum headed into the next series.
And with the loss, they lose a half game. Cleveland was idle. Guardians, hottest team in baseball, but they've got a hot team they're facing this week. So we'll get into the schedule and more. If you're on the phones, we'll get you when we come back. 410-583-1057. Orioles do win the series. And we said 6-3. Anything less than that would be unacceptable. Now you're taking on the A's, Ryan, and a pitching staff that is on the ropes, to say the least. It's Rip It In with Ryan. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw. You want to get in, you can. 410-583-1057. Rich Dubroff joins us bottom of the hour from BaltimoreBaseball.com.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore area Chick-fil-A restaurants are proud to partner with the Maryland State Fair to support food pantries in Greater Baltimore. Bring 5 non-perishable food items today, August 28th, for free admission. 1 entry per 5 food items. Rides are individually priced.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity Cybersecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi. We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit Xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing.
Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back. On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Labor Day sale and get 35% off paints and stains August 28th through September 9th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
When someone close to me got hurt in an accident, I saw how hard it was. The pain, the stress, not knowing what's next. That's why having someone you can trust means everything. Science and Kirk has been that trusted name here in the DMV for more than 50 years. They'll take on the insurance companies, handle all the paperwork, and fight for you like family. If you've been injured, remember this. You have a lawyer. Call Science and Kirk or go to youhavealawyer.com.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where Maintain X comes in. Maintain X catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
How We Made Your Mother is a rewatch podcast that looks back episode by episode at the hit TV show How I Met Your Mother. It's hosted by me, Josh Radnor, along with series co-creator Craig Thomas.
In seasons 1 and 2, we were joined by Neil Patrick Harris, Kobe Smulders, Bryan Cranston, Ashley Williams, Wayne Brady, Jenna Fisher and Angela Kinsey, Joe Manganiello, and my brilliant co-creator Carter Bays, and now we are diving into season 3.
So whether it's your 50th rewatch or your first time through, follow How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
I thought I pitched really well. I was attacking the zone the way I wanted to. I think just lately the homers have been killing me. I'm going to give up base hits, that's baseball, but the damage lately has just been the homers. Try to figure out how to get the ball on the ground more consistently, and I wouldn't really change a whole lot.
Trevor Rogers, yesterday's losing pitcher, and I tell you what, we were talking before the game, Ryan Ripken, ripping it with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw. Other side of the glass. Bullpen game. A guy that struggles to throw strikes against a guy who was 3-1 in the month of August. Had given up a couple of homers, and he had been stingy the previous 2 months when he had really been cooking. But he even mentioned it himself, as we just heard. Gave up 2. Ramon Arias hit one of them. And Rogers rolled through the first inning. And then the second inning, they had the double down the line, or the base hit down the line, double, and then Blaze hit the shot to center field. You know, when the go for ball kind of becomes your enemy, is it all about location, I guess? Because, you know, it's not like St. Louis, Walker hits his share, but Burleson drives in a ton of runs. But it's not like they're the 27 Yankees here when it comes to mashing away.
I mean, well, Burleson and Walker are two of the best RBI guys in the league. Right. You know, that's not just in the National League, in all of baseball, right? So they have some boppers and they know how to make it pay. But overall, Cardinals have been scuffling. They've been trying to put things together. They do have some pieces. And again, it was a favorable matchup for Trevor Rogers, right? And he's pitched well. And he even was saying he didn't feel bad, but the results didn't work out the way that he was hoping. And that does happen. And a guy like Trevor Rogers, Bob, to further this point, while his fastball when he is on We've seen so many swing and misses because he's deceptive, but he doesn't throw 98. But when he's deceptive enough, that 93 to 95 can feel like 98, 99. But if that location isn't as good and maybe the ball isn't as hidden as it usually is, that can lead to some better swings. So I think it was just a combination of that yesterday. But for everyone out there, when you're looking at the strengths, Trevor Rogers' strength is the location of his fastball, and that sets up his other pitches. If he doesn't do that specifically well, you can be in trouble from time to time.
And to point this out, I'm not George Bamberger, but the numbers kind of speak for themselves. His 3 worst months of this year, Trevor Rogers, April, 1-3 with a .617 earned run average, gave up 3 home runs in 23 innings. May, 0-3 with a +10 earned run average, gave up 5 home runs. Then he turned into Trevor Rogers. In June, 3-1 with a .205, gave up 1 homer for the month. July, .237, gave up 1 home run for the month. And in August, his last start was yesterday, .482 ERA, gave up 6 home runs. So connecting dots, I guess.
Yeah.
Says it all.
And with Rodgers too, you know, one when he was sick or not feeling his best, and this is what I'm saying about just being off. You can physically be off, and then just on your how your pitches are that day might not play to what you want. But that's just because of Trevor Rogers has to be aligned with how he rolls, and when he rolls the way that he does at that high level, he can be unhittable. But because his stuff isn't that plus where you can get away with some pitches, you know, and case in point, when he did have that big struggle period, it was putting hitters away, Bob. It was 2 strikes. It was an astronomical number of hitters that had success off of Trevor Rogers with 2 strikes. So there's a lot of things I love. Still want to point out, I'd love to see Trevor Rogers here long term. I love what he's done. I love his ability. I think that it's a no-brainer if you're able to figure out the contract side. But yesterday was a night to confirm that. He'll give up some home runs because his stuff's not going to be plus, but when he locates his stuff, he can be really good. Just unfortunately, it wasn't that case yesterday.
Riveted with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw. I'll be talking to him later on in the hour. Let's get out to the phones, however, at 410-583-1057. Orioles do win the series, but with a loss yesterday, they lose a half game to the Idle Guardians. Let's go to Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, what's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm all right, man. A little pissed off about that game yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, listen, especially having your ace, your so-called ace on the mound, and out-aced the day before Bradish. You know, people say, you know, Bradish and Rogers is our number 1 and 2, but, you know, you can't have your number 1 and 2 giving up a combined, 13 earned runs and 16 hits. I mean, that just wouldn't happen. You know, you wouldn't see Garrett Cole and Max Fred with them type of numbers, you know, so they got to get it together. Because honestly, if the playoffs started now and I got to go with a 3-man rotation, my 3-man rotation is going to be Bassett, Baz, and Young. Because I just can't trust Rogers and Bradish right now. I don't know, man. Ever since Bradish got paid, man, he hasn't been the same. And Rogers, I'm scared to even give him something or anything over $100 million. You know, I'm starting the number $80 million with Rogers. No, I just don't. You know, I don't know, man. Like you can't do that. Like so, and then the next time they pitching is going to be in Coors Field. So you know how that is out there pitching in that park, though. So they're gonna get lit up even more. You know, so they got to show and prove, man. You know, step up to the plate, man. We trying to make this playoff push, though.
Well, you don't sound as optimistic as you were 2 days ago.
No, not when your ace is all you know, stinking it up like this. Your ace is supposed to be to depend on them, no? You feel what I'm saying? You know, and one more thing right before I go, man. Heston Kjerstad, is he going to get the call up this year when the rosters expand? Because if not, he's good as well as just gone there. They might as well been trade the guy if they're not going to call him up. You know, we got the injury to O'Neal. So, I mean, what's going on with that? And I, you know, sit back and listen to y'all.
All right, Sean, have a great weekend. All right, got it. Bradish and Rodgers. They suck, and Rashawn's done with them.
Well, I will say I think the Orioles starting rotation as a whole is still the strength. I think they've done a tremendous job over the last, 3 months, keeping your team in the game as a whole. Now, one thing I will say, when we're looking at a ace, I think the Orioles have guys that can be ones and twos. I think Kyle Bradish has the makings to be an ace, but are his numbers the ace-like? No. No one's numbers on this team are ace-like or number one-like, but they're all very solid and consistent, right? Brandon Young has a 3.5 ERA. Bradish now just went over 4. Shane Baz has been consistent through and through, and then Trevor Rogers, he took a little bit of a bump up here because of what happened yesterday, and then he stays in the 4s. So now the Bassett part, I can make the case for if the Orioles go in the playoffs because he would have he's the guy that has the experience of pitching in the postseason, and we know that matters. But I think overall, I think any of the guys can go out at this point and pitch well. For Bradish, though, keep in mind he had this one outing. If he doesn't have that outing, if I'm going back to his starts, the whole entire month of August, he didn't allow more than 3 earned runs in any start. If we're going to go back to the last, since June 17th, Kyle Bradish has had 2 games where he's allowed 5 earned runs or more, right? So those are the outliers of those starts. But at the end of the day, this is not just about the Orioles starting staff. I think as a whole, the Orioles just haven't played complete games enough. So when they've pitched well, they haven't hit well. And when they hit well, they don't necessarily pitch well. So whoever it is, you're going to have to play more complete ball to get this done. And one other thing, Brandon Young, love what he's done. But Brandon Young this month, this is one of his higher ERAs. He's got a 4.5 for the month. He's pitched so well this year. So it's not just Bradish and Rodgers during this time having one of their worst months of the season.
And Young's been giving up the old souvenirs this month. So.
He's given up 5 jacks and 4 outings there. And also the other, not saying discouraging, but he's got 9 walks in those 4 outings. So he's averaging over 2 walks a start. That's something that's not going to be a recipe for success.
When we come back, Rich Dubrault, BaltimoreBaseball.com, talk about the Orioles in the final month of the season. Regular season ends less than a month from today, 27th of September. As a matter of fact, what do the Orioles need to do to get into the postseason? Well, need to keep winning. But you're 2-1. You're taking on 2 of the worst teams, arguably the 2 worst teams in baseball, your next 2 series with 2 of the worst pitching staffs. So you got to get her done. Right, Rich? And then we'll talk to Nolan because we got Buy or Sell coming up. American League East report at 1:15. And then we're going to talk about tonight's Ravens game. Bubble guys, Ryan Ripken. And, is it going to be Gwynn at center? Is it going to be Posick? Has that been decided yet? Or is there still something that could change over the next couple of weeks before the Indianapolis Colts loom? Only guarantee I'll make Nolan, other than Kyler Murray, going to be the comeback player of the year, which apparently a lot of people are saying that's not going to happen, but I'm going to stick with it. Ravens are going to puffy pants the Colts week 1.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, jeans, pants, and skirts are just $16 or less for the fam. Yep, get jeans, pants, and skirts for $16 or less. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big.
It's Old Navy, baby.
Valid 8/29 and 30. Select styles only.
My book club president says reading is, quote, not a competition. Well, I finished the book in one night anyway, so I win, Patty. I also got $365 in bonus bets just for betting $10 when I signed up for Bet365. No cliffhangers here, Patty. Just a happy ending. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. Claim in app. T&Cs apply.
Hi, Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS? Are you feeling the weight of IRS letters, levies, or wage garnishments? You're not alone. At Community Tax, we've helped thousands nationwide find tax debt relief. Our expert team knows exactly what you're going through. With the IRS stepping up collections, now's the time to act. You're not a criminal. You just need a way out. By acting now, you can take advantage of special tax relief programs being made available that may reduce a large portion of what you owe and give you a fresh start. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS anymore. Even if you owe the IRS hundreds of thousands of dollars, you may qualify for significant tax relief. Get the peace of mind you deserve by calling Community Taxes Relief Hotline now for your free consultation. Dial 800-251-9531. 800-251-9531. That's 800-251-9531. Community Tax. Real professionals, real results.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow! I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. 3 Deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles' comeback effort fell short yesterday afternoon as they dropped the series finale against St. Louis 7-5. The Cardinals led for most of the game until Kobe Mayo sparked things with a 3-run blast in the 7th. Then in the 8th, they were threatening to tie with Gunnar Henderson at second and just one out. Samuel Basayo hit a sharp comebacker to the pitcher, who immediately went to third to get an aggressively running Henderson in a bang-bang play.
And right off the bat, his first instinct was like he's going to third, and also talking with him, you know, he knew where Blaze Jordan was playing, and so he was just trying to beat him to the back.
There's Craig Albernaz's reaction to Henderson taking off. That instantly brought all of the O's momentum to a screeching halt, and the Cards would add an insurance run in the next half inning to really seal the deal. The Birds' road trip continues tonight with the start of a 3-game series against the A's. First pitch at 9:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps pushing into the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
Featured Artist Friday, Pink Floyd. chosen by you, the people. Anything you want to hear from the Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, send your request to the Window Nation text line at 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw, and all of his excitement. Look at this guy. You can barely contain him. Look at it. He's over there. He's bubbling with excitement. We'll be talking to him coming up in a couple of minutes. Or now.
Who needs to talk to Rich Dubroff when you can... Never mind.
Okay. All right. I hear where you're leading me.
12:35.
Nolan McGraw. Joining us now, as Nolan said, from BaltimoreBaseball.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. The aforementioned Rich Dubroff. Rich, first of all, how you feeling? How you been? What's going on, man?
Well, thanks for having me on. You know, it's a delight to be on with you, Ryan, and Nolan.
Mr. Electricity, as we like to call him. He's not on the dark side of the moon. He is. Okay, I'm going to shut up and keep at the task at hand. All right, Orioles are 4 games under 500. And if I read this correctly, the A's were actually 38-38 at one point this season before the injuries just kind of decimated their lineup and the pitching staff. I mean, the Orioles haven't been at 500 since the end of April, I guess is my point. They keep getting closer, but keep drifting back. Rich, we're less than 30 games away. We know the injury situation, call updates coming up next week, but you only can add 2. 3 out of the wild card. You know the circumstances. Where are you feeling? How you feeling about what the next 3-4 weeks are going to mean for the Birds of Baltimore here?
Well, in the words of Pink Floyd, right now I'm comfortably numb about the Orioles' chances. You know, it's interesting because how you mentioned that Peter Schmuck just wrote a column that we put up a little while ago about how the Orioles keep taking, you know, a couple of steps forward and one step back, and that was the case in St. Louis. They looked like they were poised for a series sweep. They were facing a bullpen game, and Trevor Rogers didn't have it, and they didn't start hitting until very late in the game, and lost. And they've put themselves in a position where they're going to have to go on an unbelievable streak. They almost have to sweep these 6 games against two really bad teams, the Athletics and the Colorado Rockies. And you knew somebody was going to get hot, and right now it's the Cleveland Guardians who've gotten hot. I didn't really think that the third wild card team was going to be below 500. I don't, but I think the Orioles just haven't shown enough all season long, and it's going to be really, really hard. They're going to have to do something that they haven't done all season. I mean, they played well. You know, they played well in July, and that was good. And they've been okay in August, but they're going to have to play really, really well the rest of the season to have something to talk about.
Well, Rich, great getting to chat with you, and you've been covering the Orioles for a while, and I'm just trying to go through the seasons and go through the years because the different evolutions of Orioles baseball, there was years where there was expectations for going back to even the 90s and then maybe the years with Buck Showalter. There was a lot of years that were, you know, you said numb. And then recently, you know, there was the reason for optimism. And then right now it's back to a little bit of uncertainty. But I guess when you looked at all this, how would you describe, you know, the state of the Orioles of where they are and what the expectation, I guess, for fans can or should be, you know, moving ahead?
Well, this year has been a disappointment. I remember being on the show early in the year or late in spring training, and I was asked, and I said I thought that they would be a contender for, you know, one of the last wild cards. I thought they'd be a tad better than this. Not much. I thought they'd be in the 83, 84, 85 game win range. But the team as presently constituted isn't good enough to win, Ryan. Mm-hmm. I mean, the outfielders are not good enough to win. They don't have great outfield prospects that are major league ready, that are going to be here in 2027. The starting pitching has been pretty good. The bullpen if you go into next year and you have a healthy Felix Bautista and a healthy Ryan Helsley, that might not be so bad, but you can't guarantee that. So you certainly need reinforcements in the bullpen, particularly on the left-hand side. So there's a lot wrong here, and that's not even going into what needs to be done about Gunnar Henderson. So this team isn't good enough to win now. They could, maybe they'll shock everybody and go on a great run here these last 4 weeks, but I don't see it happening.
So, Rich, maybe in a different way, you've said it, but do you have a word to describe the identity of who the Orioles are?
Enigma. They are an enigma, Ryan. I don't know. I don't know what the strength is, as you know, and you've talked about so many times. The young core players have been, disappointed. One of them, obviously, Adley Rutschman's gone. Henderson has been a huge disappointment. Colton Cowser hasn't played up to his, to his abilities. Unfortunately for the Orioles, Jordan Westberg has been out all season. I think if you had Jordan Westberg, then they might be, where the Guardians are, because I think he's that important to the club, but he wasn't there. So this is going to be a fascinating off season to see what Mike Elias does, and it's going to be a truncated off season. We're looking like labor wise, so I think there are going to be a lot of moves made in November, because there probably won't be much time to make moves once what we all think of lockout when that ends. So November is going to be a really interesting and really telling time for the Orioles.
Rich Dubraw, BaltimoreBaseball.com. Rich, last thing for you as we rip it with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw. 28 games left. When Blaze Alexander comes back, and we're assuming it'll be shortly, his role will be what down the stretch?
I think his role will be moving all around, because Christian Encarnacion Strand has showed himself to be a creditable player, and Alexander may be playing a bit in the outfield, maybe more than a bit. Maybe he'll play some second base too, and platoon a little with Jackson Holliday, because Holliday hasn't hit as well as the Orioles have hoped. But I think with Tyler O'Neill out, maybe you'll see more of Blaze Alexander in the outfield.
Well, Rich, every time the Orioles get a series sweep in front of them, they hit another brick in the wall. You dig where I'm coming from?
Well, Bob, we don't need no education about that.
Rich Dubraw, enjoy the rest of your weekend, my friend, and we'll talk to you next week.
Okay, my pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
There he is, Rich Dubraw, BaltimoreBaseball.com. Orioles taking on the A's tonight in Sacramento. Brandon Young taking on Jacob Lopez, who's got a pushing 5 earned run average, but what's his superpower? He's left-handed. When we come back, Nolan McGraw here on The Fan.
You'll never know what you missed if you're not listening. Good thing there's the free Odyssey app. More sports, more exclusives, and more of what you love. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Speedy catches up with you, paid for by NHTSA. After spending a week watching everyone in the football world argue about Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders, it's more than just a little ironic, Alanis, that Dylan Gabriel went out and had one of the best preseason performances of any quarterback in the league last night in the Browns finale. Still not sold on any of the QBs currently on the Cleveland roster being a long-term answer, but damned if Gabriel shouldn't have us wondering if, at the very least, he's the best of the current batch. I'm Chris Mack.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA. Sound familiar?
At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And... customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back. On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Cha-ching! That's the sound of Lowe's Labor Day savings. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Plus, get 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA. Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right. Featured Artist Friday. Pink Floyd. Oh, we're going deep. They're like a trippy band. I don't want to go into the 80s too much, but you got to be in a certain headspace, if you will, to dig some of this stuff. Let's bring Nolan McGraw in. Nolan, how you feeling, man?
Yeah, I was kind of holding back on the take here, but I think Pink Floyd might kind of stink.
Oh, wow.
I mean, look, money and, another brick in the wall and the big ones, they're good.
Wish You Were Here and all that stuff.
Have a Cigar. I got to play that one here soon. I mean, there's good songs. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. But I'm sifting through these to try to find something to come back with, and it's all just droning and just these soundscapes. There's not even singing. There's just somebody kind of moaning and groaning in the background. Some guy comes in and whispers every once in a while. The trees are in the forest.
Yeah. I mean, they were like they were originated in the '60s. Sid Barrett was kind of the leader of the band with Roger Waters and Nick Mason and Roger Wright. And then Sid Barrett literally lost his mind. So David Gilmour came in. But they were the anti-Stones, anti-Beatles, Kinks, that whole genre, and certainly different than, some of the American bands at the time. But they had a shelf life that's lasted forever.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And yeah, some of their stuff is, and turn this crap off. I mean, you know what I mean? But, the Beatles have songs that suck. So does Zeppelin. The only band that's never released a crappy song was David Lee Roth era Van Halen. Now, Van Hagar, I could sit here for an hour and tell you all the terrible songs that they've released, but they're a band like everyone else. When your catalog's vast, Ryan Ripken, you're going to go 0 for 4 with 4Ks, for instance, like the Polar Bear did yesterday. And that was a golden sombrero that you just busted out right there.
And the last person I'd expect, too. But that's the way it goes.
But, I mean, not everything's going to be a home run, to use a sports analogy.
Oh, goodness.
No doubt about it.
And I get told I'm corny here with that.
So how you feeling over there?
Hey,
Nolan?
I feel good, man, and I'm trying to put a lot of confidence in Brandon Young tonight because, hey, at the very least, they score for this guy. That's got to count for something. Now, it's wavered a little bit here. We kind of got away from that long-standing streak of every time this guy's on the mound, whether he's qualified or not, whether they had the lead when he walks off the mound or not, the end result is always a win. Well, that's kind of shaken a little bit here. He had 2 losses so far in a pair of his starts in the month of August. And they happen to be 2 of the rare outings this year where he has failed to go 5 innings. Not saying that's the direct reason behind those losses. In fact, I look at, the one against the Angels and I see a rare case of him not getting run support. So that's the blame there. He only gave up 3 runs. I'm still confident in BY, but of the group of pitchers this year where everyone's monitoring innings totals, everyone's got their eye on it. This guy's getting close to his career high. This guy's on pace to pass his career high. Are they wearing down? Brandon Young would be the one that I would be the most worried about of that group. I'm not there yet, but just because he's so young, a combination, I guess, last year of major league time, minor league time, came out to roughly 100 innings, maybe 110 at most, if I'm not mistaken. He's already surpassed that this year and still a month to go. So the point is, what do you do? To the camp that's out there, and we hear you. I'm not even saying you're necessarily wrong. Like, these guys are wearing down. They're what do you do? What's the solution? I think you're kind of in this camp and you roll. I mean, you were trying to make the playoffs here. All of your moves at the deadline, like, would you trade a Dean Kramer if you were actually that worried about a Kyle Bradish's durability or a Brandon Young wearing down in September? I wouldn't. I also wouldn't deal a guy who can pitch multiple innings out of the bullpen in Tyler Wells. So I'm hoping that those trade deadline moves match the actual feeling that they have towards this rotation. They match the words that Elias says when, hey, we can still compete or whatever. It was funny at the time, but looking at how the starting pitching played out, not exactly technically wrong. I mean, it was winning caliber starting pitching. So let's see where this goes. I'll call it one blip on the radar for Bradish and Rogers. But Brandon Young can do a lot to ease a lot of nerves tonight if he goes out there and looks like his usual self.
The Orioles are 17-5 when Brandon Young's on the mound. He's 9-3 on the year, but they are 17-5 when he pitches. So there's that confidence when he goes out there that you can win. To go to that next point, knowing of guys wearing down, everybody wears down in baseball. I think that's such a throwaway expression nowadays. Now I understand injuries, you have innings, and there's some that actually make sense to that. But above all, you're going to wear down at some point of the season. Even the best of the best out there are going to have games out there on the mound where they're going to struggle. It will happen. But the best of the best, when you have some historic seasons or ace-like seasons or whatever you want to look at for some of the best, they just have either years that they won't replicate. So, like, I'll give an example right now. The Miz has a 1.73 ERA. He's been sensational. Do I think he is a star? Absolutely. Is Miz going to have a 1.73 next year? And if he doesn't, is it because what's the difference? Well, maybe it's just because on the days where he was wearing down, maybe a team hit him a little bit better. This is baseball. Every single year you're faced with a different adjustment. Now, to Brandon Young's point, this is the most he has pitched in the big leagues over this timeline. But you know how you continue to learn? You go out there, because you know what Brandon Young did last year? In a year where everyone said, well, gosh, this is who's coming up. This is our pitching pipeline. Well, he's not an answer. You know what Brandon Young did? He said, all right, I learned from last year. What can I get better at? And he made an adjustment, changed the splitter. And now you're looking at a guy that's going to be a part of your rotation moving forward. That's the adjustment. You go through it. Yennier Cano is another example. Great in 23, pretty good in 24, regressed in 25. And now he's gotten back because he's learned the process. I wish that we could say that these guys are going to be where they want to be, but I don't like using the phrase all the time, oh, well, they just haven't pitched as much. Kyle Bradish has pitched in the big leagues for years. I guarantee you Bradish isn't sitting there going, I'm running out of steam. He goes, no, I'm not pitching well enough right now. Have I not pitched as much over the last couple of years? Sure. But I think that phrase nowadays, it's the guys just got to learn how to handle it. Like that's my biggest thing overall. And each year you are met with a different set of challenges. And this year's challenge for this Orioles team, their biggest challenge is how can we play a complete game, pitching staff or not pitching staff? Because if we finished off games that we should have, we would be that team in the final wild card spot, not the Cleveland Guardians.
And getting back to Brandon Young, as Nolan brought up, and you referenced the 5 homers in August, the month of August has been bad for him. 20 innings pitched, 26 hits. You mentioned the 9 walks, 14 Ks, 329 batting average against. Yes, he has benefited from run support, but he's been very giving the last 2 months in the home run department, and pitching in a place tonight where, pitchers tend to get rocked just a little bit. But like you just said, Ryan, improvise and adapt, get it together. 17-5 for the season is great, but this is a guy that's been getting kind of lit up here in the month of August.
Now, the dog days of summer was referencing the month of August, but you talk to other players in Major League Baseball, they'll say June you could sometimes hit a wall. And this is just the reality. And I think that's why, again, sorry, Oriole fans, this is why I'm a big fan of Aaron Judge. Again, he's hurt right now. But to be that good all the time, I don't think people realize how hard that is. What Yordan Alvarez on the Astros of what he's doing, it's a special season. Those are special players. Everyone else, you're dealing with this all the time. But Judge and Alvarez, they're dealing with it. They're just having the success over and over again. And some reasons, we can look at it. Is it rust? Is it not figuring it out? Is it reinventing yourself? All of those are very right questions to ask, but it's not just the Orioles that are dealing with this circumstance. There's a lot of other players that are dealing with it.
When we come back, top of the hour, Nolan's favorite band, Pink Floyd, Featured Artist Friday. We got Buy or Sell. Then we're going to preview the Ravens and Commanders preseason finale coming up tonight, 6 o'clock at M&T, then around 1:30 AL East Report. If you want to get in, you can at 410-583-1057. Rich Dubroff did not sound optimistic about the Orioles making the postseason. Me and Nolan stuck a fork in him. Ryan has yet to do so. If they come back from this road trip less than 6-3, I mean, not even the most optimistic Oriole fan can feel any sort of postseason fun. Got to get to 500, which they haven't been in like 4 months.
This football season, 105.7 The Fan brings you unparalleled analysis of the purple and black. Beginning September 9th, it's Baltimore Football Weekly with Ken McCusick and Femi Ayimbadejo. From the film room to the locker room, Ken breaks down the tape and Femi gives you the player perspective. Baltimore Football Weekly, Wednesday nights, 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Elephant in the Room in Millersville on 105.7 The Fan.
Play more, win big at Horseshoe Casino. Football is back. Catch the action at Brew Brothers. Plus, enjoy late-night bites and live entertainment every weekend at Post Nest. Horseshoe Casino, Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select one game from 32-team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered or sponsored this sweepstakes in any way.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
It's the back-to-school sales event at Jones Junction. Friday and Saturday, save up to $20,000 on over 4,000 vehicles, all at one location. Save even more with 0% financing for 72 months and make no payments for 90 days. Banks on site for instant credit approval. Jones will give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, free oil changes, free car washes, and a lifetime engine guarantee. Jones Junction in Bel Air, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles sent Trevor Rogers to the mound yesterday, hunting a series sweep, but he put the team at an early disadvantage when Blaze Jordan and Ramon Arias took him deep in the second and fourth. Rogers would end up being tagged for 6 earned runs before his day was done. That's the most he's given up in an outing since May, and it didn't really seem to matter that he was routinely working ahead. Rogers threw first pitch strikes to 17 of the 23 batters he faced.
I think there's a difference between strikes and quality strikes. I think I haven't been really good at getting chase, so I'm going to try to get swing and miss in the zone. You know, sometimes I'm going to miss, and they get paid really well over there too, so I'm not going to go about changing the way I pitch just, you know, because I had a bad outing today.
There's the lefty with some self-assessment. The Birds have had a chance to sweep 5 different series since the All-Star break, but have only got the job done once. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps pushing into the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Riveted with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw. Final hour of the show. You don't want to miss any of this because we got some crazy stuff coming up. We're going to talk about the Ravens Commanders in a couple of minutes. Tonight, 6 o'clock, M&T Bank Stadium. American League East report coming up around 1:30. Will Adley Rutschman even be on the roster for Boston when they come to Baltimore next week? So we got that coming your way. But Nolan, before we get to the many sports subjects heading into this last weekend of August, let's count the dough. Buy or sell?
All right, stocks. Love them. Sometimes hate them. NASDAQ down 136 today. S&P 500 down 22. Dow Jones, get it together, down 55. Under Armour's up 4 cents.
Nice.
You give them a little credit there. And DraftKings, well, it's a big spike by their standards. They're up 77 cents. We're starting with the Orioles today. Shane Baz. Boy, he's got to feel a certain type of way right now. Orioles lineup actually scoring plenty of runs for other pitchers as of late. His 4-14 record on the year does not match the 4.04 ERA he's pitched to. And then you consider the disparity between runs and earned runs. Well, that shows a big lack of defensive support as well. Those 14 losses, they're the most in Major League Baseball right now, although Cleveland's Tanner Bybee is right behind him at 13. So is Landon Roop from San Francisco. Oddly enough, their ERAs, not half bad either. Even Bybee below 4. So maybe we got to stop complaining about Baz. That's the actual guy who's getting screwed the most. But buy or sell, Ryan, Shane Baz will end up leading the league in losses when it's all said and done.
Oh, I'm going to be an optimist and sell. I'm going to say the next start, he's going to win. I'm going to say,
oh man,
he's not going to lose another start. How about that? And, that's actually, if we're going by the track record here, he has pitched, 26 games, and he has 14 losses in those 26 outings. So we're looking at this. We got a month left. He's got maybe 5 starts left, give or take 6 maybe here. I'm just going to be an optimist with it. Something's got to give at some point. He's been pitching too well not to, and he's slated to pitch tomorrow. I'll put it this way. They lose that game tomorrow, he'll have it. But I think they win tomorrow. I think he gets the run support out there. I think that at some point it's got to give. I still can't believe he went the entire month. Every start that he had, the Orioles lost. I don't know. So something's got to make up. He's pitched too well over the last few months to not get some more victories.
And Nolan, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, his last 2 starts, he got no run support, literally. Against the Yankees in his last outing, he got no runs, right?
I do not have it in front of me.
So here's the thing that's even crazier. I mentioned about how the Orioles were 17-5 when Brandon Young pitched. That's not the record for him. The Orioles are 6-20 when Shane Baz takes the mound. Think about that. That is crazy to me, especially with a guy that has pitched as well as he has over the last 3 months.
They scored, but it's the typical, that 1 run in each of those games. But you might be right. They might have come after he walked off the mound.
When he was in the game, they did not score.
For sure. Hey, how about the NFL here? Pittsburgh. Pretty normal training camp for them outside of this Joey Porter story. If you haven't heard the latest on this, set to enter the final year of his rookie contract. So you got the typical hold-in strategy in play here. He's been present in the building, not practicing. Mike McCarthy even said the 2 sides are at an impasse. So it doesn't sound like this is going anywhere anytime soon. So speculation runs rampant. Is a trade on the table? Typically wouldn't even be a convo for a player of Porter's caliber, but I go back a couple of years, look at that George Pickens trade. not even a couple of years. How about last year? That came as he was set to enter his final rookie contract year. Maybe not a one-for-one comparison, but still, Omar Khan, keep an eye on. Buy or sell, Bob. Porter will get traded out of Pittsburgh by the in-season deadline.
Oh, boy. I'm going to sell it. Usually, Pittsburgh's history says wide receivers, they'll get rid of you in a heartbeat. I mean, just look at the long line of guys going back years that have come up on contracts or become malcontents for whatever reason, and they get rid of them. Joey Porter Jr., McCarthy said he's a shutdown elite guy, paraphrasing, and of course he said it, Joey Porter, yeah, because I am that guy, I'm the one. His dad's lineage is well documented. I think they will come to some sort of resolution contract-wise because he's one of the younger stars they have defensively. They're aged in a lot of other areas. So, no, I think he'll be a lifer when it's all said and done. But he needs to get his ass out there and let's get rolling if I'm a Steeler fan.
Where the hell is the real Cal Raleigh? Seattle fans want to know that. They've been asking it all year long. For a brief moment in time, looked like last year's Cal Raleigh was rejoining the party, talking about this recent series against Philadelphia. He launched 3 homers in Game 1, went yard again in Game 2 with a pair of walks to go along with it. So what does he do in the finale? 0 for 4, 4 Ks. Well, that's kind of the tale of the entire season. And right now he has 18 homers, 52 RBIs on the year. Those both well short of what he did last year and really short of most of his career. I look at average, on-base percentage, slugging percentage, those all on pace to be career lows. I mean, RBIs, maybe his best shot of avoiding that. He needs 11 to avoid his worst in that category. It's a lock for homers and slug. He's not even coming close to surpassing that. Needs to boost his average from 167 to 212 to avoid the worst there. On-base percentage currently tied for his previous career low of 284. Long-winded way of asking here, Ryan, buy or sell. Raleigh will finish with new career lows across all 5 of those categories. Average, on base, slug, homers, RBIs.
I will sell. I think the on base he can salvage. Because right now, going back to 2022, he had a 284. It's 284 at this current moment in time. Everything else, though, I think it's going to be the case, unfortunately. First off, the previous 3 years, you've had no less than 30 jacks. In 2 of those 3 seasons, you've had 100 or more RBIs. And even though he's gotten hot here, the position that he's in, he's going to have to go on a bender here the last month. And sure, he could go on a bender. It's a lot to ask. And given the kind of the state of where the Mariners are, I just think we're going to have to see something. He's going to have a historic month, and he had a historic season last year in order for those things to all jump. But on base percentage at the very minimum, I think he's going to. That just means he hits a little bit better than he did, and he stays to the average of what he's done, and he's already at that number. So I'm going to sell not all the categories, but 4 of those 5 I think are very well within career lows.
Let's do one more here today. We love a good list on this show, especially for buy or sell. Love even more than that is a creative list, and that's what Ben Solak here has. The NFL watchability rankings, as he sees it, based on 4 key pieces of criteria. Big playability, competitive games, star power, and as he says here, nothing offensive. There can't be anything about your team that is just grating to watch, offensively or defensively. So the point here is that the watchability rankings don't show who's the best team in the league. They show who's week in and week out is going to perform a game that is the most entertaining. So who plays the most close games? Even if you're a team like the Ravens in the past where you blow a lot of leads, well, there can be excitement in that and a comeback on the other side. So it's not always cut and dry here. His rankings, the Bears come in at the number 1 spot. They played a ton of close games last year, and Caleb Williams manufactured 6 comeback victories. The Rams are number 2. That's carried by a lot of star power. Lions at 3, Chargers 4, Patriots 5. That was interesting. Ravens all the way down at 11. Bob, are you buying or selling the Bears as the most must-see team in the league this season?
Oh, man. I'll sell it. Look, Ben Johnson said they're trying to set the scoring record for the NFL, right?
Yep.
History of the league. So that makes them must-see because they're going to be out there, as Mike Harmon said yesterday, Fox Sports Radio. They're going to try to run up the score, which makes it fun to watch, especially from a fantasy perspective. If you have a Caleb Williams or a Swift or a Colston Loveland, et cetera, et cetera. But the most watchable team in football, I find the Patriots rather boring.
Yeah,
to watch. I don't see it. The Steelers, oh my God, wake me up. When you get excited when the Ravens play them because you want the Ravens to bash their brains in, which they never do. But I don't find them overly thrilling to watch. The Bills are cool to watch because Josh Allen brings an excitement level. Lamar himself is reason to watch, and I think the Ravens' defense is going to be fun to watch as well. But the Bears, I'm selling that, man. No way. No.
Yeah, and I mean, that's like, who's to say they're going to play all those epic close games again this year?
Right.
I mean, usually if I see those bunched up in one particular year, that leads me to believe that it's an outlier type of thing. That just doesn't happen all the time.
Like the Chiefs in 18 and 19, where's the remote? Let's put it on Kansas City because you knew Mahomes was going to come up with something brilliant. Chargers, you said, were 4?
Yeah, they were in the top 5.
Mike McDaniel?
Well, Herbert, that throw to Johnston, that's fun to watch. But okay, but the Bears, the most watchable team, according to this guy, with all due respect, Ricky Bobby style, I'm going to respectfully sell.
Well, he's
that assessment of the team.
Willing to poke fun at himself. This is the second year he's done it. Wants to make it an annual tradition for ESPN. His number 1 pick for last year was the Commanders. So,
boy, Samsonite.
Oh boy,
Samsonite. He was way off. Cowboys are fun to watch because either you get to see Dak throw to Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, and you root against them, right? You watch them lose.
The Cowboys are in the. Why do they have to have this allotment of primetime games?
Watch the Cardinals be the most exciting team in football this year.
I mean, if Brissett's going to throw for 5,000 yards.
And then Love rushes like Eric Dickerson as a rookie. Hey, bring it on. Anyway, we'll come back. Speaking of football, talk about the Ravens tonight. Get Ryan and Nolan's thoughts on the preseason finale and some of the bubble guys that are going to make the team or might not. But the Ravens have a lot of guys who might not make it here in Baltimore, but could wind up on NFL rosters, and as Jacoby Lane cemented himself as the third receiver. Then the American League East report, what happened in the division last night. We'll look at the busy schedule heading into this weekend and the standings. Adley Rutschman has missed the last couple of games, and the Red Sox just did sign a veteran catcher, too. What does all of this mean?
The station with the best Ravens coverage. Touchdown Ravens! Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore area Chick-fil-A restaurants are proud to partner with the Maryland State Fair to support food pantries in Greater Baltimore. Bring 5 non-perishable food items today, August 28th, for free admission. 1 entry per 5 food items. Rides are individually priced.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S., whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads. Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. Box Hill Pizza Restaurant.com.
You don't have to be a professional athlete to end up with a sports injury. I'm Dr. Michael Wallace with Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO. Whether it's shoulder pain, hip pain, a sore knee, tennis elbow, or an Achilles injury, getting it looked at early can make all the difference. My goal is to help you recover, stay active, and get back to doing what you love. Schedule an appointment today at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game. And now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Labor Day sale and get 35% off paints and stains August 28th through September 9th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Ryan Ripken here, and if you've ever had a pet need care unexpectedly, you know how stressful that moment can be. That's why I trust Homeward Bound Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in wellness and urgent care with a location ready when you need it most. And they have advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery to treat your pet quickly with less stress. Visit homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. That's homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. Your pet deserves it.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live. Classic rock fans, this one's for you, as Boss Sticks, the ultimate tribute to Boston and Sticks, is coming to the Concert Hall at Barrel House Live Friday, September 4th at 8 p.m. Get ready for More Than a Feeling, Peace of Mind, Come Sail Away, Renegade, and many more. 2 legendary bands covered by one incredible tribute show. Boss Sticks, the ultimate concert hall experience at Barrel House Live. Search Boss Sticks on Eventbrite and get those tickets now.
Ripping It with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Being in their shoes, that it's hard to ignore the reality of the situation. My message to them has just been control the tape. Don't worry about what's happening down the future. Just go out here and be the best version you can of yourself every single day and let the tape take care of itself.
Is that one of these whispering songs you were talking about?
Greatest band of all time, bro.
And my boy Eddie from Kansas City just sent me a text and said, dude, not feeling you dog and his boys. Pink Floyd.
All right.
Because me and Ed used to experiment with the God's Lettuce back in the day and watch The Wall, the movie.
Mm-hmm.
In retrospect, 40 years later, it's like, that was a stupid movie. But I don't want to piss him off.
I will give credit to the person who did partake in the drugs at the time. You don't have to partake in them now in your later years, your more mature years. But if you partook at the time and you enjoyed the music at the time and you look back finally, that's fine. I just think there's a lot of people in the older generation, and it's not just Pink Floyd. They romanticize this old rock music. That's when music was music, man. That's when it was all good. And it's all music about drugs and all this stuff. And then it's like,
really?
Then you, well, no, hold on.
Yeah.
Well, in the case of this,
right.
Don't stop the momentum. You pull the e-brake up on me like that on the highway.
Okay. All right. I hear what you're saying. We'll get back into that in a minute. Anthony Weaver, that's who we were listening to coming out of the break. Talking about the Bubble Guys, their mindset heading into the final week of the preseason, which is tonight. Cutdown day is Sunday at 6 o'clock. And on defense, where he is the DC, even though Jesse Minter is going to call the plays to head coach Anthony Weaver, a very prominent role, obviously, in trying to get this defense, Ryan, back to being in Nolan. A defense that people feared. Going into last year, Marlon Humphrey himself even said, people don't fear us anymore. And that's appropriate. And then they went out and played like a team that nobody feared. If anything, it's like they'll find a way to screw up. They'll blow coverage in the secondary. They're not going to put pressure on the quarterback. We're going to house these guys. Now you got to get back to that weird, like Don Corleone said to the dude that wanted him to kill the guys that beat up his daughter. Then they will fear you. They got to get back to that. And how do they do it? Who are the bubble guys that can help that happen? And Ethan Burke is a dude who we talk about a lot. His dad's from Pasadena. He got a lacrosse scholarship to Maryland. Jonas Schaefer was like he was 50-50 on him possibly making the roster. Vinny thinks if it's not in Baltimore, an NFL team will bring him in. Has he done enough to unseat an Adiza Isaac, for instance, on this 53?
Maybe. And I think it comes down to, with each staff, with each group, you have your guys. Who do you prefer? And it's one thing for us to sit here and go, well, we side with one over the other. I guess what is the value of what we're looking at? That's kind of what I always feel weird in that situation, because you can be bullish on one guy, Bob. I can be bullish on another. You can make the case for why, and I can make the case for why not. But for the Ravens, if you're looking at in this case, let's just talk about on the situations on the defensive side. What would you categorize going into this year on the defensive side where you had the most concerns for depth, concerns for ability to help you? Because that has been, for me, there's been a couple, but I want to hear your thought.
Inside linebacker.
So that's been one that's always been talked about. Another thing that pops up to me on is depth is corner position.
Yep.
Pass rush has changed now as far as you brought in, but there's still some unproven guys behind Trey Hendrickson. Love, obviously the upside of what Mike Green possesses, but you're still wondering. But I think that's where I'm looking at with this group. Simpson has had a great camp. Since you talk about the inside linebacker position, right? They've raved about him. Do you feel good enough with him and Teddy Buchanan in this situation that they're in a good spot? Teddy's health, Simpson's having that jump to be with Roquan. Do you feel good about your cornerback room of who you have there that's going to be behind Nate Wiggins of being the man-to-man cover guy? How do you feel about where Marlon is?
He's had a good camp, but coming off of maybe the worst season of his career, one of, and Chidobe Awuzie is a solid, sometimes really good veteran, but he's had injury problems. Kone, longer beam, Rivers, they like him, the kid from Duke, but he might be more of a special teams ace. Yeah, outside of your top three. And we're still waiting, by the way, for Nate Wiggins to take it to another level, too. It's not like he's Lester Hayes. So, yeah, I would be a little bit concerned there, but, pass rush could alleviate. But I hear what you're saying for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of where I look at it. And there's no doubt that the Ravens, a lot of teams are going to look at who's going to be available and who's going to move on. I mean, you mentioned of Martin being on a guy with a bubble. And corner, I feel like defensive back play is always a position that people are constantly looking for. So I'm just more curious on the Ravens side of the decisions that they decide to make. Do they have a certain plan for some of these specific guys? And are you one of those guys? And that's, I know it's not we're talking on the defensive side. I'm still the number one priority I'm looking at on the offensive side is what's the center position going to be here? How are they going to go and which decision do they want to do? We were talking right before we got back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Gwynn's an option, but it kind of feels like is Posick the guy they want to be the center, right?
Like,
so, that's where, and I'll be honest as well, because preseason has changed so much, how much impact is this game going to have on the decision being made? This isn't the same preseasons in the past where you're having multiple games and the game reps matter so much. The practice reps are the ones that people are seeing time and time again if those guys are going to possibly have the leg up on a roster spot.
And with center tonight, does Gwynn even play? Posick, I mean, how much is Huntley going to play? I guess we're going to see a ton of Fagnano for sure. And then we might see Nick Dawkins get the brunt of the work at the center spot.
And I think that's, that to me, if we're talking about all the spots on the defensive side offensive, I think fair to say the one that has the most glaring, because it's not just your depth, this is who you're going to have to roll with or how do I want to put this? You felt pretty good about an idea of who the center was going to be with then the depth that you had. Now you remove that guy in Pinter. Now what do you do? And there is a little bit more of concern here than before. You're right. I think if you have you want to be safe, you might not see much at all of Gwynn in this situation. I don't know. This third preseason game used to have so much more meaning than it does now, where we're trying to find the balance of how much guys play, how much don't. And for the Ravens, at the end of the day, the center position above all is their most prioritized position that they're going to have to figure out here moving forward.
Fagnano, Austin Reed. Get ready for that tonight down at M&T Bank Stadium. When we come back, we'll shift gears, talk some baseball. AL East style, look back briefly at the Orioles lost to the Cardinals and revisit Gunnar Henderson's base running gaffe, because that's what it was. Preview the A's, then we'll look around the division, look at the standings, and we'll look at the schedule. And we're going to go outside the East, because right now the Orioles are chasing Cleveland and Texas for that final wild card spot. Where are they playing this weekend?
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, jeans, pants, and skirts are just $16 or less for the fam. Yep, get jeans, pants, and skirts for $16 or less. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big.
It's Old Navy, baby.
Valid 8/29 and 30. Select styles only.
Football is back. Make sure you head down to the Bent River Sportsbook at Bingo World, the best place to catch all your college and professional football games this season. With over 20 TVs, comfortable lounge chairs, pool tables, great happy hour specials, and wall-to-wall football action, there's no better place to spend your football weekends. Grab your friends, catch every game, and get in on the excitement all season long. Check out bingoworld.com for details. Please play responsibly. Must be 21 or over. For help, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with choices for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now, save up to $1,400 on Tempur-Pedic Split King sleep systems. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Hey NFL fans, if you're a Verizon customer, epic NFL experiences are coming your way from Verizon Shine. Win the ultimate VIP trip to any domestic regular season NFL game. Select one game from 32 team schedules and get round-trip airfare, luxury 2-night accommodations, premium game tickets, and a travel stipend for you and a guest. Beginning this Monday, August 31st, enter for a chance to win this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the My Verizon app. Only from Verizon. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. See Verizon Shine for details. The NFL entities have not offered or sponsored this sweepstakes in any way.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Training camp is in the rear view at this point, with the Ravens set to host the Commanders tonight in their third and final preseason game. Most of the roster is set in stone by this point, especially for a team returning so many starters. But Jesse Minter has maintained a consistent message when it comes to these exhibition games all summer. Even if the entertainment value isn't there for a fan watching at home, every single snap will carry significant weight for this coaching staff.
You know, I see this, man, as there's a bunch of spots that guys are fighting for. It's a great eval opportunity to not only figure out the latter part of the 53-man roster, but also the practice squad. We still want to play to the style of football and the identity that we want to play.
Kickoff from M&T Bank Stadium is scheduled for 6. And yesterday, Tampa City officials approved a $2.3 billion deal for a new raised ballpark that'll be funded by both public and private money. Team ownership already identified Hillsborough College as a prospective location to construct the new stadium and mixed-use entertainment district. No firm timeline has been revealed, but the Rays say they hope to have everything done within 3 years. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps pushing into the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
All right, ribbon with Ryan. AL East report. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. When the Orioles lost the finale a couple weeks ago at Tampa, sitting down at the Camden Yards listening to Craig Albernaz, and it's a game the Orioles should have won that Monday night against the Rays. Hey, we're satisfied. We took 3 out of 4. We should have won. Tough loss, but we're good. And then he went out and got swept by the Yankees. They lose yesterday. They win the series. Were they satisfied with that series in St. Louis in totality with now the games played? Less than 30, Ryan Ripken.
I mean, your goal is to win each series. So that you check the box, but the situation at hand is the Guardians are hot. You got to keep winning series. So win series or go on your own streak. And there's been multiple times here over the last 2 weeks that the Orioles have had an opportunity to keep it rolling. And it just feels you're happy with the result of the series, but you feel like you left some out there again. And that's kind of been the storyline so far for this Orioles year.
Orioles lose yesterday 7-5. We talked about it. Trevor Rogers had a rough night on the mound. Kobe Mayo hit another home run, a 3-run blast. His OPS against lefties is Aaron Judge-like. If he could just get like somewhere in the middle against righties, who knows what you have working there. The glove's still a work in progress, but with the Orioles challenged offensively, and there is a lefty on the hill tonight, Lopez, who we'll talk about in a second, Ryan. I would assume Kobe Mayo all day, every day. And why not just play out the string and let him blast away?
He has gotten better over the course of the year. And we talked earlier about guys hitting a rough period if they're pitchers in August, or some players that they're hitting that struggle of figuring out what they can do well at the big league level. And also every single year is different. Gunnar Henderson was supposed to be the guy getting $500, $600 million the last year or 2 years ago. And now he's a guy that has been a shell of himself because that's what happens in a season. When I look at a guy like Kobe Mayo, he had a great end of September last year. Fantastic. Hit over 300, 5 home runs. And then he's been struggling to figure out who he is. But each month, Bob, he has gotten better and gotten better against righties. He's over 200 now. I'm not saying that's a lot, but since July 1, he is significantly better. You're right. You don't have many guys, in my opinion, on the team that has the power potential and the upside that Kobe has on your roster. You're in a position, I want to see what the kid has the rest of the way here because I think he can help the team now, but you also need to know if he's going to help the team for the future.
Orioles 65-69 on the season, 31-35 on the road. Brandon Young, who we've talked about, 9-3 with a 350. He's had a rough go of it here in August. As we documented, the A's 53-81. They're 25-41 at home. They have won 2 in a row. Jacob Lopez, 5-4 with a 498 earned run average. And looking at Baseball Savant, fastball tops out at 90. So how you approaching this guy tonight?
Patience. Don't feel too confident. This is the one thing you got to be careful of as a hitter. You love when you have a matchup that could favor you, but never underestimate it. And don't let a guy get comfortable and don't let a guy get hot. And also when a guy doesn't throw as hard, don't try to do too much. In some cases you feel like, I'm going to really tee off tonight. No, stick to your approach. Hit it where it's pitched and don't go chasing. That is what you're going to have to do tonight when you're trying to start another series off on the right foot.
Last night in the division, Houston in the Bronx taking on the Yankees and a former Oriole coming up big for the Stros.
Ball hit to right field, hit well. Back on it goes Spencer Jones. He's at the wall. He will reach up. It's gone! Christian Walker up the field, 2-run home run. And the Astros lead it 3-0 on Seawalk's 24th of the year.
Sky Walker in flight. Pew!
Afternoon delight. I don't know. Space City on the call. Christian Walker, former Oriole 2-run shot. Pena goes deep as well. Houston beats the Yankees 5-1. Garrett Cole takes the L. The Yankees, very Oriole-like, 0 for 9. Runners in scoring position. The Astros win that series 2-1. And it was the Royals, one of the hottest teams in baseball, taking on the Blue Jays and doing the Orioles a solid last night.
There it goes. Wow. Into the third deck in right field. So Haas saw it coming, and Caglione delivers. That is his 5th hit tonight, his 3rd extra base hit.
Royals team on the call. Jack Caglione, 5 for 6 with a homer, 3 extra base hits. Jensen and Pasquatch go deep as well. 13-2 puppy pants for Kansas City. As Cameron gets the win, Royals win that series 2-1 in the division today. And outside, as it relates to the Orioles, Padres at the Rays, Boston's at New York, Seattle's at Toronto, A's hosting the Orioles, Kansas City's at Cleveland, Texas at Milwaukee, Orioles chasing both the Guardians and the Rangers. And for Boston at New York, Adley Rutschman with the elbow, hyperextended on a rough swing earlier in the week against the Marlins. What do you think there, Ryan Ripken? We'll know later today for sure.
It's not good. And I've mentioned this before, and I'm just going to keep saying it, and I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record. Once the season starts, you're never 100%. And every time you deal with one injury and you come back from the IL, doesn't mean that everything's fully healed. And there's a chain reaction sometimes that happens. And unfortunately for Adley, this seems to be the case. And whether he's going to stay off the IL and get back to playing, this is going to continue to be a problem for him moving forward. And I'll say this, there's another catcher in Baltimore that's been dealing with a lot of injuries, Sammy Basayo. I can tell you right now, he's still working through it regardless, because this is just the nature of the beast, specifically when you're playing a position as demanding as the catching position.
And real quick standings update. Divisions: Tampa 4 up on New York, 6 on Boston. Central, White Sox 2.5 on Cleveland, 6.5 Minnesota. Astros game up on the Rangers, 3 on Seattle. National League, Atlanta 5 up on the Phillies. Chris Sale, how about him last night? Complete game, double-digit Ks to 100 miles an hour.
He has one, that is one of the best trades that the Braves made when they did, bringing him over, and two, Hall of Famer. You know, this is the greatness. And when I love Chris Sale, these are supposed to be the quote unquote twilight years, right? You're 37-year-old. Is it going to start going downhill? No. He's arguably pitching the best baseball of his career, 2.06 ERA. And I always love the fact, Bob, in today's day and age where we don't see complete games and we don't see guys going the distance, seeing it last night and who he did it against, really special and tremendous night from Sam.
Yeah, Braves swept the Dodgers. Just don't give him a throwback uniform. He'll lose his mind over that one. Milwaukee 7 up on the Cubs. Dodgers, who we just talked about, got swept by the Braves. They are 8 up on San Diego. Wild card real quick. Yankees, Red Sox, Guardians in. Texas 2 back, Orioles 3. Toronto 3.5. 4 separate Seattle and the Twins. And in the National League, Cubs, Phillies, Padres in. Game and a half for Arizona, Miami's 4. That's what's going on there. And when we come back, Funhouse Trip, Nolan McGraw, and then going to make way for 3 deep. And then it's Baltimore baseball tonight coming up later as the Orioles take it on the A's in Sacramento.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Drunk driving changes your world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA. The 49ers defeated the Raiders 18-12 in a field goal duel to wrap up the preseason. Kicker Eddie Pinheiro accounted for all 18 of San Francisco's points. Meanwhile, Raiders rookie quarterback Fernando Mendoza struggled behind an atrocious offensive line, getting sacked twice and throwing an interception, and proving why Kirk Cousins should start Week 1. I'm Addie Bates.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Buffalo was trading at 8%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $1,174 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you adjust your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Labor Day deals are looking good at Lowe's. Save $10 on 1-gallon cans and $50 on 5-gallon pails of select interior paint via rebate. Plus, get 2 2.5-quart or 3-quart mums for just $8. A fresh look and savings? Even better. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9. While supplies last. Mum sizes vary by location and exclude Alaska and Hawaii. See store at Lowe's.com for more details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Truck started slow. Battery might be toast.
Slow starts are the first sign of heat damage to your battery. We'll test it, no charge.
Thanks. And if it is dead?
We'll set you up with a new, fully warranted battery. Some up to 5 years. And we'll recycle the old one.
Thanks for the rundown. Lead the way.
Get free battery testing, charging, and recycling at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Buffalo was trading at 8%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $1,174 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you adjust your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, Pink Floyd. Have a cigar, you're going to go far. You're going to make it if you try. We're going to love you. Nolan, you love this song, don't you?
I do enjoy the song, actually.
You know it's good Pink Floyd song? Mother. Sung by Roger Waters.
Did we not play that tonight?
It's off of
I scrolled past it at
The
least.
Wall. It's a good song. I mean, these aren't like Pink Floyd doesn't have like the the quintessential coming out of a break intro. You got to get through all the ahs and the whispering and all.
I don't think I've started a single song at the beginning today. I've tried to find the guitar solo in the middle.
But anyway, it's been Pink Floyd Featured Artist Friday. They do have a ton of great songs. They are Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, and they've sold billions of records. So their legacy is what it is. It might not be your cup of tea, man. I mean, if you put a top 40 song in front of me right now, I wouldn't even know who the hell sang it. And we'd be going, why is this selling millions of copies, and why do people download it? Because it sucks.
Right. The charts always dictate what is good music and what is not good music.
Right. Afternoon Delight was a great song.
Yes.
Like go to Find My Baby, go to Hold Her Tight, that Afternoon Delight song.
Right. I mean, it's a song that was released I was just like 10, and we still know what it is.
Well, I also...
It was the number one tune at one time.
Actually, going back to, if you remember when I learned some of, about life, from some Rick James and Earth, Wind, and Fire songs.
There you go.
Growing up. That was another song. Afternoon Delight was an Anchorman growing up. Yes, and I was like, I don't know what this means, but I love the melody, You know what we need, though, for future Ripping It with Ryans on Fridays? We need the songs back then. I want to get Bob Up Dancing. That's really where we were going. We had the you didn't do the disco dance.
Like I said, dancing for me is more hand. I don't move my feet. I just do hand motions.
Right. So Rick James, you were grooving in here when we had that.
I can jam Rick James.
What do we need for you to get grooving?
I've had to ask.
Oh, there's nothing you could do to get me grooving.
No.
Well, I mean, if you feed me shots the whole show, then yeah. I mean, by the end,
some Henkels.
Heavy.
Heavy Henkel. Telling you do 5 Henkels, you'd be like, boy, where have you been all my life?
The last guy that did 5 Henkels didn't live to see tomorrow.
Or let's just say he needed a ride home from a place that was 5 minutes from his house.
No,
I won't mention any names, but no, any closing thoughts before we get to 3D.
No, have a good weekend, everybody.
Let's go.
Quick Draws Fun House.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesignDoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Preseason action tonight. Who needs to play? Who doesn't? Earlier in the show, we're talking about the O-line in particular, but this texter here says, if it was up to me, I'm not playing Javon Gwynn at all tonight. What is there for him to gain by playing another 20 snaps or so? He's already this close to being named the starter. To be honest, is Posich even healthy? Doesn't sound like this is much of a competition, to be honest. Just name Gwynn the starter, keep him healthy.
I think that goes into this conversation of what is the risk reward in this preseason game? And this is what I was alluding to. They already have a pretty good decision, and I'm with you. I'm with the texter on that. And it's not even with your starting group that's going to be out there. So the reps that you're going to be having are for what exact reason? I think if the plan was to rest Gwynn, I think that's completely acceptable, because the number one thing the Ravens have to address, who is going to be the opening day center, or week 1 center, I guess I should say. And if he is in that running, well, you already lost the guy that you thought was going to be in Pinter. So you can't run that risk here in the game tonight.
And isn't it a decision we would assume have already been made? What would change tonight that would make Jesse Minter go, no, I want to go with Posich right now, or just 2 weeks of practice heading into that Colts game?
The only thing that would change it is the worst outcome, an injury.
Yeah. So Nick Dawkins, Chocolate Thunder's son, Daryl Dawkins. See a lot of him tonight, and Austin Reed.
Or maybe even Corey Bullock. I mean, it sounds like he might be fighting for his life.
Good call on that one,
Let's do one here on the Orioles. Texter says, Gunners play in the 8th. Just another sign of the poor mentality this team has. He was dead set on running on contact there. I guess I can have some sympathy when the outcome of the at-bat is a stinger right back to the pitcher. But it shows overall there's no nuance or reacting ability out of this team.
Yeah, I mean, again, it goes back to the circumstances, understand what's going on. And, part of that game, you got to be 150% right in that scenario. I love that players want to be aggressive. I love that you're giving that effort, but you got to understand being thrown out in a situation where you are a bloop away from tying this ball game. That is the one thing. And of course, right, this is about the biggest thing we've heard. You got to see what's going on. You got to use your eyes. And sometimes you got to, again, just ask yourself before the play, if I'm not 150% sure I'm going to get there, I got to have that decision made up before and understand, knowing what I'm doing before the ball's even put in play.
So baseball IQ gets called into question there, but if I'm being honest here, prior to this year, is that even really something to talked about with Gunnar? I know his defense had been shaky, but I don't know if I would always call that like, oh, he's got a poor baseball IQ. But like this year, it's just been out of nowhere with the getting picked off and, a case like yesterday. And then on top of it, the defense is shaky again. Yep. Offense is nowhere to be found. It just feels like it's a snowball effect. Yeah. Like it started with the offense and then it just picked up everything along the way.
And it, quite frankly, doesn't seem like this is going to change. This is a guy that needs the season to end whenever it ends and just hit the reset button and move on.
Yeah. Which is really unfortunate. I mean, in a lot of ways, I thought last year was supposed to be that year. But then you got kind of the half injury excuse.
Yeah.
And I'm not even knocking it. That's a valid excuse. I mean, the offense overall was fine last year. He just didn't have power. So that was easily explainable by the injury. So it makes even less sense this year because, I mean, unless they come out and say, oh, he was hurt again, but people might be skeptical of that.
And we would all take 2025 offense Gunnar versus this year home runs aside. And most of his home runs were hit in, April and May. So it's not like he's been raking the jacks. It's been, and look, if their Orioles are sub 500 at next year's trade deadline, a year from now, Gunnar Henderson's playing for somebody not named Baltimore.
There's a chance of that. And also, here's the reality. Gunner's year last year, as much as people complained, it's because the standard of which everyone believes he can play at and what he has shown, it still was a career year for some ball players. A guy having 17 home runs and hitting 274 and having an OPS north of 780 and a WAR of over 5, that's someone's career year. Except that's not Gunnar Henderson's career.
That's not a guy who wants $400 million.
Nope.
That's for sure. That's going to do it for us. 3 Deep's down at Cross Street Market. Stick around. The fellas are coming up next. They'll take you into Baltimore baseball tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. That's going to do it for us. We'll be back next week and be talking about the Ravens 53. Hopefully the Orioles sweeping the A's and all that fun stuff. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, and of course Ryan Ripken, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you when we talk to you. For now, everybody, class dismissed.
This football season, 105.7 The Fan brings you unparalleled analysis of the purple and black. Beginning September 9th, it's Baltimore Football Weekly with Ken McCusick and Femi Ayimbadejo. From the film room to the locker room, Ken breaks down the tape and Femi gives you the player perspective. Baltimore Football Weekly, Wednesday nights, 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Elephant in the Room in Millersville on 105.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on